For 600 years, Africa has lived under the colonial rule of imperialist white power. The European invasion that led to the capture of our land and resources, the enslavement and forced dispersal of our people, has resulted in our centuries-long colonial domination. The colonial slave trade, where African people were turned into commodities for sale, birthed the parasitic economic system of capitalism, which allowed for the once feudal, war-ridden Europe to save itself through the rape and pillage of our Africa and the theft of our labor. For centuries, African people have been forced to live under the most humiliating, inhumane conditions. The atrocities committed against our people since the first Europeans set foot in Africa is impossible to enumerate here. But African people have always struggled against our colonizers to reclaim our dignity, lives, and future, as evinced in leaders like Jean-Jacques Dessalines, Harriet Tubman, Nat Turner, Marcus Garvey, and Malcolm X. As recently as the Black Power movement of the 1960s, we saw African people engaged in the anti-colonial struggle for power in tandem with world struggles being made by Cuba, Kenya, Vietnam, and others. Revolution was the main trend in the world, and the African Revolution was largely recognized as the catalyst that would bring about the total destruction of white power. It was during this height that the U.S. government assaulted our movement with the counterinsurgency, a war without terms that saw our leaders gunned down, thrown into prisons, slandered, and our communities reeling from the imposed crack epidemic. Today, we see the white world driven into chaos through the crisis of this social system. This new period, that can be characterized as the ascendancy of the slave, is seeing the system of colonial capitalism crumbling in rapid fashion. This period was ushered in through the efforts of the African People's Socialist Party, in which the history of the African liberation struggle is concentrated. It was the birth of a revolutionary party of the African working class and the leadership of one Chairman Omali Yeshitela that has allowed us to reset the course for African independence. This is Relentless, 50 years of leadership toward African redemption.
Well, I'm Omali Yeshitela. I'm chairman of the African People's Socialist Party and leader of the Uhuru movement. I was really fortunate in so many ways as an African at the time that I was born, where everywhere within the African community there was discussions of what was happening with Black people. You couldn't go to any home, and you didn't have to be radical or militant, and in fact most of the people who were talking probably didn't belong to any kinds of organization except their local churches. So there was a deep kind of consciousness about the brutality imposed on us and things like that, and that helped early on to shape my consciousness. In fact, I remember an incident in high school that contributed to my leaving high school in my senior year. Was really popular and very erudite a professor, a teacher. And I went to him, it must have been for something like government, something to that effect. And he made the comment in class that Black people would have to prove ourselves to white people before we could be free, something like that. And I challenged him on that. I told him I completely disagreed, with that, and other students in the class, jumped to defend the professor's or the teacher's statement, and that was significant to me. I guess I still remember it today. So it was an outstanding thing, but everything was outstanding. I mean, just there was no way you could live and not be aware. I learned to read when I was very, very young, very small child. And so I read all the time, and that's proved to be quite helpful for me. The military, U.S. military, was having this campaign about join the army and see the world, that kind of thing. And I felt I was somehow concluded that the limitations that I was experiencing in this city as an African had to do with this small city that I lived in and what have you down south, etc. So I felt that I would go into the Army. And my father admonished me, telling me it's like breaking into jail. He said, you don't want to do that. But I went anyway. And he was right, and I was right. And the thing that made it right for me was quite accidental. And that I was sent to Berlin, Germany, and got to see part of the world and people and things like that I never would have seen, experienced. I was born and grew up in Florida. So I first faced the first really cold weather of my life in Berlin, in Germany. And I remember sitting in these tanks. These tanks are steel, and it is freezing. I mean, and I remember, but we have the radios, and we could listen to the radios. And this woman from the Soviet Union or from Eastern Germany, speaking English over the radio. They had radio programs, and we listened to it because they had good music. And I never forget this woman saying something to the effect that this next song you're going to hear is called Peace Down Earth by Peace Down South by Louis Armstrong. But of course, there has been no peace down south for such and such a period. And I never forget that she dropped that gem right there. And then the civil rights movement is heating up in the United States while I'm there. So that informed me a lot. And anyway, I ended up being sent back to Georgia. I left Germany, being sent to Georgia, and had all kinds of. By now, I'm angry. I'm extremely angry because I'm aware of what's happening to us. And I get to Georgia, this base, and I see these Africans. They would go to town on passes and what have you. They come back all blooded, beaten up, and what have you because of what white people were doing to them in those places. And other stuff was happening throughout Georgia, so-called civil rights movement and et cetera.
Shortly after the chairman was discharged from the military, events continued to unfold throughout the world, radicalizing him in the process. It wasn't long after that chairman contacted the headquarters of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, or SNCC. He established the first membership-based SNCC organization in Florida. It was as a member of SNCC that the famous mural struggle on December 29, 1966 occurred. An 8 by 10 foot white nationalist mural that hung in the St. Pete City Hall government building was torn down by the chairman. This first act of Black power was the precursor to the Black Panther Party storming the California State Capitol building on May 2, 1967.
And so we started demonstrating around the mural. We would start off in the African community and walk downtown, and we would do that on several occasions. And then on this one day, December 29th, we were marching through the African community, and this older woman, she quickly threw on a robe and some house shoes and joined the march. She wanted to wait for her. So when we got down to the City Hall, and we're standing up on the steps of City Hall, speaking from that platform, this woman, when she started talking, she was complaining about how insurance companies, this was typical, would take Africans' money for years, and then something happened, and then there was no money. So this was her complaint. And as she was standing there talking, and her English wasn't that good and what have you, and the white cops and reporters were standing in front, and they started laughing at her. And that infuriated me. That really infuriated me. So we had not planned to take that mural down then. We had talked about how it could be done in a very embarrassing way for them, because we said we can put on some coveralls and stuff like that and things like that, and put a rag in our back pocket and walk in there with a ladder and some boards, and we can go there and take it down in public view. Nobody would have thought anything, because that's what Black people are supposed to be doing, right? So, so we had talked about that, but we had not planned to take that mural down that day. This is an 8 by 10 foot mural that's been on the wall for 30 years or so. And we had written letters about the mural to the mayor and Herman Goldner. Yeah. So we had complained about it, and he had sent most ridiculous kinds of comments, just the most arrogant kind of white nationalist comments. So when the woman did that, I turned on my heel and I walked into the city hall, and Jody Wall, who was 17 at the time, he followed me in, and I started looking for a place that mural could be taken from the wall, and I found a little place, and I ripped it down. It sounded like a roar in this city hall thing, and we marched out. Anyway, they arrested us, and they charged me with 11 different offenses, and they gave others, a serious number of offenses. And their objective was to make sure that they got us on as much as they could. And they would have courts at something like 8, 9 o'clock at night. We've been dragged into courts and things like that. Extraordinary process. And because they were afraid. They were afraid because the cop who arrested me, he was literally trembling. When he grabbed my arm, he was trembling because this was a new breed of African. They had never run into this before. And we were talking about black power, etc. And they knew we had no regard at all for them. And so they jailed me. I went to, they charged me, like I said, with 11 different offenses. And then they sent me to prison on the felony for grand larceny. And that was a trip, believe me.
The struggle was on. During this period, activists were consistently attacked and thrown in jail, including Chairman Omali Yeshitela. Despite their attempts to stifle the chairman's leadership, in 1968, the chairman formed the Junta of Militant Organizations, or JOMO, and published the Burning Spear newspaper. Chairman organized all throughout the state of Florida, and JOMO became a formidable Black power organization within the U.S.
My name is Chimaringa Silambao. I'm the National Director of Organization for the African People's Socialist Party. That's a good question. I was in JOMO. I was 17 years old, and I was recruited by Chairman Omali Yeshitela, who happened to be my oldest brother. So I guess I had it was sort of a genes thing. So other members of my family were politically active as well. He recruited several other members of our family. So at the time I was in high school, I was in my senior year in high school, going into my senior year. This was the summer of 1968. So in the middle of the summer, in August of 1968, there was a sanitation worker strike. So JOMO was kind of built off of that sanitation worker strike. So the chairman, other members of JOMO would get at the tail end of the demonstrations that were happening on a daily basis in support of, I should say that the whole African community supported the sanitation workers, which were almost all Black. So every day there would be marches in support of the sanitation workers. So JOMO would get at the tail end of these marches, and at some point we might even veer off and go in another direction, but we would take part of it and then they would go the other way with the other part of it. It was being led by a man named Joe Savage, who was sort of the elder person in the sanitation workers. But they had some very young militant members of the sanitation workers. One of them was Fred Winters. But that is how that motion and activity was also in the aftermath of murder of Dr. Martin Luther King that April, some months earlier. So it was a tense situation all over the United States for African people in the first place. And then this was a perfect set of political circumstances for the building of the Hunter militant organizations.
In the height of the counterinsurgency, Chairman Omali Njomo continued to organize throughout the state of Florida and the South, establishing branches, holding Uhuru festivals, leading struggles to free our political prisoners, continuing publication and distribution of the Burning Spear newspaper, all the while summing up the world situation through the point of view of the African working class. It was through these organizing efforts that Chairman met Keturah Carey, founder of the Gainesville Black Study Group, and Lawrence Mann, founder of the Black Rights Fighters in Fort Myers, Florida. All three organizations will come together to consolidate the African People's Socialist Party on African Liberation Day in May of 1972. The party in its infancy had assumed a major task: to solve the outstanding problems of the Black Revolution. Solving the problems consisted of identifying the fundamental one plaguing African people throughout the world. This led to the chairman publishing Colonialism, the major problem confronting African people in the U.S. This document was groundbreaking. Colonialism being asserted as the primary contradiction provided our struggle with coherence and a to what end. Identifying colonialism as the core presented struggles within different political sectors of the African liberation movement. The conclusions that the party would come to based on our understanding of colonialism were not universally agreed upon conclusions. Nevertheless, the party did not surrender to the opportunists, the imperialist white left. We fought relentlessly, and at every opportunity struggled principally as to advance the understandings throughout our movement. This understanding would lay the foundation for African internationalism.
I think it was really in the 1960s where we began to see more Africans who were involved in struggle, able to identify the struggle of African people in the United States as colonialism. I think that was a major thing that we had begun, and we were, if you look through that period of time and read the different stuff that I was writing and that we were writing about, you can see, that there were elements of confusion around certain questions, but we were constantly zeroing in, looking at it, at the question, stripping it, examining it, et cetera, and moving with it. The colonial question was critical. Defining this colonialism, that's like the ultimate issue, because you cannot fight against colonialism and still be an American. You can't hang on to America in fighting against colonialism. And I think even some of the most ardent Black communists, Black nationalists, and what have you, I think that's part of even what the five-state thing is, not wanting to give up some version of Americanism. And so the colonial question spoke with finality. You can end this relationship. That's what it is. And the colonial question became extremely important. And this whole thing about, fighting against racism and colonialism is just like being an African American. It's just trying to hang on to this America. To fight against racism is to improve America. And why would you want to improve this system of oppression?
Colonialism, as the fundamental problem, placed another outstanding question into its proper context: what to do with the white people? Up to this period, this question was answered with philosophical idealist conclusions, relegating white people to mutants, monsters, and devils. This explanation did nothing to help us understand how we as African people are going to win our freedom. It was African internationalism that declared white people are people too, and they have a responsibility to the African Revolution under the leadership of the African working class. This understanding led to the founding of the African People's Solidarity Committee, the party-led organization of white people working in the interests of the African Revolution. While the white left were busy withdrawing their support and turning against the Black Power movement, APSC would be the vehicle we used to draw the line in the sand. We drove the struggle directly into the belly of the beast, the colonizer population. In the beginning, some of the primary work of APSC was to bring resources back to the African Revolution, holding various types of fundraisers that would set the foundation for many of our economic institutions. They gathered resources from their own colonizer population in support of major party campaigns, such as the struggle to free Desi Woods. This was a bold advancement that the party fought to win. Now, the brilliant strategy behind APSC and its mass organization, the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, further evinces the correctness of our position.
I just want to say that I think that the history of the African People's Socialist Party is really critical for the world to know. And the founding of the African People's Solidarity Committee was a very important part of Chairman Omali Yeshitela solving the problems left to him unresolved from the defeat of the African Revolution of the 1960s. And one of them was what to do about the white people. What should the African Revolution's relationship to white people be? So the founding of the African People's Solidarity Committee, which took place in St. Petersburg, Florida in 1976, was incredibly historic. The chairman laid out that they were building a cadre organization, more than a mass organization, a cadre organization for political and material support for the party and for the African Revolution. And a number of people signed up for it, but it was very short-lived with that. And it took the party until 1985, almost 10 years really, to consolidate and win those of us who were members of the African People's Solidarity Committee to really become African internationalists and unite with the leadership of the African Revolution as our revolution, as this is that we could come to the same conclusions.
Perhaps one of the most profound party-led campaigns, the struggle to free Desi Woods, smash colonial violence, allowed us to raise up the colonial question and negate the ideological influence of the imperialist white left. During this period, we would meet Omowale K. Fing, a revolutionary giant and member of the party. He was a central organizing force, working alongside 19-year-old Demisha Blackearth, leader of the National Committee to Defend Desi Woods. The case surrounded Woods, an African woman who was sentenced to 22 years in prison for successfully defending herself and friend Cheryl Todd against a colonial rape attempt by a white man in 1975. This campaign had worldwide support, as the Committee to Defend Desi Woods toured internationally. We held countless demonstrations throughout the U.S., including the first demonstration to ever happen inside Plains, Georgia, the hometown of James Earl Carter, U.S. President sitting during the time of this campaign. The slogan to smash colonial violence became a dividing line. The opportunism of the white left was expressing itself in a profound way, as they attempted to make the primary issue one based on women's rights. We were told it would be easier to make this a feminist issue, but we held firm, and after intense struggle made by the people, in 1981, Desi X. Woods was a free woman. During this time, where the party was receiving support and participation from all over, the party organized the African National Prison Organization, a mass organization that brought Africans back into political life with the question of political prisoners. The work to build the party was transforming. The chairman presented the political aspects to building a mass movement, the tactical and strategic objectives for Black liberation in 1977 at a Black Organizers Conference at the University of Massachusetts in Amherst. This presentation, published in the pages of the Burning Spear newspaper, was widely studied throughout the African liberation movement and would inform the way in which we do work going forward.
When the party came out and said, smash colonial violence, that was it. Because that made you have to reckon with the state. And if you know it's the state doing it, not some far-off idea in somebody's head called racism, then you know that if you're in solidarity, you are choosing to be in solidarity with the African working class and oppressed peoples of the world. And you can't hide. You can't hide out anymore. You're going to really acknowledge it, because if it's colonialism, we're a part of it. Colonialism cannot exist on its own. I mean, you can have bad ideas, racist ideas about someone. It does not connect you to them in any way. But when it's colonialism, there has to be a colonizer and a colonized. And that is the ultimate truth. That really is what organizes one in a principled relationship with the African working class, the African Revolution.
Oakland, California, had been a hotbed for African Revolution due to it being the birthplace of the Black Panther Party for self-defense. In many ways, it had been the center of the Black Power movement, and with our work surrounding the Desi Woods campaign and building the Solidarity Front, the party would bring the movement back to life in this city. For 12 years in the 1980s and early 90s, Oakland was the national headquarters of our party. We would conduct our party's first Congress in Oakland in 1981. The party intervened in countless struggles, especially in regards to housing, homelessness, and rent control. In 1984, we led the Community Control of Housing Initiative, known as Measure O, which organized numerous volunteers who delivered more than 300,000 flyers to the doorsteps of Oakland residents, which resulted in winning 29,000 votes on the ballot. Our fierce struggles resulted in the takeover of an abandoned house in East Oakland for a homeless family, a generation before the rise of the Occupy movement. We fought the slumlords every step of the way, while bringing the African community of Oakland back into political life. The party conducted the second historical Freedom Summer project, and in a short time, we built a movement and opened the Uhuru House on MacArthur Boulevard. Huey P. Newton, chairman of the Black Panther Party, made his last speeches at the Uhuru House, passing the torch to the APSP after stating, "It was the party who, following Newton's assassination in 1989, led a major campaign to change the narrative around Huey. After the media slandered him, all of their headlines reading from Prime Minister to Bum. The party declared that we would change those headlines by the time Huey's funeral came. We waged a scorched earth campaign, covering every surface with images and slogans extolling Huey. We also played a huge role in organizing his funeral, having even printed the program. Huey was right. The Black Revolution still had a pulse. Along with our Uhuru House, we would develop more community programs like the Bobby Hutton Freedom Clinic, Uhuru Bakery and Cafe, Spear Graphics, Uhuru Foods and Pies, Uhuru Furniture, and more. We would recruit Bakari Olatunji, one of the leading members of our party today. We would see a powerful leader in the form of Biko Lumumba, and develop a fraternal relationship with Unión do Barrio, the Mexican Liberation Organization. In addition, we raised Lavelle Mixon up as an African martyr, defining this issue for our community after he killed 4 Oakland cops in March of 2009 in an act of African resistance. It has been the party's history in Oakland that has sustained the African community's revolutionary fervor through countless forums, campaigns, marches, and more. Today, the demand for reparations is being hotly debated. Case studies are being done by institutions as a means to legitimize reparations to African people in the U.S. The same forces who were vocally opposed to the demand are now proposing various types of reform or poverty programs as reparations. But why are they discussing this now? It's because the party determined that we would make reparations a household word over 40 years ago. In 1981, the party revised and adopted our 14-point working platform, with point number 11 being, we want the U.S. and the international European ruling class and states to pay Africa and African people for the centuries of genocide, oppression, and enslavement of our people. We took this demand to the streets to be embraced by the African masses. In 1982, the party held the first of 12 consecutive World Tribunals in Brooklyn, New York, where Chairman Omali Yeshitela served as the people's advocate. The proceedings of this tribunal employed the use of international law to prove our case and indict the U.S. on the crime of genocide against African people. The first tribunal featured testimonials from different sectors of the African nation, raising up the crime of genocide as it related to education, poverty, healthcare, prisons, and more. Among the speakers was Comrade Mafundi Lake, political prisoner in the state of Alabama, Afeni Shakur, former member of the Black Panther Party and mother of Tupac Shakur. In our work to build for the first tribunal, we met fierce revolutionary Gaida Cambone and built the African National Reparations Organization. The consecutive tribunals would take place throughout the U.S. They would gain news coverage and interest of Africans from all over. This was not the extent of our reparations work, however. During the Reagan administration and the threat of government assistance cutbacks, the party raised the slogans, "They say cutback, we say payback, reparations now," and "Food stamps hell, reparations now." The responsibility of APSC began to expand. Fight for reparations to the African Revolution. Organize among the colonizer population for reparations to the party's self-determination programs.
We, as the party built the tribunal on reparations to African people, the initial tribunal was in Brooklyn, New York in 1982. That was another chapter, but that was all connected to the same period. But just the party taking on, raising up the demand, a mass demand in the African working class for reparations to African people as a revolutionary demand. And, something that none of the African petty bourgeoisie or white left would support that at all at that time.
The African People's Socialist Party is regarded as 21st century Garveyites. Marcus Garvey organized 11 million Africans into the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League, raising up the slogan, "Africa for Africans, at home and abroad," in recognition that we are one African people. African fundamentalism, the worldview that informed the Garvey movement, has been advanced through the leadership and work of Chairman Omali Yeshitela into African internationalism. African internationalism brought us to the same conclusion, that we are one African people, and our task is to unite and organize the entire, globally dispersed African nation under the leadership of a revolutionary party of the African working class. That is why, at the party's first Congress in 1981, it was resolved to build the African Socialist International.
50 years of African People's Socialist Party leadership has transformed the African National Liberation Movement. When you think of the work the chairman has produced in terms of theory, because until that moment, when you talked about revolutionary theory for national liberation, for world socialism, you have to look into Lenin and Mao and others. But when you look at the work the chairman has produced, you see the intensity, the depthness, of the scientific worldview that he has developed, and which basically he's now in the hands of the African working class. He's just historical. He's just like a earthquake, that basically shakes everything, changes everything. Work we have done just to connect Africans from everywhere. From London, we were able to go everywhere. When you think in the year 2000, in the 90s, we searched, and that was before the first SI conference in 1999. We contacted every organization we heard of. particularly between 1995 and 1999. And sometimes with success, like the Ivory Coast comrade at the time. So we made different groups. There is no group that we didn't reach. If we believe there was a potential to win them to the ASI, and we could do that because we were armed with African internationalism. The correctness of that philosophy just gives you the authority to go anywhere and engage with any organization. You feel that you should win them to the ASI. In fact, every time we went somewhere, we were breaking new grounds. Like, for example, when we went to France, Belgium, Germany, and so on, we did the ALD. In the first one in 2012, people, the African people don't really do ALD in Paris. We introduced it there. Not only we introduced ALD, we introduced also a newspaper, working class newspaper, a revolutionary working class newspaper. For example, this is the first bilingual. We had for the first ALD, you can see it's April or May 2012. That's in French, Expression des familles africaines à Courneuve. So we gave voice to the African working class being expelled by the French state, defending the African working class right to decent housing, So when you flip the newspaper, you get the English side, basically half is English, half is French. So that's new ground because the African working class never had a newspaper of his own anywhere until a burning spear, was given to them. And we went to Germany. We had meetings in Frankfurt. We had meetings in Berlin. We had meetings in Wuppertal. And all these places we introduced Africans to the new evangelism, revolutionary evangelism for the African nation. That if you unite with this thinking, if you put this in practice, you will definitely build a new African nation.
Our work extended throughout Africa, Europe, and the Caribbean, recruiting party members and building organization on the ground, establishing our influence and worldview in every place we touched.
That they believe in a united Africa, where all Africans will come together and be able to enjoy the benefits of Mother Africa. How can they then go to the ANC, who says that Africa belongs to all who live here? There is no principle in that stance. I am sorry. I believe that we have to demand principal relationships among each other. We will not win unless we do that. We cannot be better ANC than the ANC is. We cannot run around trying to find this formula that will not upset anybody like the ANC does. I am telling you, the ANC has now got a copyright on Stalinism in occupied Zambia. So you cannot destroy that copyright. What we have to do is stake out our base among the masses of the oppressed that the Pan-Africanist Congress has done. And then regardless of whether anybody likes it or not, we have to strike out for the freedom of occupied Zambia in solidarity with Africa and African peoples around the world. These are ladies. In Africa! Uhuru! Thank you very much.
Even before the party's founding, Chairman Amalia Shatella recognized that the African Revolution was inherently connected to liberation struggles happening around the world. We demonstrated this by participating in the Puerto Rican Socialist Party influenced Bicentennial Without Colonies in 1976, holding demonstrations in solidarity with the struggle of Iranian peoples starting in 1979, speaking at a conference in solidarity with the FSLN government of Nicaragua, representing the African nation in 1981. In our work to build the African Socialist International, we conducted a tour to France and England in 1983 and met with the Irish Republican Socialist Party in Belfast, Northern Ireland. Shortly after the chairman's visit, their headquarters was burned down and their leader assassinated. In 2015, The chairman would represent Africa at the Dialogue of Nations conference held in Moscow, Russia. The chairman has taken African internationalism everywhere. And just as Ho Chi Minh looked to Garvey, it became increasingly clear that the African Revolution will free up all of humanity. Through our work building the African National Prisons Organization and the African National Reparations Organization, we had established the basis for mass organizing. However, in 1991, the party founded the National People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, later to become the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, IPDEM, in Chicago, Illinois, the place where former Black Panther Party leader Fred Hampton had been assassinated. IPDEM was founded to bring the African masses back into political life, as well as recruit a reserve pool of forces to bring into the party. Through IPDEM, we have waged many anti-colonial campaigns to defend the democratic rights of the African community. The first president of IPDEM was Nkura Njeri, the widow of Fred Hampton and mother of Fred Hampton Jr., who the party defended after being stuck with an 18-year prison sentence for a framed-up arson charge. Perhaps one of the most historic struggles involving IPDEM was the pitched battle between the African community and the colonial state in St. Petersburg, Florida in 1996. The St. Pete police murdered 18-year-old Tyron Lewis on October 24, 1996. The aftermath led to 2 intense battles and a city forever changed. This struggle was known as the Battle of St. Pete.
So the Battle of St. Pete. Whew. Now see, that was like interesting times. And I say interesting because, I had never experienced rebellion. I know St. Pete has a history of rebellion, and the fact that the party is the reason why the people are, have a connection and understanding the material relationship that that we have with this system, and people can identify where the problem's at, and the Battle of St. Pete. It's crazy because it was October 24th is when Tyron Lewis was murdered, and I wasn't on the scene then, but I found out about it. It's crazy. Well, I had a baby, and she was born on the 22nd, so I was in a rough situation as far as relationships wise, but I was totally oblivious to what was happening because I was living like 6th Avenue North, may have been, and 33rd Street. And like I said, I was having a rocky relationship situation. I had a newborn child born on the 22nd. And on the 24th, that evening, after she was, before she was sent home from the hospital, I went to, it was on 34th Street and 5th Avenue North to the gas station. I think it was a Chevron at the time. And I went to use the phone, and, the payphone. And I saw these cops, it was probably about 3 of them or so, and they were in full riot gear. I don't know what's going on, so I pull up to use the payphone, and they cursing me out, telling me to get on about my way. I'm like, what's your problem? Why y'all dressed like that? Y'all, you look kind of foolish. And so one of them was like, oh, he don't know. Okay, so I made my way back to back to the south side, to the house that I was that I had moved to. It sat right on Tyron Lewis Avenue, formerly 18th Avenue South. And when I got to the south side, you saw it was nighttime. It had reached night at that time, and you saw like in the horizons like blazes. It was like luminous light, red. It was yellow. I'm looking. I'm like, what the heck's going on? So I jumped in that 6'5" Impala I had and hit down the road. One significant event when the pigs attacked the Uhuru house, and I think in the paper they said they unloaded all the tear gas canisters they had in the city of St. Pete, and that's a lie. And when they discharged those canisters, they're on fire when they discharge them, and it it was an NP meeting on the 13th of Wednesday, and I was a little late getting there. I was working at a group home, right in Kokiniki, so I'm loading the boys up in the van. So I'm like, I got to get to this meeting. So we get there, the roads are blocked off, and I see the commotion. I see the police shooting this tear gas and stuff at the building, at cars, and there's a lot of smoke and you see fire. And they were like deliberately shooting tear gas at the trees to set the trees on fire. So I was able to maneuver the van through the community and get out, and we ran up. So I took a water hose from the back and just started immediately trying to put the fires out that they started, and it was crazy. And I looked and I saw the side door bust open and people trying to get out, and they're shooting tear gas at people like they were trying to kill people. No joke, they were trying to kill people. And when I say, when you're grounded in the community and there's this and the fact that the movement has been here so long, the people understand who they need to protect. And when I say I looked to my right, and it felt like an army of young people rushing down the road, and they identified what we identified later as Ghostface. They put the T-shirts around their faces. And when I say they protected and saved lives, this community did that. Protecting and save lives, and whatever ammunition they had, they unloaded them, and you saw St. Pete police, they fell back. Now you heard them saying, fall back. They under heavy fire. They were.
Tear gas starts coming through the front door, and now it's a panic, a total panic. People are scrambling, so we lead them into the back room of the Uhuru house, which is actually a gym at the time. Uhuru's gym of our own, black gym of our own. So that door separated the main hall from the gym. So we're getting people to come back in the back as this room is filling up with tear gas. And as a matter of fact, I remember Pop Lancaster took some pictures of the tear gas plume starting to build. I had a very pivotal moment as I coughed from the tear gas in the back. I remember very vividly, people are coughing and trying to recover from the tear gas, and the chairman very calmly looked at me and he says, St. Pete will never be the same if we survive. And I remember thinking, that's not a very reassuring statement.
Today, NPDM is headquartered in St. Louis, Missouri, following the party's building efforts since the Ferguson rebellions of 2014. Columbai Antoinette was appointed as the president, and under her leadership, we've seen NPDM grow its international presence, advance major campaigns like Africans Charge Genocide, Black community control of the police, and more. 2021 marked 30 years of existence for the organization. In 2015, the party also consolidated the African National Women's Organization, or ANWO, to open up our mass front by explicitly organizing African working class women whose significance in shaping the future has ordinarily been undermined through backwards ideas. We also found ANWO to be strategic, to challenge the bourgeois ideology of feminism, to instead arm African working class women with their own theory. ANWO is an international organization that has built a presence throughout the US, in Europe, and Africa, and is led by President Yejide Orunmila. The variety offered through our mass organizing efforts has resulted in the party's incalculable reach. Our party is well known for our beloved economic institutions. Today, scores of shoppers patronize our furniture stores in Oakland, California, and Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Many vendors and customers alike look forward to our One Africa, One Nation markets or our Holiday Uhuru Pies campaigns. The Uhuru movement today has over 50 economic institutions and programs, bringing economic self-reliance to the work of the party and establishing dual and contending power to negate the influence of colonial capitalism. The chairman introduced the concept of dual and contending power to the world, and it has characterized all of our economic development initiatives. Our oldest institution to date is the Burning Spear newspaper, in print for 53 years. The Reparations fundraisers transformed into the institution well known as Uhuru Foods and Pies, based in St. Petersburg, Florida, and Oakland, California. Following the 1985 MOVE bombing, the party went into Philly under the slogan, "Reinforcements are on the way." This history of struggle helps to show we have fought tooth and nail for everything we've built. Through fierce battles, we established Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles, an institution of the African People's Education and Defense Fund. Today, located at 832 North Broad Street, this institution has spin-off businesses like Enzo, African Styles at Home and Abroad, and recently, Uhuru on the Move. We also built the One Africa, One Nation flea markets, health festivals, book fairs, all of which have been responsible for employing hundreds of African vendors. Through the All African People's Development and Empowerment Project, or APDEP, African Skills for African Liberation, the party opened up a new front to access scientists, doctors, and the like, to win them to turn their skills over to the African nation. Headquartered in Huntsville, Alabama, and under the leadership of Dr. Aisha Fields, APDEP has paved the way in African independent agriculture with our community gardens in Huntsville and Houston. Our disaster relief program, Project Black Ankh, was developed to negate the colonial Red Cross. We traveled to Sierra Leone during the Ebola crisis, built a maternal health clinic that helped to safely deliver 300 African babies, and in the last several years, APDEP has provided the African internationalist response to the colonial virus, COVID-19. The economic work is led by Deputy Chair Ona Zene Shatella, upon whose arrival represented a new era in party building. The work under DC Ona's leadership saw the rapid development and professionalism of our institutions and practices within the party. She instituted manuals and plans of actions, reporting processes, and in 2017, she developed a dynamic recruitment program known as the N2U Volunteer Brigade. She advanced the nonprofit sector of our movement through the African People's Education and Defense Fund, and forged Black Star Industries, a longtime vision of the chairman, reflective of Garvey's Black Star steamship line and other economic initiatives that sought to free up African workers from the traps of colonial capitalism. Just as we did in Philly in the 80s and 90s, DC Ona went into St. Louis, Missouri, and began work building the Black Power Blueprint Project. In the heart of the African working class community, we now have our Uhuru House Community Center, our Gary Brooks Community Garden, and One Africa, One Nation Market, our towering red, black, and green flag, housing for our African Independence Workforce Program, with a community basketball court, African Women's Health Center, and Bakery Cafe on the way. Within the last several years, we've also introduced the Buy Black Power campaign that allows for African business owners to connect, buy, and sell to one another as part of a conscious mission to economically empower the African community. This by no means is an exhaustive list of our work in this area. Our economic work has not solely been for the purposes of sustaining the African Revolution. It is a part of the anti-colonial struggle to overthrow the system of colonial capitalism and lay the ground for an independent African economy. In 2008, with the selection of Barack Hussein Obama for U.S. President, the party initiated the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations, uniting African organizations to a basic set of principles. This formation helped to expose that the election of Obama represented the defeat of the Black Revolution of the 60s. Through this coalition, we have demystified neocolonialism or white power in blackface. We hold annual marches on the White House, bringing the demands of the African working class to the center of the so-called progressive anti-fascist movement. In 2015, the party held the Black People's Grand Jury to indict Darren Wilson with the murder of 18-year-old Mike Brown. During the rebellions, Chairman took to the streets of Ferguson, marching with the people and politicizing the situation at hand.
Place else is because of young Africans right here in Ferguson who stood up. I don't want to hear any criticism of these young Africans who resisted. It is because these young people stood up and they fought. They fought back like you're supposed to fight. When you are occupied, when your community is occupied, and they're shooting you down in the streets, you are supposed to fight back.
Throughout our party's history, we have utilized the electoral arena as a means to build a mass movement, raising the demands of our community. In 2017, the party ran candidates in St. Petersburg, Florida, on a platform of reparations, gaining national coverage, including a profile in Ebony magazine. In 2021, we ran Impedum President Columbai and Danette for Alderwoman in St. Louis under the slogan, Revolutionary Times, Revolutionary Solutions, going up against a dynasty of neocolonialists. In 2019, Chairman Amalia Shitelo represented the African nation at Oxford, debating the question of whether or not there should be a closer African union. The chairman's position received resounding applause as he was the clear winner.
We have to be able to break out of this, but it's going to take revolution in order to do this. African revolution in order to do this. African revolution that will destroy imperialism and the world economy that's responsible for the growing immiseration of the masses of people around the world. Uhuru.
And it doesn't stop there. The party continues to build, seizing new territory, leaving no arena uncontested. We've ushered in a new period of struggle, and cadre members of our movement are being forged like steel.
But the key thing is going to be whether Africans, we, assume responsibility for our future and assume responsibility for the future. And Africa is critical to the future, because here's where the real communism is going to come about, is because the colonial mode of production built into itself its own disaster. It has dispersed Africans all around the world. Every place we are located in Africa and other places central to the production, the capitalist production as such. That means that organized, ideologically informed, with the revolutionary theory and what have you, with the revolutionary party, then Africa and African people have the ability to bring the entire thing down and to grow a new world that's truly not primitive communism, but the real McCoy, as a consequence of those of us who function as the pedestal of this entire thing, get the power over our own lives, over the productive processes of the world, and create a whole new mode of production. And so that's what I think these 50 years contributes to, that we've been involved in up to now. But only we hold the winning hand if we take advantage of who we are, where we're located in the world, the revolutionary theory that we produce, the revolutionary organization that we've created, and this history of this history of unending struggle, this of our party that's representative of the history of our people, the relentless struggle for 50 years for the redemption of Africa, not for the freedom of some barbecue stand in the south of the United States, but for the redemption of Africa. It's our time. Uhuru.
Uhuru, right. Let's give a round of applause for that incredible documentary. And we are once again joined by the Director of Agitation and Propaganda and the director of that film that we just watched, Akile, Director Akile Anai. Good to see you again. Uhuru.
Uhuru, I'm still here.
Still here, relentless.
Relentless.
Well, I just want to appreciate again the work that was put into that powerful revolutionary history piece that you produced, and salute you for the incredible work on that. And just going through and experiencing that tour, that quick 1 hour tour through the glorious and powerful history of the African People's Socialist Party is incredibly moving. I mean, to hear the stories firsthand from the people who lived it, from the chairman and Chimaranga, who was there in the early days of Jomo and the African People's Socialist Party, to hearing from Ntambwe about the 1996 rebellions, and Penny Hess and everybody that was able to speak from experience about these incredibly historic events that took place that form the fabric of the legacy of the African People's Socialist Party. It's very overwhelming and moving to watch this, and something I've watched many times, and definitely want to continue to screen and have people study and know this history, because it is very important for white people to know the history of the African People's Socialist Party, and to see ourselves as part of that history when we have the opportunity to become a part of that history, when we join the Uhuru Solidarity Movement and work in the white community under the leadership of the African working class and the African People's Socialist Party. So just want to salute that. And Director Akile, when was this made? Was this February of this year?
It was February of this year. Yes.
Pre-FBI raid.
Very much pre-FBI raid. Very much pre. I was gonna make a comment about that as I was watching it. I was like, this was produced the same year the party was attacked by the FBI, but as we know, it happened July 29th, the attacks, and this was definitely produced in the end of January, in the beginning of and premiered in the beginning of February.
So I want to talk about that in just a minute, because that seems very significant that the party's 50-year anniversary is rung in, if you will, by the FBI raiding the leaders of the African People's Socialist Party. I'd love to hear, as one of the people who was raided, and as one of the people who was named an unindicted co-conspirator, and I'm referring to you, that, you know, what how you see that, how you see the significance of that. But actually, before we get to that, the chairman talked about the mural in that documentary, and I was wondering if you have been to City Hall recently, or if you have any idea what is going on with that wall. Last time I was in St. Pete, the wall was still blank. I know they had tried to put up a plaque, and the chairman said, if you put up that plaque, I'm going to take that plaque down. So I'm wondering if you have any updates on that. Do you know what's going on the wall of City Hall these days?
Well, I'm happy to say that the city of St. Pete has no updates for that wall. Yeah, as far as I know, it is still very much blank. And in fact, I think you can see a little bit of where the paint might have been chipped off after the chairman tore down the mural. So yes, they have not been able to cover over that history, which is what they've attempted to do with that plaque. That's what that plaque represented, was, you know, trying to cover and revise history. So yeah, but the chairman's imprint still remains on the walls of City Hall. So
that is very powerful. And when we talk about the war of ideas, that is a very bold in
Yeah.
saying what the War of Ideas looks like.
Well, I mean, even it hanging in City Hall was a part of the War of Ideas. I mean, you had this depiction of African people in this public building that's representing the government, the local government. And so it also expresses the sentiment of the local government to the African population. And at the time, the St. Pete City Hall was the place where you paid your utility bills and things like that. So Africans were constantly confronted with this horrible white nationalist characterization of who we are. And this is how we've been defined since we came into contact with the colonizer. So it's a whole assault on African people and our identity and things like that. And it's just constantly reinforced. So yeah, the War of Ideas is, like I said, very powerful, and it's all around you. And so that mural hanging up was a part of the War of Ideas, and of course the chairman and his and tearing down that mural, and the blankness of that mural in City Hall today also represents a significant leap forward in the whole War of Ideas. So
Definitely. And I'm joined by Mads here, by the way.
hey, Mads.
Anything you want to ask or contribute?
Well, yeah, I mean, I was in St. Pete for the first time, visiting, and knowing that it's the city where the chairman grew up, and I know we call it the place where the first act of Black Power happened.
Yep.
Really powerful to be there, and just know that the Uhuru movement and the chairman has really, had a relentless history.
Yes.
So just really profound to be there. It's grateful.
Definitely.
Happy to return to.
That reminds me, one of my favorite Uhuru Planet products that we have is a t-shirt. We also have it as a hoodie, and it has a picture of the chairman marching down Central Avenue in St. Petersburg in 1966, holding the mural in his hands. And it's a black and white photo. Is it somewhere behind us? It's that picture. Yeah, you can't see it, but all right. You're gonna get a glance at it in just a moment, but and it says on the shirt, it says St. Petersburg, Florida, the first act of Black Power. And it's really powerful because people here in St. Louis buy that shirt and buy that hoodie. And okay, here we go. Let's take a look at it.
The shirt, but okay.
So this is it right here. It says home of the first act of Black Power is actually what it says. And people buy this shirt. Is Director Kulea still with us?
I'm here.
Oh, okay. Sorry, you were frozen, but
Oh.
and people buy this shirt, and people buy it without necessarily even knowing what it's portraying, I guess, because it's just a really awesome picture. And then usually, like, people go, "Oh, I like that one." I'm like, "Oh yeah, you know about St. Pete?" And they're like, "No, what's that?" I'm like, "Oh, okay, well, St. Petersburg, Florida, that's where this happened." And then we tell them about it, and they're like, "Wow, that's really cool." And so St. Petersburg spends a lot of money. The city hall actually allocated like $250,000 towards hiring Instagram influencers to try to promote St. Petersburg as like a cool, hip, white gentrifier tourist kind of place. So I love the idea that there's people walking around St. Louis and other places promoting the real St. Petersburg, Florida, with this t-shirt and this powerful history of Chairman Omali Yeshitela. So that's really cool.
Yes.
So Director Kulea, before we end our interview with you, I wanted to come back around to the question of the significance of the FBI attack on the African People's Socialist Party, on you, on Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Deputy Chair, the party, the Solidarity Movement, in the context of the 50-year history, the 50-year anniversary of the party that you portrayed in that documentary. If you could comment on that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that what's significant is if people are still looking for an explanation for why the Federal Bureau of Investigation would attack the African People's Socialist Party, you know, that could be understood by watching this documentary, to see the, you know, just this whole incredible history, the contributions, and I mean this in the most literal sense, how the chairman and the existence of the African People's Socialist Party has shaped the future, and has, you know, contributed to, you know, the struggles of the peoples of the world who have been fighting against this imposition of this parasitic social system for 600 years. And, you know, we look at the African People's Socialist Party, we see the vanguard of that struggle, the only vehicle that has assumed the responsibility of completing the Black Revolution, the only organization that's been able to sum up that our revolution was defeated, and that we had to sum those problems up, those contradictions up, and as a means to advance our struggle. So, you know, this is the vehicle that's making that possible. It is the thing that stands between the colonialists and our Africa and African people. And, you know, because when we look at the future of this dying social system, of course, you know, immediately we can say that, you know, its inevitable fall is on the horizon, but they project their future in Africa. And Africa has always been the source of, you know, when we talk about this whole colonial mode of production, in terms of producing, you know, everything in society. What we know today about society is rooted in this whole colonial mode of production. And, you know, and they talk about their plans for the future and environmental sustainability and economy and things like that. You look, and their plans are directed towards Africa, and the African People's Socialist Party is the thing that stands between it, because not only does it defend Africa, but it says that Africa belongs to African people, and that we are fighting to take back our Africa, and we won't stop till we are successful, which means Africa is not up for grabs. And that is a serious problem for the colonial capitalists whose lifeblood depends on what it is that they can continue robbing from Africa. So, you know, it's this whole contradiction that the colonial powers of the world are presented with, where for hundreds of years they've been able to just compete amongst themselves for you know, the piece of the colonial loot, but now they have to deal with African people ourselves fighting for our own land, our own independence, and to reclaim our land, our labor, our resources, both human and material. So this puts a huge damper in their future plans. And so they have to come for the vanguard, that vehicle, which is the African People's Socialist Party. And, you know, we can't make any bones about it. This is why the APSP specifically was attacked.
Right.
Not any other organization. It was African People's Socialist Party that was attacked because it assumed a certain task, a certain responsibility. And not only did it assume it, but it's been successful for 50 years, despite what's supposed to happen to revolutionary organizations who challenge the existence of the colonial mode of production. Because we've seen what happens to those organizations in the 60s. So the party has done, you know, what was supposed to be impossible in having a lifespan of 50 years, but not just existing, you know, but to have real practical, real world impact, you know, that this is what the African People's Socialist Party is responsible for. So, you know, there's a whole absurd claim within this indictment that came from the Federal Bureau of Investigation about Russia being the puppeteer, and you know, we're just operating you know, as little puppets on behalf of the Russian government. But you look at this documentary, you see 50 years of history, and ain't no Russian attached to that. It's Chairman Amalia Shatella, and you know, and the leadership of the African working class. So you know, anyway, I know I went over that, went a little over, but I just wanted to, you know, say those things. If people are looking for an explanation, let this 50-year documentary serve as that. This is the basis for the attack against the African People's Socialist Party, and they want to crush these efforts, but that's not possible. And if this 24-hour telethon is any indication, they can't stop it. So, girl.
Thank you so much for being on the telethon with us 4 times actually throughout this past 20 hours, no, 16 hours, something like that. We really appreciate it. It's been an honor to have you on, and just want to unite with the last statement that you made, that the FBI wants to give the Russians credit for all the brilliance and genius of the African People's Socialist Party. That's not going to fly. The African working class deserves the credit for that. Chairman Amali Shantella, the vanguard party of the African working class, is what's been behind all of this, including those incredible electoral campaigns that the FBI wants to attribute to the Russians. That was the strategy and genius of the African People's Socialist Party and the African working class. It is an insult. It is a slander. It is, just as the chairman said, it's more of the same old white nationalist degradation of African people, that Africans require somebody else to tell them what to do or to lead their struggle. And it's appalling, frankly. It's you know, just incredibly vile and offensive slander by this government. But I appreciate what you just said, that in some ways, this documentary that you made could be retitled "Why the FBI Attacked the Uhuru Movement." I mean, that's basically the story.
Yeah.
You want the answer to that question, you're going to need to sit down and listen to a 50-year story about revolution and rebuilding the Black Revolution after its military defeat in the 1960s, and gaining so much power and strength that this dying, desperate US government feels the need to come in and try to bring it down. But it is not going to work this time around. The chairman summed up all of the unresolved contradictions left over from the 1960s and developed the science and the strategy and the organization to ensure that this time around the African Revolution will win. And the solidarity movement is a part of that, strategy, another front behind enemy lines to make the imperialist ruling class have to fight in its own home, so to speak, in its own backyard. And that is really significant. So Director Kulea, thank you so much for being with us. And I did want to let you know that your presence and the film inspired 2 donations towards our telethon. One from the chair of the Hands Off Uhuru campaign, the incredible Mwezi Odom, who put in $15, Uhuru, and Kai, who put in $100. Uhuru to Kai, Uhuru.
True.
Uhuru. Thank you so much, Director Kulea.
Uhuru, comrades. Uhuru. Thank you.
Uhuru. All right. So that was really, really powerful and amazing to have Director Kulea on, as always.
For sure.
And let's see. So we have raised $36,946. That's
Amazing. We really want to appreciate all our supporters today, all our donors today, everyone who's watching right now. We're raising money for the Kulea Women's Health Center, part of the Black Power Blueprint. If anything that you've heard or anything that you've seen, if you support the Uhuru movement, if you support, the Uhuru movement against these attacks of the FBI, put in any amount you can at blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. Help us get to that $50,000 goal before 7 a.m. Central Time.
I feel like we can make this happen. And we still got over 5 hours left on this telethon. So we can do this. We can raise these resources. We can bring in these reparations. You can go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. And here to tell you a little bit more about what that means and what that looks like is Ali Ayala.
Uhuru.
Uhuru, comrades, how's it going?
It's going great. How are you?
It's going great. I'm really glad to be on this 24-hour telethon. That was a fantastic interview with Director Kulea and movie. So should we raise some resources?
Let's do it.
We shall.
Alrighty. Well, as everyone knows, as Jesse just said, we are here for to raise resources for the Uhuru Kulea African Women's Health Center. We have a goal to raise $50,000, and that can definitely be done, as Jesse said. And so we have what did we say, 7 hours left? So that's definitely doable to raise the resources that we have left to go. And you can donate today by going to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center and contributing to these amazing programs. And I just wanted to say, I guess, a little bit about why I am supporting the Black Power Blueprint, or one of the things that really struck me from the appeal that was done earlier today with Comrade Rage and President Columbai and ORED Director Kitty. One of the things that they talked about is how white women are often like, oh man, I had such a great experience giving birth. I loved giving birth. This was, such a beautiful time in my life. And as you know, it should be such a beautiful time in people's lives, but in knowing, friends and family and people who have had children, that they have experienced that, and to realize you don't hear these stories until you go that Comrade Rage and President Columbai were saying, where there are babies being born at such an early childhood, or being born prematurely, and the extreme stress and the lack of care from the doctors and the nurses. And that doesn't exist in white hospitals with white families, and white women who are having babies. It's often this like beautiful natural or experience, or very well cared for. And one of the things they talked about was just the neglect that doctors and nurses and the medical system just has for African women that are having children. And that's why the disparities are so incredibly great. And I think that just really resonated with me, because there's only one way to change that, and that's by putting the healthcare in the hands of the African working class, because the African working class wouldn't treat their own community like the only way to change that is by giving them the power to feed, clothe, and house themselves, and really take control of this process. So I thought that was really significant, and that's why I'm supporting the Black Power Blueprint program and the African Women's Health Center, because this is the only thing that is going to actually change the material conditions that are on the ground. So yeah, Mads, do you want to add why you're supporting the Black Power Blueprint and Uhuru Kulea Health Center today?
Yeah, I mean, I've been a member of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement for about 5 years or so now, and really, I would support anything the Uhuru movement puts out. So that's a given. But I really, when I heard about the Women's Health Center and the doula training program, I actually have been a trained doula in the past, and have done that before. And it was sort of, I was when I was a teenager, actually. Still, it was sort of my first clue into something was wrong when I thought about the medical, industry and the healthcare that, at the time I was thinking women in general were getting, and specifically around birth and like that. So I wanted to do something, and I was a part of that. And, a lot of the home birth and the midwifery and the doula community that I was around was the white community. So, just knowing that this health center is going to, and what's kind of silly too is that a lot of the things about natural childbirth are what African women have been doing since the beginning of time, but all of those tools and all of those education has been stripped away by colonialism. So really, it's about returning their resources in the form of their own medical health care. And I wanted to read just a quick statistic that really shows what a difference this health center is going to make, because it doesn't exist in a vacuum. It's going to impact the community greatly. on such a huge level. A study showed Black infant mortality reduced by half when a Black doctor provided treatment. Another showed that Black men, when seen by Black doctors, more often agreed to certain preventative measures. And data showed that over 60% of Black medical school enrollees plan to practice in underserved communities, compared with less than 30% of whites. So I know that they're going to staff the health center with, African doulas and doctors, and just really create a powerful beginning to life and support for African families. And I know we've got a statement ready, is that right? That we do a video statement from Don Fitz from St. Louis, from the Green Party, to also talk more about why us and my community supports the Black Power Blueprint.
Uhuru.
This is Don Fitz with the Green Party of St. Louis. I'm urging everybody to support the African Women's Health Center, which is part of the Black Power Blueprint. I come at this from a point of view, somebody who's written about Cuba and visited Cuba multiple times. I've seen what they do with community medicine in Cuba. Cuba includes modern medicine, but it's also based very much on traditional healing, things like acupuncture and types of healing that are used all over the world, including Africa. And I think that Cuba shows us how you can have excellent healthcare on a local community level, because that's exactly what happens in Cuba. And recently, during the COVID outbreak, Cuba maintained its life expectancy, actually increased it slightly, while at the same time, the US has lost 2 or 3 years of life expectancy. The difference in the US and Cuba is that Cuba focuses on good health care for women and children and good health care for the poorest of communities. While, of course, in the United States, we know that health care is very much neglected for the poor communities. So with this in mind, I really want to encourage everybody to donate to the African Women's Health Center.
Uhuru.
Uhuru. Well, thanks to Don for that statement from the Green Party, and you can be like Don and donate at blackpowerblueprint.org/health center.
Absolutely. And I do want to appreciate Don, who donated earlier, as well as the Green Party, Angelica, Digger, Barbara, and others who are part of this organization called CAMP here in St. Louis, who gave a $3,000 grant last year to the Black Power Blueprint basketball court, and who have been supporters of the Black Power Blueprint over the years. So we just really want to salute all of them and thank you for the statement. And I think that, one thing that we are able to understand, being under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party, is that in the United States, the colonial healthcare system is actually used to harm African people. It's not only that there's it neglects the African population, it's actually a place that it's like the prison system, it's like the education system, it's like any other facet of the colonial mode of production, of the colonial system. It is weaponized against African people because it's for profit. And anything that's for profit under colonial capitalism is going to come at the expense of African people, because the whole colonial profit-making machinery rests upon the backs of the oppression and exploitation of African people. And, Lisa Davis, who is the chair of the healthcare working group for the Black is Back Coalition, she has talked about how African people, when they go into the prison, like African political prisoners and things like that, the movement will organize for groups of people to go in and see them and visit them and make sure that they're okay, because they know what happens to African people inside the prison system. And she's saying that the healthcare, the hospital, is the same exact thing. And if an African person has to go into a hospital, they might die, and not because of their illness, but because of something that happens to them in the hospital at the hands of the people running the hospital. And it's really important to understand that. And there's a lot of different actual real life examples that you can look at how the colonial healthcare system is one of the most dangerous places to be for an African person. And that just reinforces why it's so important for there to be Black community controlled healthcare. And what a beautiful and incredible concept and vision and goal that is, for it to be something that's in the hands of the people and controlled by the interests of the African working class. And, you know, we had on earlier yesterday, the former head nurse from the Homer G. Phillips Hospital. And just talking about the difference that it made for African people, even to just go to a Black hospital,
Right.
you know, to have African doctors, African nurses and things like that. Like, what a difference that made alone. And so this is very exciting and very important. And it is something that we want to just shout out people who have contributed, including Janet, who put in $150. And I really like that because that brought us over the 36,000 into the 37,000. So we're now at $37,096 raised. Uhuru, thank you, Janet.
Thank you.
And Janet went to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center to make that contribution, and you can do the same. Uhuru.
Uhuru, Janet.
I know we just showed the video.
We do have another video.
We do have, yes. Mads, do you want to go ahead and introduce our next video?
Yeah, sure. So we're going to share a very powerful video. It's called From Garvey to O'Malley, summing up the anti-colonial movement between Marcus Garvey, who was responsible for organizing millions of African people in an anti-colonial African self-determination movement in the 1920s and 30s, and Chairman Omali Yeshitela, who leads the Uhuru movement today.
More than 100 years of history of our revolutionary struggle for African liberation and unification is concentrated in the relentless leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the African People's Socialist Party. In the 1920s, Marcus Garvey, an African born in Jamaica, built the largest ever anti-colonial, anti-imperialist, revolutionary organization of African workers in history. The Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League recruited over 11 million Africans worldwide in the United States, Africa, the Caribbean, Europe, and elsewhere. Their slogan demand was Africa for the Africans, those at home and abroad. Garvey's movement was not a struggle for integration into the colonial capitalist system, but for African independence and Black power. It was an assault on the colonial mode of production, the foundation of the parasitic capitalist world economy built on our enslavement, dispersal, pillage, rape, and theft of resources that holds the world's oppressed in its vicious grip up to now. The UNIA built dynamic, anti-colonial economic and cultural institutions such as the Black Cross nurses, factories, grocery stores, restaurants, a printing press, a steamship company called the Black Star Line, and its own incipient military force known as the African Legion. Garvey and the UNIA represented a magnificent offensive against imperialism. It was for this reason that the US government and its neo-colonial lackeys, including the NAACP and W.E.B. Du Bois, moved to crush Garvey and the UNIA. In 1925, the US government sentenced Marcus Garvey to 5 years in prison. 2 years later, he was deported to Jamaica, derailing the significance of the UNIA.
In the aftermath of Garvey's imprisonment, the overall African liberation movement was reduced to a defensive posture. Instead of fighting for power, assimilationist, petty bourgeois stooges, such as Du Bois, begged for the right to integrate into the colonial capitalist system. The civil rights movement of the 1950s was a continuation of this defensive posture following the elimination of Garvey, who had built the most effective vehicle for the advancement of anti-colonial politics for Africans and oppressed peoples anywhere in the world. Off of the civil rights era, there was the reemergence of the Garvey-influenced movement for Black Power. With the rise of SNCC, Malcolm X, the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense, JOMO, and others, our anti-colonial struggle began to resurface. Again, as with Garvey in the 1920s, our movement for freedom and independence came under attack. The U.S. government's counterinsurgency war crushed the Black Revolution of the 1960s. They jailed and assassinated our leaders. They murdered Malcolm X, Fred Hampton, and over 30 members of the Black Panther Party. They tortured and assassinated Patrice Lumumba in Congo. They overthrew Kwame Nkrumah in Ghana. They murdered Robert Sobukwe in occupied Azania. They wounded, then assassinated Che in Bolivia. Their intention was to destroy forever the revolutionary will of African and other colonized peoples to fight for power and control over our own lives.
Throughout all of this death and mayhem, there was one thread that could not be broken. One emergent force who fought relentlessly to keep the revolution alive. That force is Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the African People's Socialist Party. Though Garvey died in London, England, today, the cry of Africa for Africans continues to resonate because the party is here. Lumumba, Sobukwe, and Nkrumah are dead, but the African Revolution is alive today in Africa because the party is here.
The history of the African Revolution is concentrated within our 50-year history.
Malcolm X, Huey Newton, and Fred Hampton are dead, but the African Revolution lives today throughout the US, Europe, Africa, and the world because the party is here. In the face of brutal, dangerous conditions, including assassinations, arrests, beatings, and jailings, the party, under the leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela, has been the relentless force rebuilding and maintaining the focus of the international African struggle against colonial domination for the total liberation of Africa and African people. It is our Chairman Omali Yeshitela whose relentless leadership over the past more than 50 years gives life to the famous declaration by Fred Hampton. You can kill the revolutionary, but you can't kill the revolution. It was our chairman who worked to solve every unresolved problem left behind in the debris of the broken and defeated Black Revolution of the 1960s.
Chairman O'Malley developed the advanced revolutionary theory, strategy, and organization to tackle every question, including the need for revolutionary theory, the political basis for the Vanguard Party, the role of the electoral arena in the struggle for African freedom, the struggle for reparations as a function of the revolution. The question of white people's responsibility to join in overturning the parasitic colonial capitalist system by working under the party's leadership. And strategic unity with all colonized and oppressed peoples fighting for liberation from the yoke of imperialist domination. Garvey's African fundamentalism of the 20th century is Chairman Omali Yeshitela's African internationalism of today. The UNIA is gone, but the African People's Socialist Party and the African Socialist International are alive and growing. We salute the relentlessness of the chairman and the party on its historic 50th anniversary.
Not only the past struggle, but the future of African people is found in the leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the African People's Socialist Party. Africa will be free, and African people will be self-determining once again. As Garvey once predicted, when our party is victorious, the red, black, and green flag will fly from the hilltops of Africa. Garvey lives. Africa for the Africans at home and abroad. One Africa, one nation. Long live Chairman Omali Yeshitela. Long live the African People's Socialist Party.
Long live Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Uhuru, everyone. You are tuned in to the 24-hour Reparations Telethon. Unity through
Reparations.
Right. It is 2:12 a.m. Central. And it's just, what is it? It's only midnight or something over there where you are, right, Alec?
Yeah, we're doing okay. We're doing all right.
Shout out to the people in the Eastern Standard Time, 3 a.m. over there. But this has been an incredible telethon, and I just want to salute that video that was made by the Office of Chairman Amalia Shatella, and it really captures so beautifully the historical significance of Chairman Amalia Shatella as a continuation of what Marcus Garvey fought and died for, to build a worldwide movement of African people uniting in the struggle for their liberation and unification. And Chairman Amalia Shatella represents the Garvey movement of today, represents the return of that fight, that will, that struggle in the 21st century. So that was just a really powerful video, and just want to salute that. Uhuru.
Yeah, and just seeing how Chairman has carried on that legacy, and how the government and all of these things have tried to change the course of the African resistance movement. And the chairman says, no, we're doing what the Garvey movement was set out to do, which was to get Africa for Africans and Black power back in the hands of the African working class, and solving some problems of the revolution. The chairman has done that, especially with us as white people. What is our role in revolution? What can us white people do? And what you can do today is donate to the Black Power Blueprint to support the Uhuru Kulea Women's Health Center at blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. Ali, did you have anything to add about the video or?
Yeah, Uhuru. Well, one of the things, it's like the chairman and the Uhuru movement has followed in the footsteps in terms of African self-determination and fighting against colonialism. And then the video also showed that the trajectory of also the FBI or government attacks, it's like they almost go hand in hand with each other. As the party, or as the movement, or Garvey, it showed Nkrumah, it showed Fred Hampton, and people that were murdered in the revolution that the chairman and the party picked up. And that's tied directly with the FBI attacks. And so it's kind of, I think, Jesse, you said in the last one, closed out the 50 years with the FBI attacks on the Uhuru movement. And I think it just validates what the party is doing, and what the Uhuru movement is doing, because it just shows the serious threat that it is to this current system. So that was just something that stuck out to me as well.
Yeah, I wanted to say on that, I appreciate Ali bringing up the point about the FBI, and just the history of the FBI is the history of the colonial counterinsurgency against the African Revolution. And the FBI in its early days was led for almost 50 years, I believe, was the duration of the time that J. Edgar Hoover was the director of the FBI. And in its early days, it was really focused on destroying the Garvey movement in the 1920s. I mean, we often talk about COINTELPRO in the 1960s, but it wasn't called COINTELPRO, but it was the exact same thing in the 1920s. They were focused on destroying the Garvey movement, which has really been written out of history. I mean, I certainly did not know much at all, if anything, about Marcus Garvey before I joined the Uhuru movement, and learning that there was this African man born in Jamaica, lived in Harlem, and built a movement of up to 11 million African people. And I've heard the chairman say that we often refer to the Garvey movement as like the largest African organization or anti-imperialist organization of its time. And the chairman's like, it was the largest anti-imperialist organization, period.
All time.
I mean, the Garvey movement had more branches than the Communist International. It had more, I mean, it was massive. It existed in Cuba, it existed all throughout Africa, all throughout the United States. It was huge here in St. Louis, by the way, and East St. Louis. In fact, in East St. Louis, Illinois, after the massacre, the white nationalist mass murder that took place in, somebody can fact check it, but I'm pretty sure it was 1917 in East St. Louis. Garvey came to East St. Louis and gave a speech that really catapulted him to fame and really was the basis for the rise of his political career and political work as a leader in the African liberation movement. And that was in response to the lynchings and the murder that took place there in East St. Louis. And which was just like Tulsa, Oklahoma, or Rosewood, where the white people came in and just destroyed the entire African community, violently murdered people, children, women, men. So I think that's really important, and that the FBI recruited its first African FBI agent to infiltrate the Garvey movement. That was as the chairman says, they integrated the FBI in order to infiltrate the Garvey movement. And there's these books that this man named Ward Churchill wrote that we look at sometimes about the history of the FBI. One is called Agents of Repression, and the other one is called the COINTELPRO Papers. And they talk about the history of the FBI and what they did to the Black liberation movement. And he has in the COINTELPRO Papers, he actually has like copies of the memos and files that were circulated within the FBI in the early 1920s regarding the Garvey movement. And it was interesting to see one of the things they tried to pin on Garvey was that he was a Soviet agent. They tried to build a case that he was a Russian agent, which is exactly what they're saying.
Come up with something new.
I know. It's like 100 years later, they're using the same playbook. But also, they held they did two separate so-called investigations, and their spies and stuff kept coming back to J. Edgar Hoover and saying, like, we got nothing on this guy. Like, we can't come up with anything. So he was like, go back and come up with something. So they eventually cooked up this bogus mail fraud charge. That was what they used to arrest and imprison Garvey, mail fraud. And they convicted him, they imprisoned him, and then they deported him and basically destroyed the Garvey movement through doing that. So it's important to know that history. But the other thing I wanted to mention about that is who was involved in the destruction of the Garvey movement in collaboration with the FBI was the white left. And the Communist Party USA, which was pretty much the most influential white leftist organization of that time, they had a campaign called Garvey Must Go. So not imperialism must go, or US war must go, or lynchings must go. This was 1920s where there was like lynchings going on all over the United States. No, their slogan was Garvey must go. And they wanted to have Africans under their control and under their leadership. And basically, as the chairman helps us understand, under the colonial mode of production, even white workers sit on the pedestal of the oppression of African people and benefit from the exploitation of African people and genocide against African and indigenous people. So even the white workers and the white left, when left to our own devices, without being under the leadership of the African working class and the anti-colonial struggle, are going to try to gain something better for ourselves by stepping up on their backs and try to organize Africans under our white leadership in order to use the energy and momentum of African struggle to propel our own white agenda forward, which is exactly what the Communist Party wanted to do. They wanted to organize Africans, but Africans didn't want to join the Communist Party. They wanted to join the Garvey movement that actually represented their interests. So that's why they set out on a campaign to try to destroy the Garvey movement. They actually worked with the FBI to do that. So that goes back to the point you were making, Mads, that this is why it is so important that the African People's Socialist Party created the Solidarity Committee and the Uhuru Solidarity Movement to give white people a place to have a principled, accountable relationship, because it means when we do something opportunist, which we do, because we're still the colonizers, we still have a material relationship to the social system that informs our actions. So of course we are going to, and we're white, we bring whiteness and the ideology, the assumptions, the tendencies that we accumulate throughout a lifetime of being a white person. We bring that into this movement, but we're held accountable by the leadership of the colonized African working class. And it's very liberating and very empowering to have the opportunity to be accountable and be able to become human beings through this relationship with the African Revolution, which is the revolution for the whole world, including for us.
Yes.
So, Uhuru.
Uhuru, yes, and one of the things that the chairman of the party calls on us to do is to create a culture of reparations.
Yes. Yeah.
This telethon is part of it, but I also want to cut to a video of our comrade Jackson, who has a really powerful song contributing to this culture of reparations.
Unity through reparations! Unity through reparations! Unity through reparations! Reparations now!
We know that we've been lied to. There's two realities. There's the one that we've been raised in, and the one we pretend we don't see. We don't want the guilt, but our lives are built on murder, rape, and theft. To pretend is not an option now. We wonder what is left. Genocide is raging on without an end in sight. We shut down lots of highways. We hashtag every night. But every 18th hour we see white power kill Africans and go free. We want to know what we can do to stand in solidarity. Stolen land, for all the wealth we
song written by our comrade Jackson and performed by his brother Morgan. I know that song really energized us here at the Solidarity Center. So just really appreciate that, all the powerful images. And if you're just tuning in, you're tuning into the 4th annual 24-hour telethon of the Reparations Telethon, where we are raising resources for the Uhuru Kulea Women's Health Center that is going to be bringing a doula program and healthcare to the Black working class here in St. Louis. And I want to welcome our new comrade for the segment, Hallie, to help us with another round of Uhuru trivia.
Awake and back. So,
all right,
roll.
Yeah, you want me to start off?
Yeah, well, first should we review how the rule of, well, really good. So, how it works is Comrade Matt and I are going to read out these questions, and you can put your answers in the chat if you're watching online. And for folks in the room here, you can just quietly hold it to yourself. This is kind of a socialist competition where everyone wins. And one day we'll develop it more with like points and like a whole system. But right now we just want to test your knowledge. How much do you know about the Uhuru movement for African liberation? So, can you, AV team, can you forward the slides to number 6? There we go. Okay.
So what was the slogan the African People's Socialist Party made in the 1980s to indict the U.S. government as being responsible for the crack epidemic that was being pushed into the Black community? Write down your answer.
So,
we got a guess here in the studio.
I thought I heard it.
What?
White House, the Rock House, Uncle Sam's pushing.
Yes.
White House. White House is the Rock House.
Uncle Sam
is the pusher
man.
I love that one.
So this, yes, this image here is the a copy of one of the original posters of the, at the time, National People's Democratic Uhuru movement. That's which is now the International People's Democratic Uhuru movement. And this, you know, I mean, this was such a devastating time for the African community, because we know now that the CIA has openly, publicly admitted to distributing crack cocaine in the Black community. So they, you know, the party always fights back. They're always resisting, and this was one of their famous slogans of that era. And we have a poster of it hanging in our bathroom right in here.
The slogan before the CIA admitted it, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's another reason to be underneath the leadership of that working class.
Yes.
You know?
And it is true that Chairman Omali Chatela uncovered that for the world. And then that's Gary Webb was listening to, who wrote that book on, help me out here. Who wrote The Dark Alliance, exposing all this in the San Francisco area back in the 80s. He was, and there's an interview of the chairman talking about this, where he was listening to the radio, which was, chairman was on the airwaves in the Bay Area talking about this, saying he's fully, you know, saying it is the U.S. government. This isn't just a random thing. This is coordinated. And Gary Webb didn't cite the chairman, of course, and, you know, made this really historic publishings in the newspaper. So we know that everything is attributed to Chairman Omali Chatela. Uhuru. So let's take it to number 7, our next question. In what year was the first World Tribunal on Reparations to African People, and where was it held? So for those in the room, we have a picture of it over here on the wall. And I see some whispers among each other. Where was it? Anyone want to take a guess who's maybe not in the room? Shout it out.
I have a guess because I don't know for sure.
Okay. And you can't see the...
And I can't see the
Guys,
answer. The Reparations World Tribunal, 82?
Yes.
Yes. I really did guess. Oh, and where was it held? I know it was in New York.
Yes. Don't look, but where?
I don't know.
It's right there.
Brooklyn.
New York. Yeah. So this is a very historic. This was an incredibly historic event, and we do mention it quite regularly in the Solidarity Movement, as well as Chairman on his studies, because this was truly the first time in the world where there was ever, and I mean ever, a tribunal to determine if reparations are owed to the African community around the world. So there was international presenters all around the world, people from who've been imprisoned, people who were enslaved in different ways and just working in all kinds of horrible conditions, and just the overwhelming response was that yes, African people are owed reparations. The U.S. government is responsible, putting the U.S. government on trial. So,
And it wasn't just one day.
No,
right?
it was a whole, I believe it was a weekend or possibly 3 days.
And then I think there were continuous ones after
Oh,
that.
yeah,
There were so
like an
many
annual
stories too.
Yeah.
I've been doing a little bit of not research, but not translating, but transcribing some of the speeches, because there's going to be a refurbished, eventually, version of the Reparations Now book, which, basically transcribing a lot of the speeches. And I mean, how many stories, are there of African people, not gaining just the right
conditions. Yeah.
Just not having the right to live, not having access to food, clothing, and shelter, just ones that I've been working on specifically around women, which this women's health center that we're raising money for, that is a testament to how important this is. And we do want to encourage everyone to go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center to contribute to our goal today.
Yes. And I believe you can pre-order this book. So the Burning Spear Media, they published this pamphlet back around the time of the first tribunal with basically what you're saying, the written statements of what a lot of the presenters were saying. But that book is being republished to be launched by the end of this year or possibly early next year. And I'm pretty certain you can pre-order your copy already at the Burning Spear Marketplace website. So,
and reparations are owed to African people. That 14.2 trillion, which was the amount there in 1982, just for slave labor alone.
Yes.
So, I mean, how much is that in, dollars today? Plus, it's not just about slavery. It's about everything that's been stolen from Africa, which is everything that we live our lives on here in the white community.
And that is exactly why we're having this 24-hour telethon to raise the resources needed to build this health center. So please put in your donations right now.
$14.2 trillion.
Yes. Put in $14.2 trillion at blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. So, you want to take us through the next question?
One. Sure.
Number 8. Okay.
Number 8, how many pamphlets were dropped on the doorsteps of voters in Oakland, California for the Measure O campaign in 1984?
So,
probably a lot, I would imagine.
A lot. I did fact check this with Chairwoman Penny Hess earlier today. And this is another major campaign of the party that really defined it in this era. And are there any guesses in the audience here?
It's a wild number.
Glenn, let's hear it.
20,000?
20,000? No. Add an extra zero.
Yeah.
Add an extra zero and then add some more.
Wow.
So, so in the movement, we call this drops, where you wake up early in the morning and you put a piece of, you put a flyer at people's houses, so you can really cover, whole neighborhoods. The more people you have, the faster it goes. So, any other guesses? How many flyers were dropped for this one campaign?
800,000.
100,000? More.
800,000.
800,000. Not that much. Next time. Okay. All right, let's see the next slide. Let's see how many. 375,000 flyers were dropped. Okay, so this breaks down to there were two and a half sessions where each of those sessions was 150,000 flyers. So they dropped 150,000 flyers. Were dropped 2.5 times. Measure O was this was an incredibly large campaign to gain community control of housing in the Oakland Bay area in California. And there's some photos here. And there were some other, lots of photos mentioned throughout the program of today, but just the ones that we have here. The one on the left is in front of the campaign office of the Measure O campaign with a banner of their slogans, yes on Measure O. And then the photo on the right is a clipping from the newspaper where underneath it's there's 3 pictures there. The picture on the left, supporters storming the Alameda County Courthouse, and then on the right they are triumphantly leaving the courthouse, where at that time the slumlords were trying to take Measure O off the ballot, of course. But this was, and there's other photos. I don't think we have them on the wall of like tons of people triumphantly marching down the stairs of like the city courthouse because they won. I heard it from Director Akile on the documentary earlier. They won 29,000 votes on the ballot for Measure O. So salute the party's epic campaign. They are relentless. So let's go to the next slide. Do you want to?
Sure. In 1985, the African People's Socialist Party built a mobile health clinic that offered free screenings. Which African martyr was it named after?
And extra credit, what city was this in? Any guesses from the audience here? People who are maybe not quite sure. Some people might know. Anyone want to share?
To the Oakland back when they were interviewing.
Oh. Yeah, he did talk about it. They did have pictures. If you're not sure, you can take a roll to the bathroom break.
There's a picture in the bathroom here at the Solidarity Center.
Cheat on the wall. That's where we got a lot of our inspiration, was the building itself, walking around. So, well, let's... Huey Newton? No, but that was another to be saluted African revolutionary, also from Oakland. So let's...
Bobby Hutton.
Bobby Hutton. You got it. Bobby Hutton, Freedom Health Clinic, which Comrade Bakri was talking about and a part of.
Yeah.
The Western region representative of the African People's Socialist Party, and he was a nurse during that time. So
yes, yeah, really salute.
Heard a lot about that.
West Regional Rep Bakri. So Bobby Hutton was an active organizer in the Black Panther Party in the Oakland, California Bay Area, and he was only 18 years old when the police murdered him, assassinated him. He was one of the youngest members of the Black Panther Party in the Oakland area, and like so many others that the state has murdered, the state couldn't handle the African Revolution, so they murdered him. But we know, this program, we wanted to have a slide on this because we're here raising resources tonight for the Uhuru Kulea Health Center, but we know that this health center that will be built in St. Louis is not the first iteration of healthcare for African people that the Uhuru movement has built. So I really want to salute the Bobby Hutton Freedom Health Clinic, as it was called.
Yes.
So, also someone here, let us know when our time is up, because I don't have a timer here. So we can go through our next slide, which it was advanced quickly, so maybe you saw it, or maybe you didn't.
I didn't.
Okay. All right, number 10. What year was the first March for Reparations, which in the past was known as the Walk Against Genocide, What year was that what was the first year this was organized by the African People's Solidarity Committee? And you're free to throw out guesses in the audience. Any guesses? Mads, any guesses? What do you think? From your knowledge.
Oh, we got a 79 over here.
You
I
said that?
think it was later than that. I'm gonna.
Oh, yeah, later over here and earlier over here.
Is this a Price is Right rules?
Well, the rules are everyone wins, so y'all.
Oh,
can
that's
just-
right. That's right.
There might be a poster on the wall that might give you some
Oh.
indication.
Right above my head.
I know.
That's from the 90s.
It's not. Well, this poster is from the 90s,
Right.
so that gives you some idea of
It was
at least
definitely-
how far back it was. At least.
As early as the 90s.
Yes. So let's. Would you like to know that?
I would like to know.
All right. Well, let's take it away to the next slide. 1979. Who said
Wow.
over here? Len, did you see the slide when it like advanced? Okay. Okay. So yes, this was yeah. So the yellow poster you have here, that was from 1992 on the Walk Against Genocide, and I'm not sure the exact year of this photo, which we do have on the wall. I don't know if you can see it. You can't see it on our background, but it's right up there. And this has developed, it's had different names over the years, but now, you know, we refer to it as the March for Reparations to African People, which we've had in multiple cities over the last 2 years, and a major national demonstration just last month right here in St. Louis. So the legacy continues.
And you see that slogan, which has been repeated many times today, is not in our name, no more genocide
Yes.
in our name. And what that means is that, we can't just say, oh, we weren't a part of that, we didn't do that.
Yeah.
Everything that our hopes, our dreams, our work, everything is on that pedestal in the white community, on the pedestal on the backs of African people. So that's why we're under the leadership of the party. We're raising reparations. We're calling on everyone who's tuning in to pay reparations to the Black Power Blueprint, which is building the Uhuru Kulea Health Center. Well, and I think that's a really good place to stop too, because it's also showing the work of the African People's Solidarity Committee. And we do have a 12-minute video that we can show about a little bit more about the history of the African People's Solidarity Committee.
Uhuru. Yeah, so let's switch to this mini documentary about.
For the past 50 years, the African People's Socialist Party has fought relentlessly to solve all the problems left by the US government's defeat of the Black Revolution of the 1960s. Chairman Omali Yeshitela has made sure that this time around, African people, led by the African working class, will be victorious in winning their liberation.
One of the critical questions the chairman had to solve was what to do about the white people. The chairman believed that through the scientific leadership of the African Working Class Party, white people could be won to genuine solidarity.
With his theory of African internationalism, Chairman Yeshitela has proved that Europe assaulted Africa, turned African human beings into commodities, the human machinery, the primitive accumulation, or first economic capital that founded and maintains the entire world system of colonial capitalism. The US stands on lands stolen from the indigenous people subjected to popular genocide carried out by white settler colonizers. The majority of the world was invaded, raped, and plundered for the benefit of a tiny percentage of the world's population in a cold, barren, northerly corner of the world, which became known as Europe.
Chairman Omali Yeshitela has scientifically proven that colonialism, the domination of a whole people by a foreign and alien state power, is the mode of production of the capitalist system. African people are colonized wherever they have been forcibly dispersed, including inside the colonial borders of the United States. All resources, goods, and services produced for white people under capitalism are irreversibly dependent on the suffering, exploitation, and theft from African and colonized peoples.
All white people are a part of the colonizer nation. The true working class of the world is made up of African and colonized workers. All white people who want to rectify our relationship to African people must be under the leadership of the African anti-colonial revolution.
The African People's Socialist Party created the African People's Solidarity Committee in 1976 to extend the African Revolution behind enemy lines. Among those present at the founding conference was Penny Hess, who later became the chair of APSC and who has led the work to build white solidarity with African liberation under the leadership of the party for the past 46 years. In the early days, most APSC members came to the organization new to political life. Many of us still identified with all the opportunist white movements that had gained prominence off the demise of the Black Revolution.
The party struggled relentlessly to win APSC to a principled stand of unity and reparations under its leadership. In the late 70s, the party moved its headquarters to the Oakland Bay Area. The party called the liberal, resource-rich Bay Area the party's mountain, a rear base for the African Revolution.
The party assigned APSC to build political and material solidarity for the party-led campaign to free Desi Woods, smash colonial violence, and for the founding of the African National Prison Organization. This led APSC to create important solidarity institutions. In 1979, we built the Walk Against Genocide fundraiser through massive door-to-door campaigns and outreach in Oakland and Berkeley.
The Walk Against Genocide became an annual tradition, later known as the March for Reparations, which we still hold today. We began fundraising by selling food at street fairs such as the San Francisco Gay Pride event and other fairs in 1979.
In 1980, we built a holiday pie campaign, which became the early manifestation of Uhuru Foods and Pies, now under the leadership of Black Star Industries and the Office of Deputy Chair Onezene Yeshitela. While there was some good work taken on by APSC in the early years, the unity with the leadership of the party was tenuous.
In 1981, the party was forced to disband APSC after we tried to take control of a party printing institution that we rebranded as a women-owned business. APSC began to even question its existence under the party's leadership. The party seized direct oversight over the Solidarity movement. That same year, the party held its first Congress, where the chairman began to define white opportunism on the pedestal of African colonialism.
In 1982, the party launched the historic First Tribunal on Reparations to African People held in Brooklyn, New York. The tribunal was part of the strategy to make reparations a popular mass demand of the African working class. By 1984, the party was fully immersed in struggles in the name of the African working class in Oakland, California. This is the year that the party held the Oakland Summer Project and got 30,000 signatures putting Measure O, the Community Control of Housing Initiative, on the Oakland ballot.
The unity of APSC with the leadership of the party was forged in the crucible of the Oakland years. In 1985, struggle erupted inside of APSC. The question of the party's leadership over the white people and our responsibility to raise reparations came to a head.
The party won this struggle within APSC to abandon a charity stance in which we saw ourselves as a parallel organization. We united to become African internationalists, ready to go out into the white population and win reparations to African people, as mandated by the party. The basis of our work would be material solidarity. Reparations would be our main focus. Ever since, our mantra has been white reparations to African people, understanding that all white people are part of the colonizer nation.
In 1987, APSC played a leading role in opening the party-led Uhuru Bakery Cafe and building Uhuru Foods and Pies and Uhuru Furniture, party institutions today. In 1990, APSC was asked to send organizers to Philadelphia, where the party was building after the city's terrorist bombing of the Move Collective, murdering 11 African children, women, and men.
In 1991, the party launched what would become the International People's Democratic Uhuru movement and assigned APSC forces to build in Chicago. APSC members were also sent to St. Petersburg, Florida, the party's national headquarters, where in 1996, the party led the Battle of St. Petersburg, the massive African uprising following the police murder of 18-year-old Tyron Lewis.
In 2010, the party held its 5th Congress, and Deputy Chair Onezene Yeshitela was assigned to lead over all of the party's institutions. All economic work, previously coordinated by APSC, was brought under the office of the Deputy Chair. With her brilliant vision, these institutions have thrived and developed as part of the African working class power to govern. Many APSC members continue to have the honor of working in Uhuru Foods and Pies and the Uhuru Furniture stores under the direct leadership of Deputy Chair.
In 2014, Chairman Omali Yeshitela came to St. Louis in the wake of the uprising following the police murder of Mike Brown and began building the party and the International People's Democratic Uhuru movement. In 2017, Deputy Chair Onezene Yeshitela came to St. Louis and began brilliantly building the Black Power blueprint with properties on West Florissant Avenue on the north side.
In 2017, the party ran candidates for office in St. Petersburg, Florida, including a member of APSC with the platform of Unity Through Reparations. Today, the headquarters of the African People's Socialist Party is at the Uhuru House, 4101 West Florissant in St. Louis. APSC's national headquarters is located in a party-owned building at 2654 Gravois in the white community.
APSC and the Uhuru Solidarity Movement are now located in 130 cities throughout the U.S. and continue to raise an ever-growing amount of resources based on winning white people to unity through reparations. There is so much more to say about the history of the African People's Solidarity Committee and its significance as a tool of the African Revolution.
This is the first time ever that white people have had the opportunity for the redemption of our colonial legacy. We can now join humanity under the leadership of the African working class. Chairman Omali Yeshitela has summed up that the theory of primitive accumulation, combined with our struggles to resolve the contradictions within the Solidarity movement, have led the African People's Socialist Party to understand that the structured relationship between the party and APSC is exactly correct.
We salute Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Deputy Chair Onezene Yeshitela, and the powerful leadership of the Vanguard Party of the African working class for giving white people the opportunity to join humanity and rectify our relationship to African people. We salute the African People's Solidarity Committee Chairwoman Penny Hess for her decades of unwavering unity with the anti-colonial African Revolution that sets the example for all white people who want to stand on the right side of history. The African Revolution is our revolution. Under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party, we can be part of the future without the colonized and the colonizer, a future of socialism led by the African working class.
Uhuru, all right. I think you're muted.
Uhuru, thank you. Yeah, I just want to appreciate that video and also salute the leadership of APSC and USM Chairwoman Penny and salute our solidarity leadership of USM Chair Jesse and salute the vision of the chairman. You know, that just kind of I liked how that video ended with, and this goes to show that the chairman was exactly correct in his formation of the solidarity movement, because it's so true. And there's no other organization for white people to take a stand, and it also solved the problem of the revolution of what to do with the white people. And, you know, just to bring it back quickly to the FBI attacks, like the FBI had to go into the white community. They had to go to the Solidarity Center. They had to go to Chairwoman Penny's house and Kitty's house, and because of what the role that the solidarity movement plays, and that, you know, this isn't some parallel organization, but this is an organization that's under the leadership of the African working class, and as we kind of mentioned earlier, almost directly contends with the white left and a lot of organizations, you know, that we see out there, that some people might be like, oh, well, I do this thing or I do that thing. And, you know, this kind of opportunist movements that exist. And it's not like, oh yeah, and we do this thing, this reparations thing too. It's like, no, this is an organization that kind of directly contends with those smaller things and often opportunist things, and forwards it towards the African revolutionary process. So yeah, I just really appreciate that video and the fact that this movement, solidarity movement, was created. Mads, do you have anything you wanted to?
I do. Can you hear me?
Yes, go for it.
Yeah, and just what you were saying and what the documentary is saying is like, this is not just something we do to be nice. This is not just one of these like check back boxes things. It is the way to freedom for all people, you know, and like you were saying, it's not just, oh yeah, we do this and we do the reparations thing or whatever. Reparations is what our role as the solidarity movement to forward the African Revolution, which the African Revolution, once Africa is free, once African people are free, colonialism won't exist anymore. Peoples all over the world who have been oppressed for hundreds of years under colonialism will be free. So it's and that's what you're contributing to with the health center today, you know, with this, you know, Reparations Telethon. It's not charity, it's solidarity, and it's real solidarity because it is going to, you know, women's oppression, LGBTQ oppression, disability, you know, all of the things that we see in the white community where we are fighting for recognition, we're fighting for representation, we're fighting for, you know, all these kinds of liberation. It's all tied to the African liberation movement led by the African People's Socialist Party. And that's why the red flag, green flag, which represents, you know, which is also part of the Marcus Garvey movement, which we've talked about before, that is our flag. We are African internationalists. So that's what's so different and important to know about this movement.
Uhuru. Thanks, man. Really appreciated that. Summing that up. So now we have a video from our comrade Rain Christie, who I think lives in St. Petersburg, Florida. So let's go ahead and watch that video. Uhuru.
2020, which used to be associated with perfect vision, left our heads swimming as George Floyd died, repeatedly crying out, "I can't breathe," underneath the knee of a white police in a country supposed to be founded on liberty and justice for all. Where's the justice, y'all? And how can we find peace if we cannot clearly see we are one human race?
Say the name. Say the name.
Aaron Salter, Geraldine Talley, Celestine Cheney, Hayward Patterson, Catherine Jackson, Dorota Young, and all of the other lives that were taken. May we never forget.
Uhuru. Really cool video. Really appreciate that. And yeah, if you're, you know, a lot of people in the white community really rose up during the African resistance of the George Floyd protests and things like that. And you know, and that's, you know, one way to express your unity with, you know, if you're against police violence, if you're for African liberation, is by protesting. But you know what else you can do today, right now, is to donate to the Black Power Blueprint. Go pay reparations, the blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. Hello, Jesse. Uhuru. All right.
Yes.
We've got well, I just wanted to keep calling on people who are tuning in. Thank you for tuning in at this hour of 3:05 Central Time. And we're still raising reparations. We have a goal of $50,000 to the Uhuru Kulea Women's Health Center. So comrades, take it away.
Uhuru.
Do we want to do the video about the Uhuru Kulea Health Center just to?
Let's take a look.
Yeah.
Each year, the number of babies that die during childbirth in St. Louis could populate 15 kindergarten classrooms. The Black community in St. Louis suffers from an infant mortality rate 3.3 times that of white people. In a city that is home to some of the best medical care in the country, African women are denied access to prenatal and postnatal care. There is nothing natural about this. These are symptoms of an unjust colonial system. Our power and our self-determination have been taken from us. But we are fighting to take back the power over our own communities and resources and the futures of our children. The Uhuru Kulea African Women's Health Center is the latest initiative of the Black Power Blueprint, a comprehensive neighborhood revitalization project that is transforming North St. Louis through renovation, self-sustaining economic development, and political power by and for the Black community. Uhuru Kulea, or Freedom to Nurture in Swahili, will be a Black-led wellness education center to empower Black women and girls in caring for our physical, mental, and emotional wellness. Our vision is to provide health and self-care programs that reinforce our traditional African culture. We are investing in the future of our community with doula and childbirth educator certification programs, along with opportunities for employment and entrepreneurship. Our programs will address the mental and physical health of Black girls and women, including prenatal, birthing, and postnatal care, trauma-informed yoga, an annual African Girls' Day event, a medicinal herb treatment program, and more. We have already begun training 15 African women from North St. Louis to become certified doulas. We've acquired the land for the health center, and now we need the funding to begin construction and bring this much-needed respite to our community. When we have power over our own communities, our resources, and our own health care, no African mother will have to mourn the loss of her baby, and every African child will have a future of prosperity and peace. Support this innovative and empowering program. Donate today.
Welcome back. Uhuru. Okay. Uhuru, welcome back to the Reparations Telethon. That was a very powerful video. And I just wanted to give a shout out to Natalia Scherer, who is the person, the incredible volunteer video editor who put that video together in a very short amount of time to make sure that it was ready for this telethon. So I just really want to appreciate Natalia. It's a beautifully done video that really captures what this Uhuru Kulea African Women's Health Center is all about. And I also want to shout out Mwezi Odom, who is doing the great voiceover narration. And of course, the program itself that's so inspiring and so powerful. And here we are, Brendan, at 3:09 a.m. on, I can't even call it Giving Tuesday anymore because it's Wednesday.
Giving
now.
Wednesday.
And
Reparations Wednesday.
Reparations Wednesday. And I am ready to go ahead and say that I will add $32. All right. So our calculator team is working on getting us the new total, and we want to appreciate that. And I want to encourage you all who are out there watching us tonight on Twitter, on Twitch, on YouTube.
Probably not on Facebook right now.
And not on Facebook because they keep shutting us down, but we're working on resolving that as we speak. So if you were watching us on Facebook, go ahead and share the link on Facebook to the Twitch stream or the YouTube stream or the Twitter stream so that people can find us through Facebook, even though our Facebook stream is not currently working and we're working on getting that resolved. But in the meantime, share the other streams. That's why we want it to be on as many platforms as possible to give people as many different ways as possible to tune in and participate in this telethon. So
you can't shut us down.
That's right. That's right. blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. And this has been an absolutely incredible event. And we still have almost 4 hours left to go. And Brendan, we have quite an incredible program in store. I know we're going to take a look at some videos, but then at around 4:45, whoa, we're getting donations in. Mads pledging $25. So, as soon as we get, oh, there's a new total there. Total raised $37,153. That is amazing. That is amazing. So that means we only have $12,847 left to raise. We can do this. We can do this. We know this money is in the white community. We have access to social wealth. We've seen statistics, Brendan, that show that the average white family lives off of more than the cost of this health center. The average white family just lives off of that, has access to that at any given moment. Whereas in the city of St. Louis, the average African person living on the north side lives off of $5 or less a day. This is the colonial reality. And one of the things that has been so striking to me living in this city, which I've lived here for a little bit over a year now, is that you can live in the white community and never have to see the conditions that African people experience in the north side of St. Louis. That's why there's this thing they call the Del Mar Divide, which, frankly, the Del Mar Divide is in every city. If you're watching this and you live in St. Petersburg, Florida, Central Ave is the Del Mar Divide. If you live in Chicago, there's a Del Mar Divide. If you live in anywhere, there's that place where suddenly the wealth fades and you start to see the conditions of poverty and destitution. And in every city, that is always where you start to see the division between the white community and the African community. And it's that way because of this colonial system that we're talking about. So supporting the Black Power Blueprint is a strike against that. It's a way to actively participate in obliterating the colonial Del Mar Divide here in St. Louis. And that's what you're doing when you go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. Brendan.
That's what we're working towards, right? Like everybody, go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center and help us eliminate the Delmar divide.
Right on. So we're going to take a look at a video of a powerful indigenous artist. Is that correct? I believe. Yeah. Oh, never mind. Okay. Chairman Omali Yeshitela, the founder and leader of the Uhuru movement, speaking at the March for Reparations to African People held on October 15th, 2022, here in St. Louis.
We do have some culture coming up for you, though.
Yes. So stay tuned. And if you're watching this on any platform, please share. Let's build an audience. Let's get people. We know people are awake or in some time zone where it's normal to be awake. So let's do what we can to share this link, spread the word, and get people tuned in for the last few hours of the Reparations Telethon.
Uhuru. First of all, I would really like to express my appreciation to Uhuru Solidarity Movement for organizing this extraordinary march and rally that we've had today, and for organizing for the conference that's going to happen on tomorrow. And I hope everybody here will participate in that conference as well. And I cannot overstate the significance of your presence here. I stand before you as a dignified African man, struggling to rescue the dignity of African people. I stand before you understanding the falsity of the narrative that has been created to explain the relationship that Black people have to white people and to this world. Recognizing that the truth of the matter is that Africa, my Africa, our Africa, that was the founding place, the birthplace of human life itself. The birthplace of human life itself. The birthplace of human civilization itself. That this Africa obviously cannot be hostile to life under natural and normal circumstances. It is the origin of human life. And that something had to happen to change that, to transform this reality. I stand before you as a dignified African man fighting to rescue the dignity of African people that can only be achieved ultimately through our liberation. Recognizing that Africa, my Africa, our Africa, had created tremendous civilization, built pyramids and things like that before Europe even discovered fire, how to use fire. That's just an objective truth, an objective reality, and something that has to be said because we have to slay all of those falsities that have been created by the colonizers to define this relationship that exists between Africa, African people, and particularly Europe and what is now characterized as white people. It is a false narrative. It is a lie. It is a part of a superstructure, if you will, that has its origin in an economic base of colonialism. The truth of the matter is, and this is something that we must all understand, because we just can't continue to run around hating environmental damage, running around hating the wars that happened, hating a Democrat because they started the war, hating a Republican because they started the war, trying to make a decision whether Republicans or the Democrats are the real problem or something to that effect. Doesn't explain anything to us. Even what is being characterized most of the time as the fight for socialism, even what is being characterized most of the time as the fight against the conditions that people are dealing with, or whether that's the rights of homosexuals or women or workers, etc. We can't get to it without uncovering the reality that the world economy that we are confronted with right now, the one that's in such big trouble, the one that's responsible, that is to say, this trouble that has led to the crisis that's exploding in our faces every day all around the world that's resulted in permanent warfare. You can't even stop the wars that's happening, that's being made. That this political economy, the political and economic configuration of the world today owes itself to an economy that was created through slavery, colonial slavery. This is the origin. This is the thing that hooked up the world for the first time in history into a single world economy. That was the basis for the so-called capitalist system. You can't even imagine capitalism without the theft of this land that we stand on right now. You can't even imagine capitalism about the aggression that was made against the people of Asia and what we characterize as the Americas. It couldn't have happened. It rests on this foundation that Karl Marx referred to as a primitive accumulation of capital, because you have to, how do we explain the existence of capitalism? Jesus didn't bring it.
Come on.
Even Billy Graham didn't say that. You understand? How do we explain it? Where did it come from?
Yeah.
And of course, the place that it came from was the attack on Africa, initiated essentially by Portugal more than 600 years ago, that started the transfer of African people from Africa against their will at gunpoint around the world. America is a colonial power. People easily say, well, France was a colonial power. Even today, France, on a very shaky foundation, controls something like, how many? 14, 15 so-called African states. People can say that France is colonial power, England, colonial power. England, up until 1945, controlled a quarter of the world's population and the world's territory. Little England, rocky England, barely inhabitable England did that. And where did it come from? And all of us, everybody in this, within the ability to hear me, had come to understand fantasy for history. That somehow, in a narrative of Rudyard Kipling, that Europeans left Europe to take up the white man's burden. Didn't want to do it, but it's our burden. Got to take civilization and Christianity to the savages around the world. That's what we've been taught. That's taught today, even if it's only by inference. It has to be taught. Otherwise, white people couldn't even voluntarily live south of the Delmar Divide. Have to believe in it.
Yeah.
That's why this march is so important.
Yeah.
That's why this unity through reparations is so important, because it gives the colonizer for the first time an opportunity to engage in real class struggle against a class enemy. That's the bourgeoisie. That's the colonial bourgeoisie. It's a colonial bourgeoisie. Every activity that most of the people on the planet Earth are engaged in today happens within the colonial mode of production. It's a parasitic mode of production.
Yeah.
It promotes parasitism and the ideas even that people have. You can't even explain most of the ideas that permeates the world under the domination of colonialism without recognizing it's a part of a colonial superstructure, a superstructure resting on the base, the economic base of a parasitic theft of resources and life for the vast majority of people on Earth. That's what we're looking at. The Black Revolution of the 1960s, and in that I include most of the revolutions around the world, was fundamental. It was clearly an anti-colonial revolutionary movement. Peoples all around the world were engaged in this struggle to get the white man's boot off our necks, to get colonial power off our necks. Everybody was engaged in that struggle. 1966, a magnificent conference happened in Havana, Cuba. Tricontinental Conference. People from Africa, Asia, and Latin America got together to deal with colonialism. Not a single word was said about racism, colonialism.
Right.
That's what the people of the world understood they had to fight for. And then, of course, Che Guevara couldn't be there. He sent a message from Bolivia. He would die in Bolivia October 9th, my birthday, October 9th, 1967. This was a part of the counter-offensive that the colonial powers had initiated to crush this magnificent global movement of the peoples of the world to rectify this relationship that colonized people have with Europe and the European colonial powers. This is what we're dealing with. This is why when the African People's Socialist Party was founded in 1972, we made it as a mission, articulated mission, wrote about it over and over again, that we have to complete the Black Revolution of the 1960s. Che wasn't finished.
Right.
Nkrumah wasn't finished. Malcolm X wasn't finished. Patrice Lumumba wasn't finished. Marcus Garvey wasn't finished. We had to complete that revolution.
Yes.
That would liberate the peoples of the world from this relationship we have. And everything that articulates itself all about social and political relationships have the basis in this colonial mode of production. That's what we're fighting for. When we talk to white people and say, we know you love us and all of that, but the real deal is we got to get rid of colonialism.
Yes.
And that has happened whether you love me or not. And to quote a movie that became quite infamous despite its reactionary founding, frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn all. The incomparable Tina Turner, what's love got to do with it?
What love got to do with it?
The fact is that there's a colonial relationship that has to be destroyed. And colonialism is a parasite.
Yeah.
And there's no other way you can define it except parasitism.
Yeah.
You can't explain the relationship on one side of this city versus the other side of the city without parasitism unless you unite with that ridiculous politic that presupposes some backwardness and political and social and historical ineptitude on the part of Black people. We do it to ourselves. Of course, that's not true. Nobody in this room believes that. So that's why they attacked me on July 29th. Because we're going to complete this movement. We're not going backwards. They killed Mike Brown. That's one of the things that drew me in here. They killed Mike Brown. He was just one of the more recent ones. They killed more since then. They killed one young African here in St. Louis.
Yeah.
They shot him so many times while he was down that there were 20 some odd times they shot him. There were indentations in the cement on the sidewalk where they had killed him. They killed somebody right on Shaw, etc. This stuff happens all the time.
16-year-old.
This is the reality that African people face with terror. Because you cannot keep a people under colonial domination without the most incessant, serious kind of violence imposed on them all the time. Sometimes the violence is obvious, like the police killing us. Sometimes it's not so obvious. Sometimes it's the educational system that we send our children into. But nothing but terrorism is imposed on the children. Demoralization on a regular basis. They cannot come into contact with their own humanity. A recognition of the place that we occupy in the world. That Africa was center of the universe for the longest period of time.
Yes.
And now we've been reduced to this at gunpoint.
Yes. Reduced to this. Come on.
At gunpoint. You see? In our system.
Yes.
Of course it is. And so the point is, we can't live like this. None of us can live like this. And the fact of the matter is, we say unity through reparations. Fact is, we won't get reparations. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, they come.
We're already getting reparations. And that's the significance of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, African People's Solidarity Committee in some ways. Because part of what we did in terms of the responding to the terror that came about in the 1960s that killed Malcolm, They killed King, they killed Fred Hampton. Some of them we know by name. We don't even know the numbers, however, of people who were locked up in prisons throughout this country during this period of time. Some of whom are still there. Some are running for their lives, like Asala Shakur in Cuba. This is the reality that has been imposed on African people at gunpoint, kept under these circumstances at gunpoint. Something the African People's Socialist Party said we would change. And part of what we did in terms of dealing with this revolution, dealing with the contradictions, colonialism, we opened up a new front of struggle. Even as they were killing us, we opened up a new front of struggle. We didn't just crawl away because they attacked us. We opened up a new front of struggle, made it necessary for them to have to deal with black power and white face. That's the meaning of the African People's Solidarity Committee. That's the meaning of Uhuru's Solidarity Movement. That's the meaning of you who have joined us and marched down the street saying unity through reparations, that they had the ability to say FBI, CIA. Point it out to the people. Really appreciate y'all coming and being able to do that. We have to have a movement to change this. Everybody proclaims hatred of these circumstances. What kind of choices you got when it's locked into Biden or Trump? What kind of choice is that? The Democratic Party or the Republican Party? What kind of choice is that? Neither of them will ever put the freedom of the people on the ballot. In fact, the fear that the real deal would get on the ballot would have you attacked at 5 o'clock in the morning and accused of being a Russian agent.
Yes.
We ran. Comrade Jesse Neville there, white guy, who is the head of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, 2017, in a city, not like St. Louis, majority African city, as much as they're doing right now, to change that, to change the demographics, to push the Africans out of here. But St. Petersburg, Florida, a 20% African population, and Jesse courageously stood up and ran for mayor in that city off the slogan, unity. You want to unite this city? Unity through reparations. And he ran next to Comrade Kulea Nai, who was also attacked in St. Petersburg, Florida. They said that we are supposed to be able to run for office. It's not like we attacked City Hall with AK-47s. It's not like we woke the mayor up at 5 o'clock in the morning with flashbang grenades or anything like that. We're just running for office. You say that's what you're supposed to do. If you want to advance your cause, run for office. But they don't want you to run for office. They want you to run for office on their terms. If we had said, let's fight against racism, which is an extraordinary struggle, how do you know when you won? I'm fighting against racism. How do you know when you won? Did you win? Did somebody come out waving a white flag saying, we surrender?
I like you now.
It's fallacious. But colonialism is real. And so when that movement that we talked about happened in the 1960s, that galvanized the majority of the peoples of the world, China, Vietnam, all over Africa, throughout the Caribbean, and Black and Puerto Rican and indigenous populations inside this country in motion to destroy colonialism. That's the thing that was intolerant. That's the thing most of the white left couldn't deal with. We had to have a politic that said what we were about is trying to join you. Not that we wanted to have our own freedom. And then what happens, of course, when you say that, you are assailed with this characterization of what you're about is you are some kind of Black separatist. You are a separatist. And that's part of the whole subjective politic of racism, anti-racism. It's subjective. It's some kind of personal stuff. I like you, you like me kind of stuff. That might be good for the bedroom.
But they ain't doing nothing.
No, that ain't what it's about.
Yeah.
This is the kind of politics that they would have us promoting, not the struggle to rectify this relationship. Because as I said, the political and economic configuration of the world today revolves around the theft of life and resources from the peoples around the world who are colonized. A lot of so-called progressives and leftists like to run around talking about, we are the 99%. Well, you can't prove that by me. Because the reality is that something like 80% of the human beings on the planet Earth, 8 out of every 10 human beings on the planet Earth, on this earth that we occupy, are trying to live of less than $12 US a day. That's 80% of the people. 50% of the people who live on this earth that we occupy right now are trying to survive on $2.50 a day. And if you're in Africa, you work all day just for a single meal. Tell me what the hell is that 99%, that 99% that you're talking about? That doesn't equal 99%. And I'm not saying that all the white people get everything that the guy with Microsoft with the big eyeglasses gets. I'm not saying that. But the point is that everybody, the majority of them, have fought for the gravy that comes from this train. And the biggest argument has been had that they call class struggle is a debate over who's going to get how much. Right. Not against colonialism itself, but who's going to get what from this parasitic relationship we have. Right. So I'm calling on you to join this struggle against colonialism. Because to support the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement, I'm glad you're here. I don't like the fact that Jewish Assange is locked up either. I don't like what they're doing to Chelsea Manning either. But to support this struggle here is to support the struggle against colonialism and the domination of alien and foreign domination of Black people. This is the attack on Marcus Garvey. The FBI is not just an anti-Uhuru, anti-African People's Socialist Party organization. It's an anti-African organization. Right. America is an anti-African organization. I've seen where pundits from America was accusing Russia of committing war crimes in Ukraine. I'm saying America is a war crime. America is a war crime. All you got to do is go to one of these concentration camps that they call Indian reservations to understand that. All you got to do is go to one of these concentration camps that they call housing projects to understand that. Go to one of these concentration camps that they call prisons. Go to the workhouse right here in St. Louis and see what it is that I'm talking about. You got a prison of nations here. And the people want to be free. The people will be free. And they don't have enough flashbang grenades in their arsenal to stop this train.
That's right.
And so I just want to say part of what they have done or attempted to do with this is to bully Black people so that you'll be too afraid to ever raise the critical questions. That you'll run around forever saying, I'm fighting to make white people like me. You call it anti-racism, right? They want to keep us locked in that situation. They want to keep us afraid, living under fear to such an extent that we won't stand up for our children. My wife is sitting there. And when I came out of our house at 5 o'clock in the morning on July 29th, and there's an armored vehicle sitting in front of my house surrounded by these military forces in flak jackets and camouflage gear and carrying automatic weapons and what have you. And then she comes out behind me. And then she's almost hit in the face by a drone that they're sending up the stairs. This is a military assault on a community. I got back to St. Petersburg, Florida just the other day for the first time after the attack there. And I'm talking to people who in the neighborhood. They say how they had blocked off the entire community There's nobody even in the damn house. We're here. They blocked off the entire community. Wouldn't let people in or out of the community. If somebody was trying to leave their house to go somewhere, you live here, yeah, what the hell does that have to do? Do they think the whole community is working for the Russians? It's ridiculous. It's garbage. They don't believe it and they know you don't believe it. And therein lies the problem. They know that it's unbelievable. They know it's a ridiculous charge that they made against us, so they're not relying on the law at all. They're relying on the gun. They're relying on the ability to lock me up, kill me, which is what they have done historically to people who have fought against them. They locked Garvey up. They killed Malcolm. They killed King. This is what they intend to do. And that's why what you've done is so important, because we're not slithering away in the dark. We recognize that this contradiction is something that they open up to public view. They did to us in the 60s, and sometimes we didn't know exactly what was happening. It was later that we understood by COINTELPRO. But this time they announced it. They say, we are the FBI making an attack on your movement, and we're saying this because of Russians. They put it out in the world. They told us when we were standing out in front of our house, on the side of our house right here in St. Louis on Redbud, they told us this is going to be in the newspaper. You're going to make a lot of news. This is what they said to us while we standing there, and they did make a lot of news. At least 500,000 people have seen it on just Channel 2. And they've heard what I've had to say about it. I never had that audience before. Thank God. And so I'm hoping that you'll join us. I'm hoping that you'll also support the Black Power Blueprint. Listen to me. They talk about a so-called food desert. Come on. In the community that I live in, it's necessary for Africans to travel for at least 20 minutes on the interstate to get to a damn supermarket. Yeah. We do it all the time if we can get the transportation. I'm asking you to travel from wherever the hell you are. Yeah. And to come every Saturday at 10 o'clock, spend your money in the African community. Yeah. Because my money is in your bank. Right. That I spend when I go to Walmart, when I go to Target and all those other places, they take my money. And then they put it in their banks. I can't even have access to my own money. Sure don't. They take my money. They loan that money. They use that money to make money with. I can't make no money from it. Yep. I'm saying you have to defy them. Come every Saturday, 3 o'clock. I'm saying come on Sundays to the meetings that we're having every Sunday at 3 o'clock. I said Saturday at 3 o'clock, but Saturday at 10. And Sunday at 3 o'clock, and come to the conference that's going to be happening on tomorrow. Thank you, comrades. I really appreciate it. Hands off. Hands off. Hands off. Hands off. Uhuru! Uhuru! We will win. We are winning. We are winning. Uhuru!
That was a very powerful day, Brendan.
That was an incredible day.
It was.
Incredible speech, too.
Absolutely.
Chairman put it incredibly eloquently, 1,000 reasons why you should go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center and donate right now.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I want to shout out everybody who's still tuned in with us on the 24-hour Reparations Telethon as we wind down the last 3 hours and 18 minutes of our 4th annual Reparations Telethon for Giving Tuesday,
home stretch,
and Wednesday. So I wanted to talk a little bit about that presentation, Brendan, because I think there are some points in there, the whole thing really, but some key points I wanted to focus on that I think are very important for white people to grapple with and understand. And one is the section of that speech where the chairman was talking about class struggle, what they refer to as class struggle, and also the question of fascism. And those are two things that I think we think a certain way about those concepts as white people that are kind of blown apart when we start to understand the world through the eyes of the African working class, through the lens and theory of African internationalism. And like the chairman said in that presentation, historically, what has been referred to as class struggle in the white world or in the European world has actually been a competition between components or sectors of white power or the colonizer society for control of the stolen resources of African people and colonized people. And, we often hear about the French Revolution and, things like that as supposedly great examples of class struggle. And then even more recently, I remember like the Occupy Wall Street movement that rose up in like 2011, I think that was 2011, 2012. And, this whole slogan of "We are the 99%," which the chairman has really taken that to task. Like, white people are a minority of the world population, but we consume and control over 80% of the world's resources. So the majority of the people on the planet Earth are living on less than $10 US a day, and people in Africa live on, way less than that. So how does it make any sense for us to say that we're the 99%? And I remember the chairman saying, we weren't the 99% when the 99% was being lynched or being bombed or being attacked with drone strikes, that all of a sudden we become the 99% when we want to fight for the cancellation of our student loan debt or the return of our 401ks or something like that. And that's just a more kind of recent example of class, what we like to think of or call class struggle, that again is merely competition, a contest, a struggle between sectors of white power for greater access to the resources of African people. That, the white working class might be in a struggle with the white bourgeoisie or the white ruling class for who's going to have a greater share of the colonial loot. And what the chairman is saying is that the true class struggle is in the anti-colonial struggle. That the class struggle, the question of class, is concentrated in the colonial contradiction. That the world is not split into workers and bosses. The world is split into colonizer and colonized, oppressor nations and oppressed nations. And within the oppressor nation, there are white workers who are exploited by the white bosses. But the white bosses and the white workers together sit on the pedestal of the colonial oppression of the entire African nation, which is why it is literally true that the average white working class family is better off economically than a middle class African family. And that shows you right there the colonial contradiction, that the class question is in the colonial question. So the true class struggle for white people is to be under the leadership of the African working class. That is how we can take on a true battle with our own white ruling class. Instead of being their accomplices, instead of being their co-conspirators, if you will, and going along with and doing their bidding and being complicit with their crimes against the rest of the planet Earth, we can actually join the true class struggle, which is through the leadership of the African working class, which actually puts us into an intimate and powerful political relationship of solidarity with all oppressed and exploited peoples around the world. And I deeply support the struggle of the Palestinian people for liberation from Zionist settler colonial domination of their land. And I deeply support the struggle of the indigenous people in this land for the liberation of their land and their people from settler colonial domination. And I deeply support the people of all throughout so-called Latin America and the people of Korea and China and everywhere else around the world, Vietnam, that people are engaged in a struggle for national liberation. And what puts me in an objective relationship of unity with all of those oppressed peoples around the world is that I work under the leadership of the African Revolution that is the spearhead, the point of the spear, the vanguard of the world revolutionary struggle against colonialism and for national liberation for all oppressed people. So it's a really incredible thing to be a part of. And I just wanted to share this quote from Chairman Omali Yeshitela. This is from a recent, and I know Jamie Simpson is going to be joining us soon, by the way. So we want to thank Jamie for getting up early over there in St. Pete, Florida, and getting the coffee pot going so he can continue the telethon tradition by coming back on at 3 a.m. But while we're waiting for Jamie, Brendan, I just wanted to share a few quotes from Chairman Omali Yeshitela. So this is on the question of fascism. This is another important thing for us to really understand. What is fascism? You know, we hear this term a lot. You know, it's kind of thrown around to the point where it might lose meaning a little bit. It's like sometimes anything that's like really oppressive or something, it's like that's fascist or something like that. But what does it actually mean? And when does the word come up? When do we white people find it convenient to suddenly call something fascism? And why do we not call it fascism? Like, you know, well, look what just happened to Kevin Johnson. You know, we don't use the word fascism. You know, so let's look at that reality. And here's what Chairman Omali Yeshitela has to say about that. He said, all of the political activity in the world happens within the context of a colonial mode of production. There is not a, quote, French colonialism. We're not talking about the policy of a particular government that might establish colonies somewhere. That has happened in the past, but that isn't what we're talking about now. We're talking about how colonialism itself has become a mode of production. And then this is, by the way, from a presentation the chairman gave in Newark, New Jersey in September of this year during a speaking tour. He said, fascism is a form of the state. So what is the state? The state is this entity of organized coercion, a capacity for violence that protects the interests of the existing social system. Its purpose is coercion. There's no such thing as a nice state. It's not about coercion. The question is, what social force is the state working for, and what social force is the state working against? The emergence of colonialism as a world economy means that more than 80% of the people on the planet Earth are trying to survive off $10 or less a day. 50% of the people live on less than $2.50 or less a day. If you're in Africa, you're lucky if you can earn enough for a meal a day. The state itself is an international state. The so-called capitalist state was not just born as a British state, etc. It was born as an international state, which was necessary to control the world. They created various instruments for that purpose. NATO is one of them. The United Nations is another. Marxists like to talk about a, quote, hidden dictatorship when they refer to bourgeois democracy. So what the chairman's referring to is this concept that under what they call a bourgeois democracy, which is basically what we see in this country, it's a bourgeois democracy where it gives you the appearance of democracy, but the purpose of the democracy is to maintain rule in the hands of the bourgeoisie or the ruling class. And
maintain the status quo.
Exactly. So, but there's this concept that Marxists promote that like what's actually happening in a bourgeois democracy is that there's a hidden dictatorship, the hidden dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. The chairman questions the idea that it's a hidden dictatorship. He's saying when for white people it's hidden. And that's why when police do something to Africans, white people think, well, they must have done something. Because for them, for us, for white people, the dictatorship is hidden most of the time. But for Africans, he says, you can't stand on the corner. If the pig rolls up and says, give me the corner, you can't say anything. If you exercise your freedom of speech, if you survive it, you end up in a hospital bed. The dictatorship for African people and for the vast majority of the world is not hidden. There is no hidden dictatorship for the colonized. They will cut off your head. They will put a knee on your neck. They will kill your children in front of you. When you see the dictatorship begin to reveal itself to white people, it's because of the crisis of a social system, the crisis of colonialism. What drives the crisis? The capitalist system cannot function in the same old way. You have permanent warfare because of the colonized. They're making war against Afghanistan, Venezuela, and all the oppressed peoples who are colonized. They're making a struggle against them because their resistance deprives the parasite of the host. The host no longer has access to the parasite, so it goes into a frenzy. So this system and white power and the stability of the white population itself requires the theft of resources from African and colonized peoples. So the minute African and colonized peoples fight back, then the white population becomes destabilized and starts to even fight amongst itself. And he says that's what you saw on January 6th, colonizers fighting each other. And this is when you see the emergence of what you call, quote unquote, fascism, when the colonial system descends into a state of desperation. You can have a democratic colonialism, you can have a fascist colonialism. Colonialism is colonialism is colonialism. African people live under colonial domination. Fascism is when colonial capitalism reveals itself to the colonizers in a similar fashion to how it reveals itself to African people all the time. White people want to know how to fight against the system? Come and ask us, the chairman says. Get under the leadership of the Black Revolution and we will lead you to freedom. And then I just want to close with this last piece here. The chairman talks about Amilcar Cabral, who was an African revolutionary in Guinea-Bissau, who led the struggle for freedom in Guinea-Bissau from Portuguese colonialism at a time when Portugal was under fascism. And the chairman said that the Portuguese left was telling the Africans fighting in Guinea that they should focus on trying to end fascism in Portugal. And just think about that for a second. So these Africans are in Guinea-Bissau, colonized by Portugal. And what the Portuguese leftists are telling them is, well, what you really need to do is focus on supporting our struggle against Portuguese fascism, because if we can bring down Portuguese fascism, then Portuguese colonialism will end. And Amilcar Cabral responded, as the chairman quotes, he says, I don't know about that, but if we end Portuguese colonialism, Portuguese fascism will fall. And that's exactly what happened. They beat the Portuguese in Africa, and as a consequence, Portugal was freed from fascism. So this is very important for us to understand, and I just wanted to share that from Chairman Omali Yeshitela. And again, that is from a presentation that the chairman gave in Newark, New Jersey, earlier this year in September.
That's an incredibly powerful quote. Honestly, makes a lot of sense.
It does.
Makes a lot of things that have happened in the past decade make a whole lot of sense.
It does. Puts it all in the focus.
And if you want to fight against that system, go ahead and go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. Donate now. And we promised you some culture coming up, and it's coming up right now.
All right, let's get to it.
We are going to show you a video of culture performed by Vanessa Garcia, also known as Whirlin. She describes this next video as a live Taino calling song in her Achiote tree garden. What you will see here is fresh Achiote pods in full bloom. Winter solstice is a very important holiday in Taino Arawak culture, and Achiote seeds have been used in the food and body art of their people for thousands of years. The red color the seeds produce is one of the reasons the Taino people were called derogatory words like redskins by colonizers. Let's take a look at the video.
Oh
All right.
That was beautiful.
Yes, it was. Thank you to Vanessa. And Vanessa Garcia recently performed at the Reparations Poetry Night that was held in St. Petersburg, Florida at Love Food Central.
Uhuru! Uhuru, everybody. I just really want to welcome everybody here today.
Performance from Vanessa and just expression of indigenous culture. It was really, really great to have Vanessa there, as well as Bam Bam from the indigenous struggle there in Florida.
Uhuru. And up next, we have another video of the conference that we had just this past October. And this one, we have Chairwoman Penny Hess speaking at the Reparations Conference.
Uhuru! Uhuru, everybody. I just really want to welcome everybody here today. This is a profound day already. I want to salute the incredible work of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, Chair Jesse, Vice Chair Amanda, and all of the members in 130 cities across the United States that are in the white community fighting for reparations to African people, dedicated to that. And I want to salute that incredible video that we just saw that is such an incredible tribute to Chairman Omali Yeshitela, my leadership, our leadership, the one person who has taken it upon his shoulders to complete the African Revolution of the 1960s. And I want to be able to talk about that today. Chairman, I just want to salute the incredible leadership that you have brought to the entire world, as it tries to show, as it shows a little piece of that in that incredible video of some of your history. And what an honor it is to work under your leadership. I want to salute Deputy Chair Onizane Yeshitela, the architect of the Black Power Blueprint, and the laying out in practice what the struggle for political and economic power in the hands of the African working class really means. I do want to say that I'm incredibly proud to be an unindicted co-conspirator named by the most vicious system that has ever existed on the planet Earth, and to be named with Chairman Omali Yeshitela. That is an incredible honor. And also with Chair Jesse and Director Kulea, and basically the entire Uhuru movement. And as Comrade Chair Jesse said, when we come here, we're saying, yes, we're unindicted co-conspirators. Although I want to say the chairman is not a conspirator. Everything the chairman does and the party does is transparent, It's on the pages of the Burning Spear newspaper. It is nothing about conspiracy. The chairman has said over and over again, fought for in every way the total liberation of Africa and African people around the world, and has called on white people to stand in solidarity with that, and has done that in unity with the liberation struggles of every oppressed and colonized person on this planet. So the chairman is changing the world. This is the movement that is changing the world. If people missed it, I just want to read, the indictment says that the chairman is under the control of a Russian agent, or an registered Russian agent, et cetera, which we all know is absolutely ridiculous, because there is nothing that a Russian could say to an African about what their conditions are. And, we can look at all that. But in fact, the chairman influences Russia. I just want to say that. And in case you missed it, I just want to read a couple of words of what Putin said a couple of weeks ago. That was almost direct quotes from Chairman Omali Yeshitela. Putin said in a speech, "It is worth reminding the West that it began its colonial policy back in the Middle Ages." Okay, let's stop there. Who else talks about the fact that Europe went out in the Middle Ages during feudalism and began assaulting Africa? I've never heard anybody say that before. That is from Chairman Omali Yeshitela. So he said, back in the Middle Ages, followed by the worldwide slave trade, the genocide of the Indian tribes in America, the plunder of India and Africa, the wars of England and France against China, as a result of which it was forced to open its ports to the opium trade. What they did was get entire nations hooked on drugs and purposefully exterminated entire ethnic groups for the sake of grabbing land and resources, hunting people like animals. This is contrary to human nature, truth, freedom, and justice. Vladimir Putin, quoting Chairman Omali Yeshitela. Nobody else says this in the world. So I want to really salute that. I'm very honored to be the chair of the African People's Solidarity Committee. And I also want to salute the many amazing comrades and leaders of the African People's Solidarity Committee, including Comrade Kitty Riley, who is here, members of APSC who have taken responsibility to be in the leadership, the National Central Committee, which is directly accountable to the African People's Socialist Party on a regular basis. We have to report everything we do, and all of the work is put out by them, and we carry it out. And that it's really important that we understand the significance of the Solidarity Committee and the African People's Solidarity Committee and the Uhuru Solidarity Movement under the leadership of the African Revolution, the African working class, which is how it has to be. The African People's Solidarity Committee is part of the strategy of the African Revolution laid out by Chairman Omali Yeshitela when the African People's Socialist Party was just coming into being, to end the isolation of the African working class. And that involved, of course, its relationships with oppressed and colonized peoples around the world, but also creating a second front, a strategic relationship of white people as those who can express the interest and the ideology and the goals of the African Revolution behind enemy lines in the colonial society, in white society. This has never happened before. It has never happened before. And this is why the African People's Solidarity, the Uhuru Solidarity Center at 2654 Gravois was attacked by the FBI on July 29th. It was an attack on the party and on the party's strategy, but they had to do that because it was created to be a second front and to do there. And this was historic. That this is, I want to try to go into this in a little bit because the existence of the solidarity movement becomes like a flank to the African Revolution. And when the colonial state attacked it, it did what is called a flanking maneuver. It hits the revolution from the side on a counterinsurgency. And it expects that flank to be weak. But the flank is strong because of struggle and leadership and all of you who are part of this. And, you know, if we think about, like the chairman has said and written over and over and over again, that the class struggle in the whole world is in the colonies, not in the white society. It cannot be, because all white people sit on the pedestal, including white, poor and working people, sit on the pedestal of colonialism. So the revolution is led by and comes from the African and colonized people, nations, struggles that are underneath our feet. That is everybody's revolution. That is our revolution too. That is our revolution too. And many colonized leaders have talked about this, have struggled around it. Ho Chi Minh, against to the French Communist Party, saying, you know, that the leadership of the world revolution is in the colonies. And leaders from India and leaders from Africa and Frantz Fanon and so many have tried to raise this, but they have never been able to do it. And if say the Vietnamese revolution had been able to create a genuine solidarity movement, or the Algerian revolution had been able to create a genuine solidarity movement inside of France, the world might be different now. But the fact is that it takes the African revolution inside the leader of imperialism that has the largest concentration of African workers, probably any place on the planet. This is what the African Revolution of the 1960s emerged from. This is what Chairman Omali Yeshitela emerged from. And that, again, the chairman has written about, explained, talked about over and over and over again, this phenomenon called white opportunism and what that means. You know, so the chairman has explained and laid out, and something that we see talked about in the world today, this understanding of the colonial mode of production and the fact that Europe came out of the poverty and cold stone, you know, England and Portugal to attack Africa and to steal Africa's resources and to steal and kidnap African human beings, which became the most important commodity on the planet at that time, and still is in a certain way. And that this is what brought wealth to Europe for the first time. So even like the chairman has said, the white working class, the European working class has been built and sits on the pedestal of the colonial reality. The class contradiction in the whole world is inside the colonial reality. So when we often talk about, okay, this assault on Africa, this genocide against the indigenous people, one of the reasons that we wrote the book, Overturning the Culture of Violence, was to bring some of the reality of what that really means, to the world, that it is still reeling from today what white people have done to Africans, to indigenous, to Arabs, to Asians, what we have done, the violence. You know, you see in the newspaper, why are all of these, white people coming to college, to high schools and schools in the United States and pulling out assault weapons and murdering other students? Because they are replicating what white people did to Africans, indigenous, and peoples around the world, and it was never illegal. Right. It was legal. No white person ever went to trial for that. It was legal. And when we look at the reality of the violence that this system is built on, and that our lives are built on, it's unspeakable. It's like you can't even calculate it. You could just walk every inch of this stolen land, and there's a story. There's the bodies and blood of African and indigenous people under our feet, certainly here in St. Louis, but everywhere. You can walk through Africa and see the Congo, 12 million murdered, millions more with their arms cut off, tortured, children killed, so that there could be rubber for white people's car tires in Europe and North America. You can see what Europe did. And when I say Europe, I mean all of us. There was no outcry. There was no outcry from any sector, certainly not from those who called themselves the working classes. Right. Look at the Communist Manifesto. It doesn't even mention the enslavement of African people. It doesn't even mention the genocide. It was 1848. All of this was going on. It was in the news. Marx and Engels knew about it. It was actually in the papers. It was talked about, but it was taken for granted that this is how it would be. But look at Kenya. Look at what British did in Kenya to the Mau Mau, who were the insurgency, who were standing up to fight for their own liberation. When they broke glass and they stuffed it into the vaginas of African women and into the anuses of African men who were fighting for their liberation. And that's just, it's just so hideous. You can go through, you can talk about what Churchill wrote about the splendid little wars in Sudan, where in one afternoon, they would take a newly invented machine gun and just mow down 5,000 Africans. And afterwards, they had dinner with roast beef and champagne. And who knows what else, by the way. People want to talk about pedophiles. By the way, that started in colonialism. The Boy Scouts started as part of Cecil Rhodes to train, quote unquote, ostensibly, to train white children, colonial children, to be good colonizers. And this is how you dealt with colonialism. But it was also always that. It was always that. The abuse of African and indigenous children is part and parcel of the colonial crime against humanity that exists. So it is really, so this crime, this participation of the whole white population, the whole European population against, the assault on African people, indigenous people is incredibly profound and deep, and it is in our DNA. They say that the trauma that has been perpetrated against African people is in their DNA from generation to generation. Well, the perpetrators, it's in our DNA. It's in our DNA. And all the white people want to say, well, I didn't do that. But no, but you live on it. We expect to have what we're supposed to get as white people. And based on the reality that has gone before. And when we are standing under the leadership of the African Revolution, we are joining the revolution. We are joining the revolution. And that the chairman has talked a lot about the white left and its opportunism and what it means. And, the chairman said that, and he has written famously, living in a country built and sustained off slavery, colonialism, and neocolonialism, the impact of victorious revolutionary struggles reaches down into the gas tanks, shopping centers, and tax brackets of the North American population. There is an objective relationship between world slavery and U.S. affluence. And up until now, the North American population, opportunistically and demagogically, led by their stomachs, pocketbooks, and corrupt leadership, have chosen the continued enslavement of the world, including the white left, and especially the white left. And, it's like we can't. Let me just say this. It was really, really important that for us to understand that the chairman struggled with us in the African People's Solidarity Committee, which was formed in 1976, for nearly 10 years. And we did a lot of good work, but we also could be totally opportunist and did many, many, many things that betrayed the African Revolution as well. And it took a long time for us to be able to begin to incorporate, to internalize that this is our analysis. We are not doing a favor for any African. We're not here because we like African people. We're not here because we want to have African friends or anything like that. This is our revolution. There is no other revolution. There is no other revolution. That any other struggle would be the Proud Boys or, the word Nazi is an acronym for National Socialism. For National Socialism, when white people struggle in our own interests, it is fighting over who's going to control the loot of colonialism. I don't care if you're called a white socialist or a white reactionary. That's what it's about. And that's why we have to be under the leadership of the African Revolution in this country, because the African Revolution is the only thing that is fighting imperialism and fighting colonialism and is winning. And that the chairman kept this alive from the past period of the 1960s until now. And it is really, it's really incredible and important that we take this on, that we build, and we are clear about this, that this isn't charity. This isn't about racism. This is joining the anti-colonial struggle, which will overturn a whole system built on the backs and the blood of the majority of the people on the planet Earth. And Chairman Omali Yeshitela is out there doing that. And I also wanted to say that in the 1966, there was something that was exposed about the FBI, but as the chairman has said, that it wasn't just the FBI. It was the FBI, the CIA, even the IRS was involved in this, and the NSA, the National Security Agency, and many other things. And it was called COINTELPRO, and it was their guidelines on how to wipe out the African Revolution of the 1960s, which was incredibly violent, but it had no rear base. It had no rear base. It didn't know how to do that. The chairman solved that problem. And that COINTELPRO documents talked about prevent the coalition of militant Black nationalist groups. And, and it says, unity, there is strength, a truism that is no less valid for all its triteness. It's just, when they're saying this, they're talking about murdering people, murdering the leaders. they use words like neutralize. That means murder. And of course, the party and the chairman did form the Black is Back Coalition. It says, number 2, prevent the rise of a Messiah who could unify and electrify the militant Black nationalist movement. Malcolm X might have been such a Messiah, but they had already killed him by then. He is the martyr of the movement today. Martin Luther King was still alive, and he, clearly put himself on the world scale when he's expressed his unity with the struggling people of Vietnam and said, how can I fight for nonviolence when this government is the most violent perpetrator in the world? And it says, prevent violence on the part of Black nationalist groups. Of course, the COINTELPRO incited violence, it brought violence, and prevent militant Black nationalist groups and leaders from gaining respectability by discrediting them to 3 separate segments of the community. And they were Black nationalists, quote unquote, white liberals, and other kinds of forces. So we're saying that they had to discredit. And I'm raising this because it never has a new playbook. The colonial state never has a new playbook. It does the same thing over and over again, as we can see, and the chairman has laid that out, how many other Africans in decades before were charged with being agents of Russia or the Soviet Union. But this thing is not over. We don't know what the colonial state is going to do next. And, we have to be prepared for that. We can't sit back and just expect this to go away. This is here. This is on the books. This is what they did. This violent assault on the party, they targeted. And one of the things that they can do is slander and other kinds of just attacks on the character of the African Revolution. And we have to be clear about all the ways that this struggle is going to come down, and that anything that you want to know about the party is on the pages of the Burning Spear, is in the Uhuru House. It's on the streets of West Florissant and Philadelphia and Oakland, California. It's there to be seen. And we don't know what they're going to do, but it's going to be ugly and it's going to be vicious. And I'm calling on white people to be clear to what we are standing for. What we are standing for, our relationship, a principled relationship, which is in the word reparations. That means that we make our self-criticism. We join under the leadership of the anti-colonial struggle, which is the African working class, not at the expense, like white people always think, oh, what about the indigenous? No, the African working class uplifts everyone. It is not at the expense of anybody. That's what the African Revolution of Haiti was about, and everything else that African people have fought for. So we have to be clear that we are going up against the state, that we have a role to play in that we have a strategic mission to carry out, being the voice of the African Revolution in white society. And we need to be prepared to take that on. I want to say that too. And I want to say that this is not about good and evil. It's not about morals in that sense, but there is a universal concept of what is good and what is evil of the people of the planet Earth. And what is evil is what this system does to everybody else. It destroys them. It destroys their lives. It wipes out, it steals everything it possibly can from them for the benefit of a few, us. And this system has to go. And what is good is the African Revolution. What is fighting for the people on the planet? What is fighting for The end of all oppression is the African Revolution and the revolution against colonialism and the colonial mode of production, which means everything we have comes at the expense of somebody else. There's nothing we invented or thought of or worked for that wasn't on the backs of an indigenous and African and oppressed people around the world. And this is good. This is good in the world, and we have to uphold that. We have to stay there. We have to remember that we have the ability to be opportunists, that we can determine whether we're going to see this today or whether we're not going to see North St. Louis today or the conditions of African people here or any place else in the world. That we're going to stay here, that we're going to, what we hear, that we will not forget. We will not turn our backs on, that this is our future. If we want to see an end to the destruction of the environment that has been created by the colonial mode of production, it will be African and indigenous peoples who make that pure nature, not white people. We created it. It's never going to be solved under the system. If we are looking for gender rights and workers' rights and everything else, all of the contradictions are created by this system, and it cannot be overturned by this system. The future of this planet is in the African Revolution and the leadership of the African working class, the return of this land to the indigenous people, that fight to liberate. This is still their land from Alaska to the tip of Chile, throughout the Caribbean. This belongs to the indigenous people. It is their land. And this is a future that we have to fight for. There is nothing in the system, in the news or anything in this period today. Everything is in collapse, as the chairman has shown us over and over again, that there is nothing but crisis. There is no future to be had. So our future is in the liberation of African people. It's what we have. We have to go out there. We have to build a movement. We have to raise all the resources that are needed to go back into the hands of the African working class. And we have to win all the white people that we can win, all the white people that are in despair, that are dying, committing suicide and drug addicted, all of these things. We have to win them. This is where we can find our liberation, so to speak, by taking a stand of reparations and joining in genuine solidarity with the people on the planet Earth, the African Revolution, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, the African People's Socialist Party, the future of the planet. Uhuru.
All right. All right, Uhuru Jamie.
Uhuru Jesse. Good morning, comrade. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you? Looking good, suited and booted.
I'm ready to go this morning. I've been listening to these fantastic presentations as I've been getting ready to make my reappearance. And wow. In this morning. It's just such a boost of energy, to wake up and hear African internationalism like this at 5:30 in the morning here on the Eastern time zone, 4:32 Central. Am I right?
That's right. 4:32. And I'm still hearing a little bit of an echo, but I know our incredible AV team is on the case. So I'll keep going in the meantime. And I want to give a shout out to a very special viewer that we have tuned in already this early in the morning, and that is none other than Deputy Chair Ona Zanea Uhuru.
Uhuru.
$1,153 today.
Woo.
And our goal, as per our leadership, as per Deputy Chair Onizanash Shatella, who has thrown down the gauntlet and given us a great challenge and goal to strive towards in these last 2.5 hours, is let's get that up to a nice $40,000. I believe.
Do this. Uhuru, we can make it happen. Reparations now. And okay, the echo's gone. There we go. All right. That means we only need to raise $2,847 to get it up to a nice $40,000 raised for Uhuru Kulea African Women's Health Center. This building needs to be funded. It is in motion. The African People's Socialist Party, the Black Power Blueprint, the African working class, they are impatient to build the new world in which African people are free and self-determining. It will happen with or without white people at the end of the day. They are moving forward at breakneck speed with the urgency of the revolutionary African working class to make this a reality. And even in the absence of a health center, the Black Power Blueprint has already trained not 1, not 2, not 3, but 14 African women as certified doulas who will then have a residence at the health center once it exists. So the train has left the station, and it is incumbent upon us to get on board and support this as a stand of reparations, as a stand of solidarity with African people, not charity, not a favor, not something we do make ourselves feel better about ourselves, but something we do because at the end of the day, it is in our interest. It represents our future. It represents our pathway into the human family and out of the self-imposed isolation that we have trapped ourselves in for hundreds of years through our relationship to this parasitic colonial mode of production. I don't want to be far away from humanity and close to the Elon Musks and Jeff Bezoses and other gods, lords of capital that are at the helm of this social system that temporarily benefits me at the expense of everybody else. I want to turn my back on them and join the human family. And that's what the Black Power Blueprint represents, a doorway into the human family for us as white people. Because after centuries of living off of the slaughter and terror and exploitation and theft and torture of African, indigenous, colonized peoples, the theft of their land, the theft of their resources, the theft of their very lives and their ability to have healthy children and a future for their children, we don't get to just waltz back into the human family and say, all right, we're here, we're white people, and we're here to just be part of the human family. Why can't we all just get along? I'm colorblind now, whatever. That's not how it works. We have to pay our debt. We have to atone, if you will, for the horrors, for the atrocities that white people have committed, and we have to repair the damage. And Chairman Omali Shatella has made it clear to us that reparations is not something white people are going to define. How would that make any sense? White people defining or setting the terms for what reparations looks like. Reparations means solidarity with African self-determination. You either believe in that or you don't. And if you believe in it, it means that you believe in returning the resources to African people from whom they have been stolen so they can decide what to do with their own resources. And like the chairman said, when African people are free and in repossession of everything that belongs to them, they will pay themselves back. They will decide how that wealth will be redistributed and used to build the new world. And that is the principle of self-determination that guides everything that the Uhuru movement does, including our relationship to it as white people taking this stand of solidarity. So, Jamie, I want to just make this call to everybody who is watching. Share this. Call your friends. Seriously, get on the phone. Start texting people you know. Text your friends. Text your family. Let's get 28 people to do an average of $100 each. Boom. We do that, we've raised $40,000 by the time this program is over. So let's make this happen.
We can fight for this. Let's refuse to accept anything short of $40,000 raised for the Uhuru Kulea African Women's Health Center. That is our commitment. That is our pledge. That is the stand of genuine solidarity with African liberation, anti-colonial struggle of African people. So we can make this happen. Go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center and put in your $100 or more. If there's one person out there that wants to go ahead and do the $2,847, go ahead and do it. But we can get there person by person, one by one. If 28 people will go ahead and do $100 each at blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. Jamie, I want to turn it over to you.
Yeah, Uhuru, Jesse. I just want to echo everything you're saying and unite with it. You know, I'm thinking about this whole question that Chairwoman Penny Hess was just talking about in the earlier presentation of, you know, it's not a metaphysical struggle, but we can talk about what is in a historical perspective good and what is evil. And there's no other way to look at what this system does than to call it evil. And I mean, what is it that we want to be associated with? You know, do we want to be associated with a system that murders African people regularly, that denies African people the ability to have healthy children, that steals life and dignity from African and colonized people? This is a foul thing. Colonialism is a nasty, nasty thing, and the African Revolution is a beautiful thing. It's a hopeful thing, and I just can't think of anything that would be better to leave as our legacy than giving everything we possibly can to building this future of a liberated Africa. And I really appreciate what you're saying too about the fact that we can't define what reparations looks like, right? At the end of the day, we're not. I mean, we are talking about resources. We want people to go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center and donate generously. But all of that is toward the acquisition of real power that African people need to have over their own lives. It is a question of self-determination. That is what has been stolen from African people. So this is something that we've got to do as white people. We've got to take responsibility to struggle for this, to fight for this, to work for this, because it's about our own liberation too. That's another thing I've really been struck by in this program that Chairman Omali Yeshitela brought up during primetime last night. You know, we don't do this as a favor to African people. We do this because this has become our worldview, because we can see that the world has no future under this system. The only possible future is with a liberated Africa. And there's just no question I can think of that's more profound, more significant than the freedom of African women to bring healthy babies into this world and have control over their health care. So yeah, I just want to call on people to make that pledge to yourself, make that commitment to this brilliantly positive, optimistic future under the African Revolution. Support the Uhuru Kulea African Women's Health Center and go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center right now and call on your friends and family to do this too. Make a leap. Go outside of your comfort zone. Maybe call on someone you're not sure would ordinarily support this to go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center and make a generous donation right now.
Uhuru, thank you, Jamie. And I appreciate the point that you were drawing out about, you know, this whole question of good and versus what is sometimes characterized as evil. And the fact that everything that we understand, all of the definitions that we are force-fed as white people for what constitutes good and what constitutes evil are just so grotesquely and wildly distorted under the colonial system and under colonial capitalist domination of the planet Earth, where, you know, I mean, the great arbiters of morality and goodness are who? I guess the Pope is supposed to be one of them, or the Catholic Church, which, as we know, is a massive genocidal, colonial, criminal, pedophile enterprise that is supposed to be the bastion of goodness and morality. And really anything you look at in this social system, and this connects to the other point that you were making, that ultimately to be on the side of African people, to be on the side of humanity is the road to our liberation too. What is there to even cling on to at the end of the day inside of whiteness, inside of white society, inside of the colonial white identity and experience and material reality that was forged through the blood and murder of the bloodshed and murder of billions of human beings? What is there really to cling to in that? I mean, it is an absolutely empty, meaningless, depressing, horrendous reality. I mean, there's nothing good in it, literally. There's nothing redeeming. It has absolutely no redeeming qualities. That's why the culture of white people is either something to justify or celebrate or glorify imperialism. Here's basically the options you get on the menu of white culture. You get just straight up patriotic glorification of imperialism, Iron Man, you know, the great strong projection of imperialism or colonialism. You know, all the children's books that are promoting the ideas of colonialism. You get all that. Then you get just inane stupidity that's designed to distract you from the realities of colonialism. And then you get, you know, real pessimistic, existentialist kind of, you know, gloom and doom kind of thing that's designed to maybe is sort of like an emotional response to the realities of colonialism, but doesn't really take you anywhere in terms of what you can do about it. It's just sort of you know, dive off into the deep end of despair and hopelessness and make that your philosophy and your way of life. And that's pretty much the roads you can go down in white society. Unless you want to get out of it altogether, get out of the cult of whiteness and join the African Revolution and join in solidarity with the rest of humanity that's fighting to get rid of white power, get rid of the material basis for there even being this thing called white, which is based upon parasitism and slavery and genocide, and create the basis for a liberated humanity that will create a beautiful international culture of human beings that we can be a part of. So yeah, I just wanted to appreciate that point that you were making, Jamie, and just say that we are almost 2 hours and 15 minutes away from the close of our Reparations Telethon. Our goal is to get our fundraising up to $40,000 by the time we close out. We know we can make this happen. All you have to do is go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. And if 28 of you go to that website, blackpowerblueprint.org/health center, and donate $100 each on average, we will meet our goal. We only have $2,847 left to go. So we want to go ahead and fight for this. Start texting, text your friends, text your family members, text your coworkers. Even your coworkers that you don't even talk to, just text them the link to this telethon with no additional comment. Just text them the link to the telethon and let them see the video that we're about to show. Throwing a curveball over there. Can we show the video for the health center? Yeah. Okay, Jamie, with your permission, I'd like to take a quick step away here to look at the video about the Uhuru Kulea African Women's Health Center. So people who are just tuning in now for the first time with their morning cup of coffee can have an idea of what we're talking about here.
Let's do it.
All right.
Each year, the number of babies that die during childbirth in St. Louis could populate 15 kindergarten classrooms. The Black community in St. Louis suffers from an infant mortality rate 3.3 times that of white people. In a city that is home to some of the best medical care in the country, African women are denied access to prenatal and postnatal care. There is nothing natural about this. These are symptoms of an unjust colonial system. Our power and our self-determination have been taken from us. But we are fighting to take back the power over our own communities and resources and the futures of our children. The Uhuru wa Kulea African Women's Health Center is the latest initiative of the Black Power Blueprint, a comprehensive neighborhood revitalization project that is transforming North St. Louis through renovation, self-sustaining economic development, and political power by and for the Black community. Uhuru wa Kulea, or Freedom to Nurture in Swahili, will be a Black-led wellness education center to empower Black women and girls in caring for our physical, mental, and emotional wellness. Our vision is to provide health and self-care programs that reinforce our traditional African culture. We are investing in the future of our community with doula and childbirth educator certification programs, along with opportunities for employment and entrepreneurship. Our programs will address the mental and physical health of Black girls and women, including prenatal, birthing, and postnatal care, trauma-informed yoga, an annual African Girls' Day event, a medicinal herb treatment program, and more. We have already begun training 15 African women from North St. Louis to become certified doulas. We've acquired the land for the health center, and now we need the funding to begin construction and bring this much-needed respite to our community. When we have power over our own communities, our resources, and our own health care, no African mother will have to mourn the loss of her baby, and every African child will have a future of prosperity and peace. Support this innovative and empowering program. Donate today.
Black Power Blueprint, for which we are raising funds today. And Jamie, are you there? Nope. Okay. So we're broadcasting to you live from St. Louis. It is just 9 minutes shy of 5 o'clock, at which point we will be showing you a powerful 30-minute documentary about the 1982 Reparations Tribunal. So we're hoping to get Jamie Simpson back on with us in just a few moments. But in the meantime, we're going to be going ahead and why don't we just go ahead now and, oh, there you are, Jamie. Uhuru, welcome back. All right. I see you, but I don't hear you.
Okay, Uhuru, something was going on. It was not allowing me to unmute or start my video. Uhuru.
Okay, well, welcome back. Good to see you again. And I'm excited that we're going to be rejoined by Chairwoman Penny Hess in just a little bit. But before we do, I just want to reiterate that our updated goal is to get to $40,000 by the end of the telethon today. That means we have $2,847 left to raise. That means if 28 people contributed about $100 each, we would just about get there. So let's go ahead and make that happen. And do this, comrades. blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. Let's make this happen. And Jamie, anything you wanted to say before we go to the tribunal, reparations tribunal documentary?
No, I'm just really glad to be here, and I want to echo what you're saying, calling people not only to give what you can, but direct message people, text people, email people. We really want to involve everyone in our lives in this. We're all in this. We've got a responsibility to do this. So please let people know they can go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center, or like you said, Jesse, just text people a link to this telethon. Get folks involved. We can do this. Uhuru.
So now we're going to take a look at an incredible documentary. This is actually a radio documentary that was produced in the 80s after the 1982 World Tribunal on Reparations to African People in Brooklyn, New York, that was held that year in 1982. And you will hear some of the incredible testimonies that were given at that historic tribunal. And right after we listen to this radio documentary, which has some accompanying visuals, we will be joined by Penny Hess, the chair of the African People Solidarity Committee, who was actually present at the 1982 tribunal, and will be talking to us about what that experience was like, what that event represents historically and today, and more. So let's take a look at the Reparations Tribunal, 1982.
On November 13th and 14th of 1982, the African National Reparations Organization, a mass organization of the African People's Socialist Party, organized and conducted a World Tribunal on reparations for Black people. Addressing the question debated across the U.S. today, are African people owed reparations? Listen to the testimonies from this tribunal and you decide.
Today, we are initiating a 2-day trial of the United States government for crimes it has committed against the Black or African population of the United States. Today, we are initiating a 2-day process which is remarkable and historic in its implication for the use of international law as a means of addressing the crimes against oppressed people who do not have the benefit of state power and the use of national and international courts, which are traditionally only available to those groups who do possess state power. To withhold the right to justice and international legality to the powerless, oppressed African people in the United States would be to validate the most cynical concept that might makes right. It would give credence and validity to the awful concept of the right of the powerful to make and enforce international law. Such law as that is no law at all. It is accepted tyranny. Therefore, this World Tribunal must determine whether international morality might prevail in the interest of the powerless. This tribunal will determine whether, even in the absence of state power, the rights of the oppressed will be recognized as rights which may be respected in the form of applied international law.
On November 13th and 14th of 1982, Black people from around the United States and the world came together at an international tribunal in New York to hear evidence, historical, statistical, and personal, on the right of Black people in the U.S. to receive reparations from the U.S. government. Before an international panel of judges and observers representing popular movements in the Congo, Senegal, Barbados, the United States, and Tanzania, 14 hours of documentation and testimony was presented to support the charge that African people experienced genocide. This was not a mock trial. International law was laid out and legal procedures followed. This international law consisted of charters and treaties passed by the United Nations after World War II to hold governments accountable to the world community. The judges heard the charges, followed the evidence, cross-examined witnesses, and rendered a verdict. Testimony was put forth under the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, which has been ratified by a majority in the United Nations, but which the United States Senate has refused to ratify for fear of being charged before world courts concerning the cases of Native American and African people in the U.S. The
the Genocide Convention declares as punishable crimes any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group, killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, forcibly transferring children of the group to another group.
The first testimony came from Dr. Leonard Jeffries, chairman of the Black Studies Department of the City College of New York, who detailed the birth of civilization in Africa and the subsequent impact of the raiding slave merchants.
For 40 or 50 years, the Portuguese had been touching the coast of Africa, and they knew the riches of the culture and civilizations that had been developed there. The civilizations of Ife and Benin that produced the art, which is as classical as any art ever produced. The civilization that produced the city-states of Nigeria and the city-states of other parts of Africa. These Portuguese, being land-poor, resource-poor, and people-poor, had to have their mind blown when they got to the Gold Coast. So the Portuguese in 1482 came back to Africa and established a permanent base, which became the beginning of the process of genocide that saw 100 million Africans destroyed. That permanent base was called Elmina of St. George. And after that period, hundreds of slave forts were built along the African coast. In Ghana alone, along a 200-mile stretch, there are the remnants today of 50 slave forts and castles, some of them only a few miles from each other, as the European blood sucked the African continent. In that 50-year turning point of history, when Europe moved from the periphery of world history, from its dark ages, onto center stage, and moved out African and Southern Asian and Indian peoples, the roots of that which we have to deal with today in terms of the condition of our people are there. They come out of the slave trade system, which, as Walter Rodney says, went to the development of Europe and the underdevelopment of Africans. In this 50-year period of history, you have the basis of genocide, the basis of religious intolerance, the basis of fascism. But I don't want to leave us historically with a negative note. The last period of history is 1900 to the present. 1900 to the present is the period of the African Renaissance. 1900 to the present is the period of the African Revolution. And Garvey and others understood this. The revolutions in Mozambique, Angola, and Guinea-Bissau, the revolutions taking place around Tanzania and Namibia, the movements in the Caribbean around Grenada, etc., the Cuban Revolution, the struggles of peoples on the streets of Harlem and Bedford-Stuy. These are all part of the renaissance and rebirth of African peoples. And although a genocidal process existed in history, we are reversing that genocidal process by moving into an African revolutionary consciousness.
In addition, a historical brief was submitted with documentation of extensive economic research on the amount of wealth stolen from the labor of African people held as slaves in the U.S. Wealth which was the basis of the U.S. economy for its first 100 years and which gave birth to the capitalist economic system. Estimates of wealth stolen from African people's labor through the special structures of tenant farming, wage discrimination, and the dual labor market were also made for the years following the abolition of formal chattel slavery. A minimum estimate of the wealth stolen from black people for labor alone, leaving out charges for damages incurred through murder, maiming, and rape, amounted to $4.1 trillion. Joe Mashariki, chairman of the Black Veterans for Social Justice, brought out detailed information on the use of black troops to enforce U.S. power around the world, at the same time that black people are suffering under the rule of that state power in the U.S.
The United States government is guilty of mass genocide and degradation against Africans here in America. The economic wealth and development of this country was built on the backs of black slave labor. All persons who enjoy the fruits of the so-called democracy today enjoy it at the expense of black blood, sweat, tears, and lives. As an organization of veterans from World War II to Vietnam War who fought in these wars, our motto is blacks fight no one else's war no more. We have adopted this motto because of our experience in this country However, this motto doesn't exclude us from fighting our own war. I want to be clear on that. Such as in Tanzania, Namibia, Mississippi, or New York. People who know the anti-war movement know that the type of internal chaos that took place in the military, which helped to stop the war, and that came from people right here in our communities. The whole white anti-war movement couldn't get off the ground until blacks refused. More blacks refused to go into the military during the Vietnam War than whites, 8-2.
Evidence was also brought forth under the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, which states in part,
State parties undertake to prohibit and to eliminate racial discrimination in all its forms and to guarantee the right of everyone without distinction as to race, color, or national or ethnic origin to equality before the law, notable the enjoyment of the following rights: the right to equal treatment before the tribunals and all other organs administering justice, the right to security of person and protection by the state against violence or bodily harm, whether inflicted by government officials or by an individual, group, or institution.
Testifying on conditions for black people in southern prisons was Richard Mafundi Lake.
They wouldn't allow me any reading material for 12 years. They took and put me in a cell, 5-by-8 cell, without benefit of any writing material, reading material, radio, TV, non-cellmate for 12 years. Only thing was in that strip cell was a face basin where you only cold water, running cold water. There was no bed. It was a concrete slab block. And the only time I came out of that cell was to go to a shower for 5 minutes. And if you wasn't through showering in 5 minutes, the water was cut off on you. You didn't have any control of the water. That was for 12 years. And the only way I maintained my sanity was to play mental games with myself. I learned how to play chess without a board. I wouldn't allow them to destroy me. I was placed, I think it was 21 days that I was forced to go without bread or water. I was in a cell, stripped, wintertime, sub-zero degree weather, and there was no heating, no ventilation. I was forced to lie on that concrete block, and then the guards would come by for additional punishment and throw water on the floor. It would get so cold that the only way I could sleep, I would just run in my cell until I was just completely exhausted, and I would just fall out from exhaustion and sleep. You see the little blocks in the toilet tissue? They used to give us 3 blocks, actually count the blocks of toilet tissue. And I used to take the 3 blocks of toilet tissue and lie on that cold floor and put it on my chest and psych myself that I was covering myself with a blanket. You know, under severe conditions, a person play all kind of mental games with himself in order to survive.
Further evidence on the government's violation of this international convention was put forth by Akil al-Jundi, who was a participant in the Attica Rebellion in New York.
On September the 9th, 1971, at Attica State Prison, there had been a unanimous decision by over 1,200 prisoners at Attica. And that position was that because of all the racism that had existed at Attica and the prison system within New York State and an entire country, that it was a need for something to happen. On September the 9th, 1971, we took to the yard, 1,281 strong. On September the 13th, 1971, 43 people lost their lives as an outcome of the rebellion. Now, we know that rebellions go on and on at different times, and what they do is they escalate our particular level of struggle. In this particular case, raised the question of prisons, prisoners, and the relationship of prisons to black folk, particularly in the wilderness of North America. There is a suit right now that is pending, and this civil suit is demanding $2.8 billion from the Rockefeller estate, because we remember that the governor at the time of the rebellion was none other than Nelson Aldrich Rockefeller. And we want to give to the international body our suit so that the world will not forget what happened at Attica.
And Afeni Shakur, a member of the Grand Jury Project and former defendant in the New York Panther 21 trial in 1969, brought forth extensive evidence concerning COINTELPRO attacks against the black liberation struggle.
My nephew was beginning first grade in 1968, and that was the year of the infamous UFT teacher strike in this city. And here, thousands of children were left without schools, and so people across this city got together and set up alternative programs. The Black Panther Party was very much involved in that struggle, and I joined that struggle in 1968. By April of 1969, I was in jail, charged with some 350 felonies, including conspiracy to do just about everything there is to conspire to do. We were all acquitted. The state of New York wasted $1.5 million in trying to send us all to jail, but their conspiracy did not end there, and some of them are now political prisoners. It's important for us, however, to begin by understanding what a counterintelligence program really is. A counterintelligence program is a military operation. One goal of any counterintelligence program is to neutralize a hostile agent. The United States government considers all elements of the Black liberation movement hostile agents. When the counterintelligence program was aimed at the Black liberation movement, there was only one heading in which all black people fell, and that heading is called Black Hate Extremist Groups. And under that heading fell the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, SCLC, SNCC, CORE, the Black Panther Party, of course, Malcolm X, and anybody that fell any place within those parameters. And that, I believe, covers the general trend existing in any black family and in any black community.
Look all around us, people are starving and dying. Time for living, if you're willing, it's freedom time. Yeah.
The United Nations has also adopted the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which declares in part that
everyone has the right to a nationality. Everyone has the right to education. Education shall be directed to the full development of the human personality and to the strengthening of respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms.
Professor Del Hunter was demoted from position as Dean of Medgar Evers College in New York for supporting the struggle of African students for control of the institution in the interest of the black community.
The way that the black intellectual became utilized was literally not to transmit knowledge, not to discover new information, not to engage in human understanding, but literally to reproduce in a very mechanical and a very formal way that information that had been received from the ruling forces. The responsibility, therefore, of anyone who strikes of talking about freedom, liberation, and a revolution is that of creating an antithesis of the present understanding of reality. The idea, therefore, is for the core of people who have been housed outside of the institutions of higher learning, who, by the way, have usually made more of a major contribution toward the development of black people than those who've been housed inside, okay? The idea is to establish a link and a mechanism so that these individuals have a forum in order to exist and to carry on the information sharing and the understanding that they have.
This Universal Declaration of Human Rights also holds that
everyone has the right to a standard of living adequate for the health and well-being of himself and of his family, including food, clothing, housing, and medical care, and necessary social services, and the right to security in the event of unemployment, sickness, disability, widowhood, old age, or other lack of livelihood in circumstances beyond his control.
one of the many individual black people who came forward to give testimony on her conditions of life and right to reparations was Sharon Smith.
One of the unique things about Central Brooklyn is that it's the largest black population in the country, but the majority of that population is made up of women and children. One of the most pressing problems for us as mothers in this city is decent housing. We have a responsibility of providing a decent home for our children. However, it is kind of hard to do that when you're being exploited and oppressed by a criminal landlord, further perpetuated by a court system. I've lived in apartments where, well, the ceilings are always falling in. That's common. Rodents, rats, roaches is a common problem. The cold is a common problem in a lot of buildings that I've lived in this city. When the temperature was below zero last year, we froze. You have on twice as many clothes inside, and you take off clothes to go outside. I was getting a lot of phone calls and letters home from the teachers as such, and he can't be still, my son can't be still, my son is not being productive. And I did not know how to get across to these teachers that if my son go to bed cold and then he wake up cold and he can't wash up efficiently in the bathroom that the ceiling is falling in, how in the world is he going to be productive in a classroom in a public school of miseducation, which is another story in itself. We go to housing court, and on any day of the week, there are loads of people, African people, to be dealing in that system at one time. Something is definitely wrong. I consider that genocide. They're trying to kill our spirits. What it has done is just rise my anger. I want to see justice. I want to see reparations for us.
Testimony was brought out concerning the International Convention on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, which includes the following provisions.
The state parties to the present covenant recognize the right of everyone to the enjoyment of the highest attainable standard of physical and mental health. The steps to be taken to achieve the full realization of this right shall include those necessary for the provision of the reduction of the stillbirth rate and of infant mortality and for the healthy development of the child, the creation of conditions which would assure to all medical service and medical attention in the event of sickness.
Black healthcare activist Ibun Adelona testified to the systematic violation of this provision by the United States and state authorities in regards to black people in the U.S.
In regards to our struggle for self-determination, we have had to define for ourselves what that means. For us, that means having control over the institutions that affect our lives. It means the ability to define our needs and to have access to resources to develop the social forms that would meet those needs. Generally, throughout the world, infant mortality rates are recognized as one of the most reliable measures of the general health status of a community. Among African people in New York, our rate of infant death is 36.8% greater than that of white New Yorkers. If you compare Manhattan and Brooklyn to Mississippi, you see an even larger discrepancy in the sense that 2 to 3 times those numbers begin to appear in other parts of the country. We found that there was a pattern of hospitals being closed in black communities. Now, when you have an understanding of the relationship of business and government in regards to whether or not a hospital stays open, then you understand that when a hospital closes, it is because the government wants that hospital to close. What they do is pull back on the kind of reimbursement that they give to that hospital, so in effect they create a bankruptcy. A total of $10.7 billion was spent in New York City in 1980 for healthcare expenditures. And $5.7 billion of this was spent on hospital care. Over 50% of that money for New York City, and I'm talking about all 5 boroughs, went to that string of hospitals in the area that we call Bedpan Alley, which is a predominantly white, middle class and upper class community. And we're talking about tax dollars. We're talking about the money that comes from all of us. We're talking about our money is going disproportionately to one sector in regards to the health industry.
Following the testimony, the judges retired and determined a unanimous verdict. Speaking on the impact of the tribunal was Justice Ladipu Solanke, chairman of the National United Movement of Barbados.
A people who have faced the horrors as outlined in the testimony of these 2 days must congratulate themselves to have the moral fortitude to be here for this historical tribunal. Irrefutable evidence has been brought before this tribunal to indict the U.S. government without a shadow of a doubt. African people in the U.S. are indeed due reparations from the United States government. The crime against African people in the U.S. is without fear of contradiction the greatest crime in the known history of human civilization.
The verdict of the judges was that
1. African people in the U.S. are due reparations from the U.S. government at the amount of $4.1 trillion, with damages to be determined at later tribunals. 2. Imprisoned black revolutionaries should be granted political prisoner and prisoner of war status based on the Geneva Convention and other United Nations determinations. 3. U.S. treatment of Africans in the U.S. represents a serious enough breach of the United Nations Human Rights Charter to justify eviction of the U.S. from the United Nations. And 4. The testimony and documentation presented at the tribunal justifies the establishment of a permanent body to monitor U.S. treatment of African people in the U.S.
calling for the black communities around the United States to take out the verdict of the tribunal and organize chapters of the African National Reparations Organization. Omali Yeshitela, People's Advocate and Chairman of the African People's Socialist Party, summed up the Reparations Tribunal.
We've heard testimony, and there has been introduced documentation which shows that it is the oppression of African people here and throughout the world, which is the very foundation, the cornerstone of the existence of this terrible world economic system that causes destruction throughout this earth. Such being the case, it's very clear that if you remove the cornerstone, the building will come tumbling down. Our oppression represents the cornerstone and at the same time the weakest link in this imperialist country, this imperialist world. And therefore, the judgment which comes from a tribunal such as this is very, very important. If you live in a country or a world that is built on slavery, barbarity, thievery, genocide, the institutions of that society in any place of the world will be there for the purpose of sustaining the enslavement and the genocide. We have set about creating another institution, and this institution is a world tribunal which brought the United States government for the first time in its history to trial for the crimes that it has committed against black people in this country. And this tribunal is biased tribunal. It is a tribunal that moves off the assumption that black people must be free. It moves clearly off the assumption that black people must be free, and that anything that stands in the way of that liberation must be removed. America was built, understand, by stolen thought as you clap and stare? Can you rock the house from inside the camp as you move into the beat to the early light? The country's moving to the right. Prepare now, all get high and wait, cause it ain't no party in the police state.
This program was produced by Burning Spear Media, narrated by Dorothy Lewis and Laura Dotson. Senior producer was Gaeta Cambone. Audio engineer was Sandy Thompson. For more information and programs, visit theburningspear.com.
Uhuru!
Uhuru comrades, Uhuru Jamie and Uhuru, really want to start by saluting our incredible comrades here at the Uhuru Solidarity Center in St. Louis who have been here all day and all night. We're still here, cadre. This is what cadre means, like being there down to the wire in the trenches. And these comrades have done an amazing job. I just really want to, before we go on, I would just really want to salute our comrade, of course, Chair Jesse, Vice Chair Amanda, who's done all the calculation for the last nearly 24 hours, Comrade Len, who is one of the coordinators of this event, Comrade Brendan over here, and yeah, who is the program coordinator, Comrade Zoya, who put together this professional AV setup that makes this into a true studio of African Revolution. Comrade Nads, who traveled here from afar to be part of this. There's so much, just a great comrade. Christina, Aiden, right? Christina and Aiden. And, you know, just so many others, Casey.
Another Christina over here.
And Christina, wow, this has been amazing. We have Comrade Hallie, I think that's Hallie.
Hallie's back there. We had KC, Jonathan, who are both on AV as well.
Yes, wow, this has been just really powerful. And the comrades have raised, let me just see here, to get the exact amount. And we, okay, so we have a remaining, so we have raised $37,603.
I'm gonna put in 100. 37,703.
And we only have 2,297 to go. So I just want to say first of all that I will put in the 97.
Okay.
And just put in $100. I also want to say, Chairman, Deputy Chair, if you're up and about, if you want to come on Zoom, because we're going to sum up the tribunal and the significance of that as one of the most profound events that has taken place in the 20th century, I would say. And we want to salute Comrade Allison. Is that this morning or from yesterday?
This morning.
This morning, $50 from Comrade Allison, and Deputy Chair, $147 put in. And that was after many other contributions throughout the day yesterday. So,
and Black Power 96.
Oh, and Black Power 96
did $253.
Wow. Black Power 96, $253, and we just saw, you know, just the profound interview with DJ, our station manager, Eddie Maltzby, and director Kulea yesterday. That was so excellent. So we have under 2,300 more dollars. We have an hour and a half. We need to do this, comrades. We can do it. We need to get to 40,000 and you know, and be able to take that on today. So, you know, I wanted to salute everybody here, and Comrade Jamie, who just been, you know, really out there. And One of the things that we've done and we're going to do today in this segment is discuss the significance of the International Tribunal on Reparations to African People. And that audio recording or program that we just heard, which I know Comrade Sandy, who we saw last night, played a key role in that, in putting that together. With some, I mean, I just love that, and I think that the International Tribunal on Reparations to African People first held in Brooklyn, New York, in November. I think it was November 13th and 14th, 1982. Brooklyn, New York was one of the probably one of the most significant events of that period, and is a more than an event, but was something that set the terms and the foundation for everything that we understand right now about reparations, about the question of reparations, about the question of African people taking state power, and and using international law as a legitimate people, oppressed people nation, without whose land and resources have been stolen from them, and who brings this to the world court. And it was so significant because even then, and I guess I would say especially then, but the whole quote legal quote unquote basis, the documents that form the basis of the International Tribunal, putting the U.S. government on trial for genocide against African people, and with testimony from some of the, I would say, a grouping of the most significant activists and African, patriotic revolution or intellectuals of that period was just absolutely amazing. And I know I had the honor of being there, Comrade Kitty, and some of the comrades that that are still here today had the honor of being there on that weekend. And it was something that Gaida Cambone played a huge role in, and it really launched the question of reparations, but not in a way that was charity, but of the right of oppressed and colonized people to have control of their resources, of their stolen labor, and to have state power and self-government over their lives. And this tribunal was something that was an institution, not an event, but created as an institution of dual and contending power. That was something that the party held in subsequent sessions for 12 or 13 times after that 1982 thing. But I just want to say that this book, Reparations Now, which I love this book, and it is being republished, I think, in a larger version with more of the testimonies, but it has this amazing overview that was actually the article that was published in the Burning Spear in December of 1982. That was great, that I wanted to go over it. But before I do that, I just really want to again salute Chairman Omali Shatella, salute Deputy Chair, and the visionary, brilliant, relentless African People's Socialist Party. Under his leadership, we have the honor of being organized and going into the white community, working for reparations.
True. I just want to interrupt for a brief moment. I just really want to salute Leah, who just donated $500.
$1,700 to go.
Wow.
Do it.
Wow.
17 people doing $100 each, and we'll meet the goal of $40,000 raised.
Yeah.
For Giving Tuesday for Kulea. So you can go to blackpowerblueprint.org/help center. We need 17 people to do $100 each. We can do this. And Uhuru chairman.
Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Uhuru, comrades.
Thank you so much for coming back on. It's powerful to see you this morning. This is a great morning. So
It is a great morning.
Uhuru Chairman, I just wondered, is there anything, I just think that the International Tribunal on Reparations is amazing. I just want the world to really understand how significant it was. It is an institution and a historic moment when this was held that should never be forgotten. That can never be forgotten. Its significance in the history of the African Revolution, and just in so many ways, politically, and fighting for reparations, making it a household word, and drawing together all of representatives of so many fronts of the African Revolution at that time. And as you can see from the radio documentary that we just heard, with some of the testimonies, almost every African said African. They refer to themselves as African, which I know is something that the party always stated and was clear. So, Chairman, I really wanted to salute you, and I just want to say one more thing, that your statements to me are so moving, so beautiful, just representative of state power being exercised by you as the leader of the African nation. And it is just an amazing moment in history, and record of the political basis for everything that the party is fighting for and recognizing today. So, Uhuru, Chairman.
Uhuru. I wonder if that's the Deputy Chair calling me now. But let me just say that I think it is absolutely correct, the significance of the World Tribunal. The African People's Socialist Party is not the first organization, nor am I the first person to raise up reparations as a demand for our people. It's an old demand. It's been around for a while. And the thing that helped to distinguish our participation and our intervention in the reparations movement was that a couple of things. One, there was an assumption that reparations were owed to African people only for what they characterized as slavery. That was one thing. And we disagreed with that. We said that reparations is not something that's owed to African people just for slavery and something that happened a while ago and that has ended. Reparations due to African people what happened just 30 minutes ago. How our entire existence requires reparations. So it has to go beyond just the question of slavery. Two, a thing that we were always struck by in terms of the reparations demand is the fact that Africans who were engaged in reparations work, generally speaking, worked as individuals or small organizations that concentrated primarily on trying to file some kind of suit to demand and to win reparations from the government and possibly from various corporations, even though corporations were not that much something that was being talked about. Either a suit or either getting some kind of legislation from the government that would make reparations available to African people. Our intervention was based on the assumption that one, reparations is a revolutionary demand. And it is a revolutionary demand, even though it is something that is being advocated for by people who may not be revolutionaries, who just trying to get resources that will allow African people to live better, at least theoretically, within the existing relationship that we have with colonial white power. And we felt like the critical issue is to win the demand for reparation, win masses of African people to recognize that reparations are due to African people. And this is something that would, wherever they came from politically, wherever, when churches, when middle class forces, when all kinds of forces, whoever can be won to the reparations demand, let's win them to the reparations demand. And that is the first thing, because what that does, what that would do is to change how African people were able to perceive ourselves, and to challenge the ability of the government, not just the government, but white people and the various institutions that reflect the interests of white people, the colonizer, to change this situation where African people were being constantly demoralized and dehumanized with the notion that somehow whatever hardships that white people were experiencing, whatever hardships America was experiencing, economically or otherwise, were somehow because African people had been demanding and winning welfare of some sort from the government, from white people, from the institutions, and that we were some kind of drag on the economy or drag on the economic interests of white people. And this was something that was, I cannot explain to you what an impact this had just on the morale of African people ourselves, who many of whom were being won to this notion that somehow white people were being exhausted by having to just give welfare and donate to African people, etc. And so we felt like it was necessary to change that, to win the reparations demand, to engage in the struggle, master struggle around reparations. And so doing, when we start to talk about reparations en masse, then this would provide the basis for a deep discussion. If you say reparations, then you got to say why. Why are reparations owed to African people? And that gives us an opportunity to dig into the history of this relationship that Africans have with the United States government. And it gives African people the ability to take the offensive in this struggle, as opposed to being relegated to some kind of drag on the progress by white people, progress by the colonizer, progress by the settlers who have taken this land and the resources from the various peoples around the world. So we thought it was really important to take that on, to move the reparations demand beyond just this slavery question, to show how the whole political economy, how the entire economy of America and the world owed itself whatever success that people perceived they were experiencing to this parasitic relationship that had been imposed on African people. We also felt like it was extremely important to take this question on because it did allow us to talk about the question of state power. In fact, what we were doing was using international law in this tribunal. We were saying this is a legitimate tribunal. This is a legitimate hearing by African people using this international law. And notwithstanding the fact that it has always been suggested that international law was not something that the oppressed could assess on our own. It presupposed the need for people to be able to access international law through the United Nations and other things like that, only if the governments that were oppressing us gave us permission to do it. The legitimacy of participation with international law required the acceptance of our ability to do that by the oppressor. And we said, that's wrong. We're going to change that. And there are various concepts associated with law, with international law, that's generally recognized as legitimate. And we say, let's take advantage of that. What is it that makes international law? Well, how does international law come into being, into existence? And so we saw that the tribunal would be an instrument through which we could do that. It would be an instrument through which we would create the state power of our own. It would be an instrument that would allow African people for the first time since the Garvey movement to speak in our own interest as a people, as a colonized people, and whose complaint in terms of international law was the fact that our right to self-determination had been expropriated, that somebody had taken away from us our right to self-determination. Somebody had taken away from us our ability to have our own state power, etc. And this was a part of the complaint. And obviously, somebody who's complaining that I'm enslaved should not have to have the permission of those who are enslaving them to be able to make a legitimate complaint. So this is part of what we were doing. And for us, we saw reparations as a revolutionary demand, despite the fact that many non-revolutionaries would have the ability to engage and had been engaged in this question of reparations. So the tribunal gave us an opportunity to win people, masses of people, to initiate a process through which reparations would not be something, or the issue or the idea of the struggle for reparations would not be something that was located only within the parameters of what was called the movement or handful of specialists around this question, but masses of people had to be brought into this discussion for reparations to occur. And with the masses of people brought into the discussion, there was no doubt in our mind that reparations could be won. And for us, the issue of reparations went beyond, again, what most people were talking about, because our perspective is that reparations, as Comrade Aronde, who helped to build the first reparations tribunal there in New York, has said that we will pay ourselves. That state power gives us the ability to take what belongs to us as African people. So we're not just talking about being in some permanent stance of gentrification, of genuflection, I should say, to win reparations. We win political power. We win state power. We win that which the tribunal itself reflected was necessary for us to be able to have a legitimate claim. And when we do that, and as we do that, we take reparations. And I just want to say that the discussion we're having right now, the telethon that we engage in right now, the fact that there is an Uhuru Solidarity Movement presence in more than 130 some odd cities in this country, more than 30 states in this country. The fact that the party exists in various places around the world, throughout Africa, throughout the Caribbean, throughout Europe and what have you, and reparations has been introduced to the world in part because of this process. It is clear evidence of the correctness of our position that the reparation issue had to be a mass issue, and so we have all of these colonizers like yourselves who are engaged in fighting for reparations. We've introduced the capacity of the colonizers to actually intervene in history on the right side. And to become possibly revolutionaries, while in the past, colonizers have been able to characterize themselves as revolutionaries because they had a certain stance of militance in confronting the colonial powers to get access to some of the resources that were being stolen from the colonized. Now the colonizer can join with those of us who are colonized under the leadership of the colonized fight for reparations, which is a form of self-criticism that masses of white people can engage in voluntarily and not rely on the government. In fact, it places us all in a situation of having to contend with the government, who would come to your house at 5 o'clock in the morning and use grenades and things like that to try and disrupt or undermine our ability to have this discussion when masses of people, African people, various other colonized people, and the colonizer, sectors of the colonizer themselves can participate and will participate in demanding reparations. This is a revolutionary moment. This is something that has brought vast masses of people into a revolutionary consciousness, and particularly among the colonizer. So that for the first time in history, for the first time since the advent of colonial slavery, now white people have an opportunity to become revolutionaries that would not just simply have their political activity, as militant as it may be, circumscribed or just limited to fighting for what they can get off the platform, off the pedestal of the expropriation of value from Africa and African people, but they can join with Africans, they can join with Mexicans, they can join with the oppressed peoples of the world in overturning this relationship, overturning a mode of production that requires the enslavement of African people, that requires the theft of our land and resources from the Philippines and Asia and other parts of Asia and the rest of the world. So this is what our intent was. And I feel like it's quite obvious that we have done that. We have made fundamental changes and changed how the entire world is able to perceive itself as a consequence of, and the tribunal was a critical part of it. And the tribunal was not just an event. It was, we've always said that reparations are a function of the revolution itself. And that's exactly what it is. And some people you have heard from that, from the excerpts that we used for this radio production, who testified. I mean, it's Tupac's mama. There's a person in our movement now who is one of our leaders in Philadelphia and New York, who was taught by one of the professors who spoke at the Reparations Tribunal. We see people like Leonard Jeffries, who made his first important major presentation, the one thing that started his career at that tribunal. We see the significance of the tribunal can be found in the charges implied against me and our movement by the FBI, by saying that somehow we've become so significant in raising the issue of genocide that the Russian must be paying us. When 1982, that tribunal, we used the United Nations Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide as the basis for the tribunal. That was in 1982, 40 years ago. And subsequent to that, of course, making reparations household work meant that we ran people for office. And for the first time in the history of this country, and as far as I know, for the history of the world, reparations became a part of the electoral process, and we were demanding reparations. And the United States government has been so moved by that that it has claimed that the reparations candidacy, that our intervention in the political arena was something that was paid for by the Russians. And that, of course, was the intervention where we did what? Well, we said unity through reparations, where we raised all of the critical colonial questions that we were able to express very sharply in 1982 in the World Tribunal. So this was historic and critical. And there are many people now who are being relatively successful, or there are organizations who are being relatively successful in raising the reparations demand with successful at least in having the discussion, and have no idea what it was that paved the way, that opened the door for making this reparations discussion happen. Kamala Harris talked about when she ran for president, reparations. I think Elizabeth Warren talked about reparations. Joe Biden had to discuss reparations that he would not provide, and it was 1982. It was the World Tribunal on Reparations that opened the door, that battered and knocked that door open and made it necessary for this reparations discussion to occur. And then, of course, there are people who, from the Solidarity Movement, there are people like Comrade Raya, who we met doing this reparations work. Comrade Penny, you were there in New York when we had the World Tribunal on Reparations. It was an extraordinary moment. It was something, by the way, that many people who now talk about reparations tried to block. That is to say, the World Tribunal. They worked to make it impossible or difficult for us to be successful with the reparations demand. And but we did it anyway, and it was the right thing to do. And we are winning. And the fact is that we didn't need the tribunal to win the struggle for reparations. It became an instrument, a revolutionary instrument. I mean, because the African People's Socialist Party has been achieving reparations. There's some people who are still waiting for the corporations and waiting for the government to give reparations. And we're involved in a telethon right now that's saying that the people are the real makers of history, and the people who are donating resources right now, reparations resources right now to a movement in our party that reparations that are being used to change the relationship that we have with colonialism. So, I mean, that's part of how I understand the significance of the World Tribunal. And there's a lot that can be said and will be said in the future. And we collecting a lot of this information. As you know, we are right now in the process of republishing the book Reparations Now, and including testimony that we were not able to get in that abbreviated piece that was done just a few months following the Reparations Tribunal, but it's now there. And people who fought us tooth and nail at the time, people who only said that we should get reparations for slavery, now find themselves having to extend the meaning of reparations and having to deal with the reparations based on what it is that we have done from 1982 up to now. So, you know, those are just some of the observations I would make, and say how we're looking at a historical continuum in terms of the party, the existence of the Solidarity Movement, the existence and vibrance of the reparations question. Kamala Harris didn't just go to sleep one night and then wake up and say, I think I'll talk about reparations. Elizabeth Warren didn't just do that. Obama didn't intervene on this. It's really interesting because Obama, when he first ran for president, at the first so-called debate of the candidates, and there were a whole bunch of them at the time, that was held in Harlem, New York, the question of reparations was thrown at the candidates. And Obama out of the gate saying that he was opposed to reparations because somehow raising these historical issues brought division and didn't allow unity, et cetera. And so I guess his concern about division made it necessary for him to intervene in the election campaign that we were engaged in St. Petersburg, Florida. So that the first time, the only time, certainly the first time he ever engaged in a local election as president was to come out and endorse the opponents, our white opponents of our candidacy and of the reparations demand. So anyway, those are just some of the observations that I would make. And to say that your presence in this meeting is testimony also about the significance of the reparations demand and the people, the scores and thousands of people who we have won to recognition and conscious and voluntary participation in the reparations issue through the various institutions, many of which were initiated and led by members of the Solidarity Movement. This is testimony about the significance of the reparations demand. And the thing is that it's so deeply rooted and it has become so ubiquitous that people wake up not knowing where the hell the demand came from, but it's just a good idea now. And it's a good idea because those of us who threw our bodies on the grenade made it happen, actually struggled to make it happen, having tribunals all around this country for 11 or 12 years straight, demanding reparations, taking the issue out. And the organizations that were opposed to us and actually tried to block the reparations demand have found themselves having to testify at some of these tribunals and bringing whatever base they had with them, so that the reparations demand has become ubiquitous. And as we stated in terms of our intent with the reparations in 1982, we created the first mass reparations organization in history with the African National Reparations Organization that has pursued, that made all of its work revolve around reparations. So, comrades, that's part of what I would say in terms of reflecting on the significance of the World Tribunal. Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Uhuru. I just really want to appreciate everything you just laid out, Chairman, and I've definitely experienced the profound influence that your work has had in making reparations a household word and in bringing this understanding to the world through all the work that the party has done throughout the years. So just really salute that, and just want to announce that people are still tuning in to this profound discussion. We're in the final hour. We are in the 24th hour of the Reparations Telethon. What better way to spend it than we're preparing for Maria Catella on the line with us, and people are continuing to donate. And I do want to appreciate and salute Deputy Chair Ona Zanea Catella for really pushing this fundraising in the last couple hours as well. And we want to announce that Grady pledged $100. Uhuru Grady. Brendan put in $100. Uhuru Brendan.
Go, Brendan.
Go here.
Yeah.
Lisa, $100. We had the Midwest region of the APSP through Representative Columbai pledging $100. Uhuru, the Midwest region. Representative Tiffany Murphy from the Northern region said the Northern region of the party is pledging $100. Uhuru. And that means, comrades, that we are just $963 away from meeting our new goal of ending out this telethon at $40,000 raised. We have raised $39,037 for the Uhuru Walk Kulea. That's it, 963. Go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center and put in $963 if you can, or if 10 people can do $9.63, right? No, that's not right at all. Something along those lines. 10, just be rounded up to 10. There we go. Over.
You know, comrades, in the 1960s, I think it was the 60s, there was an organization of white people that called themselves tax resistors. And they refused, as a political act, they refused to pay taxes to the United States government, or they subtracted from their taxes to the United States government the amount of money that they figured was going to pay for that war that the United States was making against the colonized people of Vietnam. And I'm not opposed to the idea that North Americans, that white people who unite with this demand for reparation, who oppose to what the United States government is doing to Africans and other colonized people around the world, to subtract from what you would be paying in taxes to white power, that the taxes that they use to jail us, taxes that they use to oppress and exploit us, and make that contribution, a political statement, even build committees and organization of tax resistors, reparations tax resistors, see what can be won. And of course, that was risky because the government was willing to put people in jail and things like that, but it put them in a situation of having politically a position of putting people in jail who refused to support that war. And there's a war that's always going on against Africans and other colonized people. And the reparations demand gives ordinary white people an opportunity to oppose that war and to unite instead on the side of those against whom this war is being waged. And the fact is that the United States government takes all kinds of resources and even sometimes give those resources to groups that in the African community that have no intention of changing this relationship. So at the same time, they're knocking our doors down and using flashbang grenades at pre-dawn raids and things like that to keep us from raising the demands. They're talking about being unindicted up to now, co-conspirators, because we're raising the demand. They're taking these resources and making them available to organizations and individuals who will support their policy regarding colonialism and oppression, exploitation of peoples around the world. So you can contend, I'm saying to people who are participating in this meeting, people who are viewing this meeting, people who are now coming on or may have already been on, that you can contend with that. You can make a determination that your resources can go where they need to go, and that is toward ending this kind of relationship based on colonialism and colonial exploitation. So thank you, Uhuru.
Uhuru. Wow. Chairman, I just want to express my profound appreciation for the clarity that you bring to all these questions, to the question of reparations, to the question of the oppression of African people, and the clarity that the World Tribunal brought to that. I think it's really, it's outrageous how this system of colonialism can turn reality upside down. How it can convince us that can convince so many people, especially in the colonizer nation, among us white people, that reparations is some sort of a handout question, right? That it's some sort of charity question, and even that what this system has already given in a very small amount, right, or claims that it's given to African people, is somehow a drag on white people. That it's African people who are dragging down white people because they just keep giving and giving and giving, and there's just no way to remedy this question of African people. I just think that's really astounding. It should really disturb people. I think that they've been convinced that they've been sold that narrative, and it's just so liberating that what the African People's Socialist Party has done to turn history right side up. To show us that the reality that's been there in front of our eyes the whole time. That I think that just goes back to what you were talking about earlier in the program last night about the invisibility of this whole question to the colonizer.
Uhuru.
So it's and the other thing that I'm thinking about too that's really frustrating about this system is the way that it's constantly looking for things outside of this colonial question that's right here within the United States, constantly looking for the war zone, that's somewhere else. I know that there's a lot of Giving Tuesday causes that are calling on people in the white community to give to Afghanistan, to give to Syria, to send blankets, to send doctors to some crisis that's going on that colonialism has caused, right? But that war zone is right here. It's right here in our backyards. That same genocidal brutality is right here in the Black community. And I really want to call on anyone that's listening to wake up to that, and to call on other white people around you to wake up to that, and go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center and become part of this solution, become part of this future. It's really an amazing thing.
Yes, I just want to, unite with everything that you're saying. And Chairman, also the whole question of the tax resistance. And I think that, it's interesting that in the church hearings of the U.S. Senate or Congress in the 1970s, the four agencies that participated that were named were the FBI, CIA, the NSA, and the IRS.
Mm.
And that the IRS actually has an armed wing to it. They can also come at 5 o'clock in the morning and break down your doors. And I think that, just this whole question when corporations and the ruling class pay no taxes whatsoever, and that it's used against the people, it's used against the colonized. And I think that it is, and that's one point. And also, what Jamie was just raising, that these anti-war movements, anti-war organizations can't see the war against the colonized populations right here in front of their very eyes that they are tripping over. They have to go to something around the world, and without targeting the African, the colonized African, colonized indigenous people right here, then it is nothing more than saying, let's have a kinder, gentler imperialism.
Right. Yeah.
We're not targeting the colonial question. And, I really think that as APSC and USM, we have to take this on and really define that this is the anti-war movement. This is it. Reparations under the leadership of the African Revolution. So just wanted to raise that.
Yeah, I also just unite with that, Chairwoman Penny, and I really want to salute you, Chairman Amalia Shatella, and Deputy Chair for your leadership and making it very clear that that this is the answer, and that what makes the African People's Socialist Party and the Black Power Blueprint so unique is that it is an anti-colonial movement, and it's not another organization that is led by the white bourgeois who are just trying to treat symptoms. The African People's Socialist Party is fighting against colonialism, and that is going to be in every single question every single contradiction that is raised, is going to be colonialism. And I just really appreciate that clarity. Really salute you, Uhuru.
Comrade Lynn, I just want to say this, and that in most instances, they're not even trying to treat symptoms. They are trying to give an impression of solving the problem. They are functioning as a kind of a pressure relief valve. They bring the colonizer, ordinary white people, into a process that allows you to say that you are doing something about these circumstances that you really don't know how they happen. Or if you do, it's being fixed now because of something the government. You can send what you want to send to Zelensky and people in places like that. They will even allow you to send charity baskets to people in Afghanistan who they are starving, and they've bombed, and whose money they've stolen, in Venezuela, and all of these things. And then and they'll allow you to vote for Barack Hussein Obama. And that's definitely something that shows that your fidelity to justice and equality and all of these kinds of things, when actually what they've done is create a situation that it deepens the exploitation, deepens the oppression. And on the one hand, while giving the impression that somehow is changing things and allowing masses of white people to step into that, so that you find yourselves defending the government's attack on us, because that will allow you to send some resources to Ukraine, and that's a great government. You can send your money, you can send your bombs and missiles and things like that to support the poor Ukrainians to the tune of billions and billions of dollars. while you deny reparations to Africans and other people who, you're ripping off on a daily basis. So I looked at some of the, well, I won't go that far, but you've seen the videos and pictures of what's supposedly coming from war zones in Ukraine, and you can ride through North St. Louis and see situations that look just as bad. And there's not even saying there's a war zone here. You can see, I look at TV and see these poor Ukrainian war refugees. And then I look at, in my community, these war refugees in Ukraine, they dress better, they look better, they have obviously a much better health situation than Africans right here in North St. Louis and various other places that I'm familiar with, and certainly throughout Africa and the African world. So the colonizer creates these conditions, and then it creates these images and notions. Like even with this charge that somehow we're working for the Russians, and everybody wants to hate the Russians. So all the white people who want to work against the Russians can be recruited to attack the African Revolution, to attack African people, to attack poor and oppressed people who are trying to get out from under the boot of colonialism because you're fighting against Russian. And this is the image that they want to convey, although I think that they are not being very successful at this point. Uhuru.
Yeah, I really appreciate this discussion, Chairman, and something that it made me think of that I feel like it's related, and I just wanted to throw this in the mix, is this whole question of fascism that you've given a really important analysis of. And I saw in the news earlier this morning that one of the founders of this group, the Oath Keepers, was just convicted of charges of seditious conspiracy in connection to January 6th. And now there's all this controversy about Trump having met with so-called anti-Semites, quote unquote, for dinner at Mar-a-Lago, and just the kind of intensification of this hysteria around so-called fascism. And we were actually earlier at around 3:30 in the morning looking at some quotes from a presentation that you gave in Newark, New Jersey just a couple of months ago, where you said that fascism is a form of the state, and that you can have a democratic colonialism and you can have a fascist colonialism, but colonialism is colonialism is colonialism. And I was wondering if you could talk about that a little bit, because I think it's important for everyone to understand, but in particular something that white people really have to understand, the African internationalist understanding of this issue of fascism.
Yeah, thank you, Comrade Jesse. The African internationalists understand this issue of fascism is the correct understand this question of fascism. It takes us right to the heart of the reality that the entire social system rests upon a foundation of colonialism. And so, what happens is that the oppressor will recruit, to the extent possible, those of us who are oppressed to engage and struggle with that would otherwise be obviously struggles among the oppressors. That even includes stuff like how the question of feminism and gay rights and all of these other issues, that somehow you can solve these problems resting on a foundation of enslaving other people. Like there are no such things as African women for feminists. Unless the African women join the feminist movement that would help to correct contradictions within the colonial power itself. There's no such thing as African homosexuals unless those homosexuals are connected to a movement that's designed to improve the situation among the colonizers, the colonial state, so Africans catch hell. And fascism functions in the same way. And whatever happens is that the deeper the crisis, everybody has seen this, or many people who didn't see it know something about the history of this. When the contradictions get deep and profound, what happens is that it contributes to crisis among the colonizers. And right now, if you look at January 6th, there's this contest that's going on. I mean, obviously, the deep crisis in terms of the colonial population. I don't know how many white people now support the notions of democracy that used to be talked about in the past. I don't know how many white people are opposed to what Donald Trump has done. I know there are enough white people who unite with Donald Trump, who unite with what the Oath Keepers have done, are doing, as they are characterizing, that they're seen as a threat to the stability of this government. It's one of this part of those forces. And so they talk about fascism is when the contradictions are such that they begin to penetrate the colonial population, the colonizer population, and to intrude upon what are presumed to be the freedoms among the colonizer population itself, the freedom to vote, the freedom to voice your opinions, to freedom for this and that. And at the moment, and all of that rests upon a foundation of colonialism. It doesn't affect colonialism at all. There's always, I mean, during the height of the war, the so-called fascist, anti-fascist war that France participated in. France was a colonial power. It dominated Vietnam. It dominated Algeria. It dominated various countries in Africa as a colonial power. In fact, was able to recruit draft forces from Africa, from these other countries to fight in these wars that the colonizers were making against each other to redivide the world. And so this issue of fascism is an attempt to recruit sectors of the African population to join with one set of colonizers versus another set of colonizers. They would use our energy to, as opposed to none of them is willing to fight against colonialism. In fact, the most strident communists that we've met in this country and sometimes in the world have been unwilling to target colonialism. Whether it's the French communists that dominated as they were dominating Algeria or dominating Vietnam at different times, they wouldn't fight against colonialism. And so you have this anti-fascist movement, which is really nothing but a struggle between contending sectors of the colonizer for who is going to have what kind of resources, and at this moment of crisis of the entire system resting upon this foundation, this colonial foundation. Anyway, I know I kind of overtalked it, but that's what it is that we're looking at. And it's, you know, and nobody's going to tell me that somehow I'm worse off if some white person or some colonizer that's characterized as a fascist is starving me and taking away the future of our children, as opposed to a democratic colonizer who's starving our children and taking away our resources. It's just absolutely ridiculous. But we get thrust into that motion at the moment because we don't understand the colonial mode of production, and because there's so much obfuscation that goes on in terms of how people would be allowed to perceive the truth and reality. And like we said, you know, you have a situation where Trump will talk about those S-hole countries, et cetera, and wow, he's such a nasty person, such a horrible person for being able to do that on the one hand. But then you have, on the other hand, white communists and militants, et cetera, who won't say those kinds of words, but will do everything to maintain this colonial relationship that America and the colonizer have with the rest of us. It's unacceptable. So we're not fighting against fascism. And we don't like the idea of any kind of oppression of anybody. But our struggle is to overturn a social system that cannot do anything but oppress, cannot do anything but exploit. And in fact, oppression and exploitation is central to their continuing existence. And if you really want to end oppression and exploitation, then you got to end the colonial mode of production. And that's the task that we have been trying to win these leftists to take on. And that's the task that, of course, this movement has been extraordinarily successful in doing. And that success is something that's even revealed in the kinds of contributions, donations people are making in this telethon right now. They're disengaging to some extent. These are perhaps not tax resistors, but they're disengaging to some extent from this process of colonial exploitation and oppression. Uhuru.
We do want to thank you so much, Chairman, and we do want to thank some of those people that you're talking about who have been donating, who have been listening, and who have been going to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center and contributing towards getting us to the goal of closing out this 24-hour telethon, having raised $40,000 towards the Uhuru Kulea African Women's Health Center, and that includes.
Well, we just have $563 remaining, and we have about 35 minutes left.
We can do it.
Yes, we can, and we want to thank Uhuru Furniture Philadelphia for putting in 100.
Uhuru.
You see here.
We want to thank Kitty who put in 100. Uhuru. And the African People's Solidarity Committee and the Uhuru Solidarity Movement are each contributing $100. Uhuru.
So I want the to call for the African People's Solidarity Committee to put in another 150, so it would be 250. So that would be $413 left.
$413. That's it. That's it. One person can do that. We know it. Uhuru. blackpowerblueprint.org/health center.
All right, Uhuru, this has been found. I just really want to again just salute all the comrades who are here. Just Chairman, the stand-up cadre, like being in the trenches. Really making it happen. That's what these comrades have done, and just have been here all day and 24 hours and all night. Really salute you, all of you comrades who are just taking this on. This is fantastic. Really, just amazing comrades that are here that have a deep interest in the fight for white people to get off this pedestal, to be more than just our stomachs and pocketbooks, as the chairman has said, and to be part of, the future in what it is that we are called on to do of African revolution, something that is in the interest of all oppressed and colonized people on this planet, and allows us, like you say, the self-criticism, the stand to create or to bring about a principled relationship and an end to the relationship of the colonizer to the colonized. And the only thing that changes that material basis is to be organized under the leadership of the African working class, and taking on what is called for to do. It's very, very great liberating experience and identity, a new identity, for white people that puts us into the majority of the people on the planet Earth, Chairman. So, thank you for creating the solidarity, the African people solidarity, and this incredible movement. So powerful.
Yeah, and I will say, right now we are we're streaming live still from YouTube and Facebook and Twitter and Twitch. And between YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook, we have about 20 people tuned in.
Okay.
And so, if everybody donated $20, then we would meet our goal.
Jan is putting 450. Go keep going.
Keep it going. Yes. We just got to $4,037.
40,000, right?
So let's keep it going. We still have 32 minutes. Let's keep it going. Uhuru.
Wow.
Thank you, Janice.
Uhuru, Janice. Later, so we just really appreciate your stand in so many ways, Comrade Janice. Uhuru. So, all right, we made our goal to 40,000, and as always, we are just every day we're out there working to raise the resources in all the different fronts.
Uhuru, I just want to say that this has been a magnificent telethon. It has been really incredible, and for anybody that was not able to tune in throughout the last, let's say, 12 hours, I would definitely recommend carving out some time over the next few days and go back and check out some of that content, as well as the previous 12 hours, which I'm assuming everybody was awake for. But there was some really great stuff that happened, including an interview with director Akile Ana'i about the War of Ideas and about this powerful 1 hour long documentary film that she and her department produced about the history of the African People's Socialist Party. And it was very moving to watch that documentary again, to see the interviews with the chairman, with Director Chimaranga, with Nkambwe, with Chairwoman Penny Hess, and just all of the footage and pictures of this movement going back to the 1960s. And it was just really powerful to discuss that and talk about that. And that's what inspires us to keep going in this telethon. This is one day, one 24-hour span that we stay up the whole night and talk about reparations and talk about this movement. And it's just a little measure of the relentlessness that is the African Socialist Party that we want to honor, that we want to uphold, that we want to strive to emulate. So we just want to salute the African People's Socialist Party and salute the chairman and deputy chair. And one of the things we realized is that you can literally stay awake for 24 hours talking about the Uhuru movement and still only scratch the surface of everything that there is to say about this incredible, world-changing, earth-shaking African revolution. So this has been incredible. We could.
Very, very great job. And I just want to say, I had the ability to go back to my house for a few hours. So these comrades were here, and I really salute you and truly Padre stand.
Well, I've heard the stories about Measure O and some of the drops and getting petitions signed going until 3 in the morning and then having meetings at 4 in the morning. So it sounded like a non-stop reparation, 24-hour reparations telethon. So that's the stand that inspires us and that we strive to emulate the cadre stand.
So I just want to interrupt real quick and say that
Here we go.
Just got a text from Leah that says, I want to challenge everyone watching to continue contributing towards the goal. I will add $25 to each contribution from now until 7 a.m. Leah.
First, I'm putting in $10.
Uhuru.
Gotta do it. So wait, any contribution, add $25. I'm putting in 10.
Uhuru.
Okay. Anybody else want to put in any now?
I'll put in 10 as well.
So my 10 becomes 35. Leah's 25. Len's 10 becomes 35 with Leah's 25.
Wow. Well, I'm going to put in 25, and I can add up what I said I was putting in. I'm sure
our calculator is having a great time right now. So that's 25 plus 30. Wait, 25 plus 25 for Chairwoman Penny. Okay.
Wow.
I can do another 10.
Yeah, 28 minutes. Every donation of $25 will be added to it. You could donate $1. and $25 will be added to it. So everybody who's tuning in can donate any amount, and 25, that is powerful.
Wow, Leah, thank you.
Yes, we just great and really appreciated your segment and all the time, Scott, you've been on, and just all the things all the ways that you raise resources, win your friends, win your clients, and just a powerful presence in this movement. Really salute you, comrade. We're
still getting a couple.
We have a few different threads going here, so only Amanda can keep it all sorted out. I know that. So, Uhuru, wow.
Here we go. Kathleen in Nova Scotia gave $75. Uhuru, Kathleen.
Uhuru.
Get there. There's a lot of white people. There's a big sea of white people on stolen land with colonized Africans right in the middle of it. We need to be there. We need to organize there. So yeah, Kathleen, we want to come to Nova Scotia. We'll have an event.
That's right, Kathleen.
Organize Uhuru Solidarity Movement and
In
Reparations.
touch.
And Jamie said that he will contribute $10.
Uhuru, Jamie, $10.
Uhuru.
The new total, including Leah's match so far, $40,257.
Wow.
Uhuru.
All right. Uhuru.
26 minutes to go.
All right. Wow. Well, Chairman, this has really been, just such a great experience, and really, really appreciate it. Just thinking of all the years, the Oakland years, and everything that we did, and amazing that under your leadership, the Measure O in 1984 had dropped, putting it on every house within 6 weeks, 350,000 flyers. It was
375? Was it 375?
Yes, because it was 115,000.
All right, that was one of our true.
Yeah.
Right.
Wow. That was even what's called the flatlands of Oakland are very hilly.
Wow. And speaking of Oakland, Uhuru Furniture Oakland is putting in $100.
So Uhuru, Oakland, and Comrade Stephanie, that's very, very exciting. It was great to see the segments from Uhuru Foods and Uhuru Furniture in Oakland last night, and just, that work has been going on there for 40 years and more.
Yeah.
And are defined by the historic Oakland years that we still have to sum up and record and have oral history from.
Yeah.
And it was just an incredible period when Chairman Omali Shatella led the movement against the truly some of the bleakest days of the counterinsurgency, when they thought they had won, when the people were demoralized, when all of the psychological, political, and economic gains of the 60s of the African Revolution were ripped away from the people, and the people, the chairman used to say that they poisoned the water and there was still cordite in the air. He would always say that there was still cordite in the air that, from this assault. And sometimes, at the Uhuru House in East Oakland, you would see just African people just walking down the street. And this is the city that only a few years before, the Black Panthers were doing their training on the shores of Lake Merritt and demonstrating on Alameda County Courthouse, and so visible. And then just what this system can do to people. And the only voice that was out there was Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the party fight like hell. That was your motto. Fight, no matter what it was, fight like hell, fight like hell. You know, and just turning around, going up against this steel wall of neo-colonialism backed up by resources from the white left that rose up in the vacuum left by the African Revolution. Only the Uhuru House, that was all that was there. But yet, you know, the movement was out there. And like we said, going door to door, leaving a flyer on every door, all throughout the huge expanse of Oakland, and taking on, you know. And I remember going door to door. We used to go door to door also in Berkeley, and there would be times that we would knock on people's doors, white people's doors, and they would, you know, they would write a check and they would say, I remember the 60s. I remember the Black Panther Party, and this is powerful. You know, this is powerful that, you know, that what the Uhuru House and the African People's Socialist Party represent. And just, I also want to say that I've had the opportunity and the honor to be out in Oakland for the Pie campaign occasionally. And I think the last time was maybe, you know, 6 or 7 years ago. And, you know, of course, Grand Avenue in Oakland that's the party's turf. That's Uhuru turf, because there's the furniture store on Grand Avenue. There's the park where the Uhuru Foods booth is, and then across the street from the furniture store, the movement and Uhuru Foods and Pies has a pie table, twice, you know, every year. That has been fought for when they get a new manager, and they go, no, we're not doing that. You know, but they have to. And the last time I had the opportunity to do that, it was so moving and powerful, because so many people came to either pick up a pie they had ordered, or they were buying a pie. And many Africans were saying, you know, I grew up in East Oakland, and I can't tell you what the Uhuru House meant to me. You know, people who had been there with Biko Lumumba and had been part of, there was the Uhuru Singers and all the children that he organized in hip hop and rap music, and so many people say that, you know. It's really, it's incredible that it was the leadership of the chairman that turned around what the US government really thought was a defeat. And when Huey Newton was assassinated, and the San Francisco Chronicle printed a banner, you know, full page headline, Huey Newton killed from prime minister, quote unquote, to bum. And within the week, the party had organized literally an army of the party who were would be called, I don't know, the honor guards, that coordinated the wake. 10,000 African people lined up at the funeral home. And all of that was logistically led by the African People's Socialist Party. And, you know, and also every night, every day and every night, Biko and members of the party were down in West Oakland where Huey Newton was assassinated. And back then, you know, having videos, somehow video players out there playing, you know, the chairman of the party and summing up this situation, turning it around. And when the San Francisco Chronicle saw what, you know, the fact that the party spoke for the masses of African people and many white people as well, and turned it around, and they had to eat their words. I mean, you know, they had to turn around how they portrayed who Huey Newton was. you know, based on what the party had done. And there was so much. I mean, it was scorched earth with you know, spray painting these stencils of Huey all over. It was powerful. It was so powerful. You know, just one example of that, Chairman, just really, it's part of the relentless stand of Chairman O'Malley's.
I'm glad you raised the thing about Huey P. Newton, and also it helps to bring into focus the significance of the African People's Socialist Party as part of a revolutionary continuum. We've always said that that's what we were about. We were not just looking at historical incidents, one over here and one over there, but a continuation of an entire revolutionary process. And of course, what was intended with the headline that was in the San Francisco paper about Prime Minister to bum. It was a part of a process of undermining the whole African revolution, to saying that just taking it out of history as having any kind of consequence. And the significance of what the party did was to rescue the whole African revolution. Because after they'd killed Huey, then the objective was to besmirch the way they did it, and the way they killed him physically, and then they assaulted him ideologically. They made this war against Huey that was really a war against the African community. And it's easy to understand when we recognize that Huey became a symbol for the African Revolution. It wasn't just Mrs. Newton's son, Melvin Newton's brother. This was somebody who had become an incredible force, symbol of the resistance of the revolutionary aspirations of African people. Much of it was centered there. One of the last remaining forces that had been generally accepted, universally accepted as the center of the African Revolution. If they can crush that, if they can kill him physically, but if they can do what they did to besmirch his reputation and destroy the significance of the whole African Revolution by how they can characterize Huey, then it would have been, real major defeat. But we did not allow them to have that defeat. We did not allow them to have that victory, and we turned it into if they'd allowed Huey to die in his sleep or something, the outcome would have been entirely different. But it actually inflamed a resurgence under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party. So that was a very powerful event. And it's, again, one of those things that many people don't know about that gives such significance to the African People's Socialist Party, the fact that we were there, the fact that we were in Oakland when they killed Huey, the fact that it was relentless. The revolution did not die. We kept it alive, and the party will continue to keep it alive until victory is won, and we shall be victorious. We are winning. Uhuru.
Uhuru.
I really, really want to salute that, Chairman, and I always love hearing about the Oakland years and that history, and I'm really honored to be alive and here for the St. Louis years, and just talking to some of the comrades here about how all of this came to be. And it's so historic. Like, when I tell the story, it already feels, even though it's relatively recent, it just feels so, it has the glow of revolutionary history around it. Just the way that in the immediate in the immediate wake of the murder of Mike Brown and the African resistance that took place here, that had a different kind of character, where Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson were getting chased out of town because the African working class was actually saying, kill the police, not hands up, don't shoot, etc. And that you immediately boarded a plane and came to Ferguson, came to St. Louis, and on the ground level, I mean, first that you consulted the subscriber list for the Burning Spear newspaper. I mean, it's just like a case study in how Chairman Omali Shatella built the African Revolution, just everything. The Burning Spear newspaper found a subscriber, called that person opened the door for the party to be able to come there. You went, you hit the ground, you organized, you agitated, you're on the street corners with a megaphone, you're speaking in churches, you're in demonstrations, you're summing up. There's that famous video of you in that march coordinated by these like sellout forces that wanted everyone to be silent, and you're marching through, summing it up, and all of a sudden Columbine and Annette rolls up behind you to hear what you have to say, and just what that led to, that moment, and all the work that you did that was all about taking it beyond protest, saying to what end. And I remember you saying once that revolutionary organization and science and theory is what distinguishes a rebellion from being just a mere irritation to the ruling class to being a prelude to revolution. And you made it happen, and the revolution is upon us in St. Louis now as a result of the work that you led from the very beginning. And of course, Deputy Chair Onazineye Shatella coming here and consolidating the Black Power blueprint as the practical manifestation of it. So, and that's an insufficient summation. Really, a whole telethon could be spent just talking about that. But it's an incredible honor to be here in St. Louis, in this city of African resistance, having been before this in St. Petersburg, another city, historic city of African resistance under your leadership and the leadership of the party. But to be here in St. Louis, it's an honor, and just want to salute you, Chairman, salute Deputy Chair, and salute the African People's Socialist Party for the history that is being made right now as we speak.
Uhuru, Comrade Jesse, and everyone, I appreciate your recognition of that history. And I would remind everybody of 1996, when the rebellions happened there, and what we built this incredible movement there that had the chief of police that they put in place to undermine what it is that we were doing, to declare that the Uhuru House would be treated as an embassy, that no one would be arrested at the Uhuru House. That happened after the 1996 rebellion. And then after the murder of the MOVE forces, that's what brought us into Philadelphia. And we built off of that, part of the continuation of a revolutionary project, and to allow that to be pushed out of existence, pushed out of history. And even members of MOVE didn't know why we were there necessarily. In fact, they had pushed MOVE underground. We initiated the first political action, mass action that allowed MOVE representatives to come from underground and to be able to speak. That was Philadelphia. And similarly, as you just mentioned, in St. Louis, real high tides of resistance and struggle, and to come in and be able to sum it up for the people and take it to a higher level. And that's what the Revolutionary Party is all about, solving the problems of the revolution and recognizing when critical summation is necessary to be able to advance the struggle. So we've done that, and I mentioned St. Petersburg, but there are other places I could mention as well, having similar kinds of roles for the party to advance the revolutionary project. Uhuru, comrades.
So Chairwoman Penny, we are just a few minutes away, but Oakland continues to come through. Uhuru Foods Oakland now putting $100. Uhuru. And
Oakland.
And Fofi pledged another $10. Uhuru Fofi.
Uhuru.
Hear from earlier yesterday. This one.
Wow. So our new total is $40,577. Wow. Wow. This is profound. And Comrade Jamie, just really want to salute you.
Yes.
And I know it's been at least 20 years that you've been part of the solidarity movement. I believe it seems like you've been there. in many years. Maybe you want to say something about that really quick.
Yeah, it's been, I think, actually 23 years now. Since
but who's counting?
Who's counting? Exactly. Despite the gray hair, I think this revolutionary movement's keeping me young. Yeah, I came in on the heels of the Tyrone Lewis rebellions. That's how I first found out about this movement. I graduated from Gibbs High School, same high school that you attended, Chairman. And I was at FSU in '96, Florida State University, and had some friends. My sister and other people were still going to Gibbs High School, and a lot of the white people I went to school with were terrified, of the rebellions, even people that were revolutionaries. And I just wanted to hear from this big bad Uhuru movement, that the bourgeois press was vilifying. And so I eventually got around to doing that in 1999. I attended a tribunal on police brutality at the Uhuru House, and I heard you speak for the first time, Chairman O'Malley, and I'll never forget that moment. I'll never forget when you laid out this question of genocide. That genocide is a term that was created to describe something that white people did to other white people in the Holocaust, but that objectively it is absolutely genocide what white people did to the indigenous in this country, what white people had done to African people. When you're talking about hundreds of millions of people murdered, what is that but genocide? And it just seized my mind that had never occurred to me before. And suddenly this whole question became crystal clear. And I've been on this path of embracing my own humanity through embracing this question of reparations ever since. And I'm so profoundly grateful to you, Chairman, and to the African People's Socialist Party for giving me that opportunity to reclaim my humanity, as it gives us all that opportunity in the Solidarity movement.
I also really want to appreciate your video that we saw yesterday with Sarah and Juniper. That was fantastic. Really, really powerful.
Well, Jamie warned me years ago when this vermin, one of the cases where this vermin had come into the movement, and it was a North American, and he had begun to slander and attack the party and the movement. And Jamie, I assumed at the time, was a pretty close friend of his. And Jamie took a really principled stance in that. And I never forgot that. I was, impressed by that. That's the thing that won me, the stance you took there, and just didn't go along with the garbage that was coming from that other person. Uhuru.
Uhuru. That was an important struggle. That taught me something about cynicism, because that individual, I think that's how you summed it up at the time, which was really helpful for my development, because that cynicism goes so deep, especially in the white community, when you eventually come to believe that this situation will never be changed, that the revolution can never be successful. I mean, that's something that can get so deep in your brain. And I really appreciate you for always struggling, for this revolutionary optimism that the victory is upon us.
Yes.
Well, victory is upon us.
Yes, it is.
And it is an honor to have Chairman Wale here, and I think it's time to wrap it up. Annual
Reparations Telethon, and with our favorite song, the Reparations Telethon, written by Conrad Jackson, performed by Jackson's brother, Conrad Morgan. But we just want to say thank you, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, for joining us for the last hour and a half of our Reparations Telethon, and for your Uhuru.
Thank you.
Yes.
Really thank you so much for your relentless stand and leadership, that we work under your office every day, and it's amazing. And just want to thank and salute all of the faces and and fronts of the African People's Socialist Party that we saw in the last 24 hours.
Yes.
And the influence and friends and wow, it was beautiful, really beautiful to see. And again, a very great honor to be here. And again, I want to thank all of the comments who are here. I really want to put forward these amazing comrades here that have just hung in there, made this be so successful, and just, you know, comrades that I'm proud to be in the trenches with, behind enemy lines.
Now close it out. 4th annual Reparations Telethon. Unity through
Reparations.
Thank you very much. Okay, here we go.
Reparation.
We know that we've been lied to. There's two realities. There's the one that we've been raised in, and the one we pretend we don't see. We don't want the guilt, but our lives are built on murder, rape, and theft. To pretend is not an option now. We wonder what is left. Genocide is raging on without an end in sight. We shut down lots of highways. We hashtag every night. But every 18th hour we see white power kill Africans and go free. We want to know what we can do to stand in solidarity.